Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style with discussing is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. You still is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We LPA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pay. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up.
Do you like that?
Turn to carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black Grassroots for the Black Grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. Brand new episode. I'm your host, Shane Crewman, and we're joined with our other host, Lady Shay. She's in the shower, but she'll be joining us when she get out. And then we got Shabaka, our West Coast correspondent. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Fled to Sea.
Yeah, greetings from the city of sin and the city of more sin. And as you all know, Jailbird 1 was here day before yesterday. So the orange orangutan dude, that's what I call his plane. I call it Jailbird 1. And it would be nice if it, yeah.
Do you see my background?
Yeah. Yeah, Jesse Perez for House seat for Colorado House District 8. Yeah, okay. Feel free to blast that information, for your campaign up on the like page in the groups that you're a member of with Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
I don't have Facebook.
Oh, okay. All right, then email me the poster and I will put it up. The URL for the poster.
Yeah.
Or the code for it, and I'll put it up there for you. Okay. Also to
finish the intro.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We'll be discussing several topics. The first one is tangibles. It's the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, all the way between now and 2100. Then we got Brotha pulls up to the National Action Network to tell Democrats to run us our check. No vote. Then we got Black Man confronts National Action Network on reparations. Julius Malema of Jenae, or South Africa, sentenced to 5 years in prison. I can no longer be silent about South Africa. South African writer Julius Malema sentenced to 5 years in prison. Then Justin Fairfax, the congressman out of Maryland, or is it Virginia? Out of Virginia?
No, it's Virginia. He's the former lieutenant governor.
Yeah, the former lieutenant governor, Justin Fairfax, tragic in more ways than one. Then Kamala Harris seemed to be targeting Black voters before the midterms. Trouble in Bouleville. Kamala Harris now supports transactional voting. We all know where she got that from. Now, while Kamala Harris is now sounding like the Grassroots, CBC targeted by Ed Blum and is supporting FISA. Then Tether troll Johnny Salami sentenced in Korea. And if we have time, the Ashlee Jenae case just got a lot more suspicious. Here's what the new evidence shows. Ghana fire outbreak. Kwabenya, Sun City ablaze. And YouTube bans Iranian AI Lego videos. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. We have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in
It's beautiful, free Huey.
Set Our Warrior Free. And we started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black Experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign that's recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. My personal page, Just Parish, aka Chan Crewman. So we stream all the city council meetings and Black events here in Denver and Aurora. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on YouTube on that channel. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA, which she did. I believe she did 2 RBAs this past week. So make sure y'all check them out. And then Shabaka's backup channel, or Shabaka's main channel, Jenae 1. Make sure y'all sub up to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube.
Please.
Then we got our cousin, or Lokester, who tried to go live earlier, but was having technical difficulties. Jay Militant, out the bed.
Shout out to Jay.
Oh, man. So make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, What's Cracking TV, with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother Kukizi, who is out the Mile High and has a channel called Kukizi 5100. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega out of Virginia by way of New York. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So salute to Breeze. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Then we got the Church of Black Power brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. He just surpassed 2,000 subscribers. He's almost to 3,000. And he's going to interview me sometime this coming week. It's next week. So make sure y'all check that out. Then we got our brother Black Truth United, who's been on hiatus, but came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. So the links to submit your businesses is in the description. The link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. And I just played the ad for the Rolodex. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus. Oh, and I'm in it too. I'm in the Rolodex as well. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got our sister Brooke, my niece, Call to Action. The links to her Call to Action is in the description. Oh, damn, I put her Cash App in there too. I didn't mean to do that, but oh well. Then we got support Lady Che's GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. And last but certainly not least, we got the elder that is 103 years old. That's on the verge of losing her home of almost 40 years in South Central Los Angeles. Now, South Los Angeles. So the link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer. 7 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you are a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but not least, we got racism and white supremacy as conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 about 2-3 weeks ago. And shout out to our brother, FBA brother Tariq Nasheed, preparing for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, I'm right into with the tangibles. This is the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to man something tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way between now and 2100.
Yes, sir.
This, like I've been reading for the past 7 years, which is the tangibles 2020. So instead of 2020, it's 2026, but everything else remains the same.
Exactly.
So the 2026 midterm elections are coming up. The 2027 Denver and LA elections are coming up. And the 2028 presidential elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, downtrodden, underserved, underprivileged, underrepresented, distressed, vulnerable, marginalized, communities of interest, communities of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I said, 2026 for the midterms, 2028 for, 2027 for the Denver elections and LA elections, and 2028 presidential elections. Foundational Black Americans are going to are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want secondary trickle-down secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundation of Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message wide on social media using the hashtag tangibles2020. And that's exactly what we've been doing for the past 7 years, going all the way back to 2019, spreading this hashtag far and wide. So now tangibles is in the political lexicon, and these Democrats don't know what to do. And when we're talking about something tangible, we're talking about something that's real, something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. a check. Like our brother Melrose said, no check, no vote.
No vote. Indeed.
So if you're not offering, hold on, Shabaka. If you're not offering the lineage cash payment reparations, an anti-Black hate crime bill or anti-FBA hate crime bill, an end to qualified immunity in all 50 states, tax-free exemption, and land grants, land allotments, specifically the foundational Black Americans, then we don't want to hear nothing you got to say, and you're not getting our vote. All right, Shabaka, go ahead. What's your thoughts on
it? Most definitely. Just give us the whole Federal Reserve. And once again, up on the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced like page, you used to be on a like page on Facebook. You used to be able to choose people who would come on your page. But now they don't have it like that. So therefore, it's open to the general public. I've been arguing with Nabiscos, troglodytes, blocking ass scratches, yassa bosses, and what have you. You people don't need no reparations. That was so long ago. But as I stated before, trying to talk to half of these troglodytes with intelligence, and I do know the word is intelligence, okay, they don't want to hear it, okay? So later for the Nabiscos, okay? And then I'm not going to mention no names. There's been some Yassa bosses on there coming on my like page, and I invited them to come up. They refused. I told them that they was crazy, okay? So I'm not going to mention their names, okay?
You share the link out, Shabaka?
Did I do what?
Share the link out to the show.
Yes, sir, I did. The YouTube link. Yes, I did. Okay. All righty. So therefore, the thing is that you have to understand that we stated before on Blog Talk, that we stated on that other network we was with, and we stated many on this network right here, to show just how bad the damage is due to the Ma'afa, which is a disaster so bad beyond description. Look at a movie called Home of the Brave, starring Lloyd Bridges and a black actor by the name of James Edwards. And in this, there's one scene in the film where they kept calling the brother the N-word, the this, the that, and he's off by himself and he breaks down and cries. Now, the part is he's not crying because they called him the N-word. He is crying because he is not white. And that is the worst form of self-hatred right there. You see what I mean? So then Nabiscos have been coming up on my wall, calling me all kind of crap that I'm not going to repeat. And the only thing I tell them is to go out there and sit in the sun in the next couple of months. We'll have a wind chill of about 120 degrees. Okay, we need more water from your Colorado River.
Oh, you can cut off. No more water.
Yeah, well, we're just gonna mob the shit, man. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna mob this shit, okay? Because but putting out BS is
Yes.
huh?
How you gonna mob something that don't exist?
Yeah, exactly, man. Because it's pretty much ain't nothing, man, but a damn puddle for all practical purposes. You know, when you look at it. Okay. So then, too, is we also got to look at the medical apartheid that they're doing with us as well, too, Black family. Because I remember when I was in grade school or elementary school in the 60s, where they was giving us all these vaccines, right?
Yep.
And the site of where I received this vaccine over the years had swelled up, you know, with all kind of stuff, and I used to rupture it over the years, but it's pretty much gone now, you'll say. But that lasts me, man, from my childhood, man, into my early adulthood.
Damn.
Yeah, you say. So, you know, definitely drink you some water, and I'm talking to me as well, too. You say, not no spring water, you know, try to get you some glacier water to flush your system out. You're getting feedback, Brother Checc.
I don't know where I'm getting feedback from.
Or is that me?
It might be you.
I think it's me. Okay. And hold on, let me see something right here. Boy, how they love to play these games with us. Boy.
Keep talking, Shabaka.
Yeah, and how they play these games with us. You know, and is the feedback gone? Is the feedback gone? Okay. All righty. So they, you know, they love how to play these games with us people. But, you know, as Brother Checc had wrote up in the itinerary, you know, let us get to our topics. Okay. On this season 6, episode 22, part 1 of the Frontline News, we'll be discussing the topics. We just did the tangibles all the way from 2026 to 2100. Okay, brother pulls up to the National Action Network to tell Democrats run us our check or no vote. Okay, Black man confronts National Action Network on reparations. And his brother Checc has stated Julius Malema sentenced to 5 years in prison. And he states that I can no longer be silent about Azania. Okay, that's the real name of the place is Azania. And Mr. Malema got 5 years in prison. Justin Fairfax, his brother Checc just stated, is tragic in more ways than one. And the real tragedy of Mr. Fairfax is that he shot and killed his wife and killed himself in front of their children. Poor kids. So then Kamala Harris seems to be targeting us black voters before the midterms, okay? And then in trouble in Bouleville, now Kamala now supports transactional voting. And we all know where she got that from. Why Kamala Harris are now sounding like the Grassroots Congressional Black Caucus targeted by Ed Blum and supporting FISA, Tether troll Johnny Somali sentenced in Korea. If we have time, Ashlee Jenae case just got a lot more suspicious, okay? And then, of course, we have new evidence. The new evidence shows Ghana fire outbreaks, Kwabenya, Sun City Blaze, YouTube bans Iranian, all AI logo videos. Okay. Well, as we all know, people, for some odd reason, once again, these damn colonizers, colonializers, figure that they can just go up there and help themselves to our shit. And that's unacceptable. That's not cool. You see what I mean? It's because one, it's our shit. And then keep in mind is that these Europeans are not believing watching they nasty, funky, stinking asses. And then, of course, when we go on there and say such things, then we're black racists and all this. And we don't control no major industry. We don't control no legislative bodies. We don't control no police departments. And we don't control no military. So we are in no position, you see what I'm saying, to be racist. You see? And then I've had idiots come up on my like page talking about that we all the same and all that. And I just simply say, come out here and sit with me in the sun, this summer. And I will show you how we were not the same. Okay. And then the cold part about it is, okay. And then the cold part about it is that when you try to talk to some of these people with some halfway intelligence, and when you tell them truths, then they go off into a bunch of rants, raves, and all that, just like that sad ass fuck talking about, if you fuck with Trump, you fuck with me. Dude, you need to quit drinking, okay? Say, that's drunk shit, okay? You need to quit drinking.
You're going off on a tangent.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lady Checc. What are your thoughts on the tangibles?
You read it already. I heard you read it.
Yeah. And we got a new baby.
So voting in your black interest, if it is of interest in your local ballot or whatever you're talking about, if it's gonna matter to you, vote on that.
Mm-hmm.
But in your black interest. Don't just do it. The vote is still for sale.
To the highest
bidder. They get the check yet.
Right.
Or get the check cut. Whichever party that is. So the vote is for sale. However, if there's nothing tangible on the ballot to vote for, hold your fucking vote.
Right.
It doesn't matter what side. Neither side is really trying to do anything we want or demand.
Mm-hmm.
So until that happens, hold your vote. Right. Unless in the case of certain FBA candidates that are trying to run for office and, basically just slam every other fucking bill that goes through that isn't in the interest of FBA. Mm-hmm. Or whatever the reasons are, you have to ask them the tangible questions,
Mm-hmm.
What are you specifically going to do? So you're looking for specific things. If the candidate there, you got to ask them the fucking questions, or else don't vote. Also, hold your vote like you hold your swallow. Okay? Or your babies, whatever, however you want to do it. Hold your vote, stay on Black vacation. If it's not tangible, if it's not like something that's gonna be an improvement to your life in your best Black interest, do not fucking vote. Simple as that. It doesn't matter. Both sides are fucking fucked up, and both sides were built off the backs of us. So just keep that in mind. Anybody saying they can't cut no reparations stuff, they can't do no reparation shit, they're lying and it's gaslighting. Everybody knows that. So can't let them just keep saying no, no, no for the people that are doing the work in every city to help get this mission accomplished. You know, we're in it for the marathon. It's not going to be easy. And I suggest that other people really think about before making like comments about certain Black things that were passed. Look, there's Black things happen. They're milestones, little steps like qualified immunity, things like that, right?
Yeah,
milestones.
here in Colorado.
Here in Colorado, right? Everywhere, cuz.
They didn't do that in nowhere else. They did.
They had little stuff. Crown Act, any little tiny little Black milestone that gets passed is a win. Okay? But that HR 40, all that other shit's been sitting there collecting dust for like 30-some years. Okay? Not gonna go nowhere. And the people that are in office now have been designed to fucking not let it go anywhere. So it's not like we're gonna need
that.
We just we need people that are in our interest, that are going to do the work for the lineage, okay, and help accomplish that. That's a serious thing. It doesn't matter. We got to really start vetting these motherfucking politicians. Some of them are in there for the long haul. They don't plan on leaving. They've been in the seat for like 5 terms. They ain't going nowhere. Some of them are going to like career politicians. And that's going to be the struggle to get past that. It's going to be a struggle for us to all get elected. Just basically because it's by design. I don't want no empowerment. If they can't corrupt you, program you, make you into a little puppet do as party says, or else, then it's gonna be a tough uphill battle. Just from this experience here in Colorado, watching the last two elections, that's what we've seen, and then it kind of would seem like playing safe or low what do you call it, code switching or something, like lowering the tone, lowering the Blackness down a notch or two, right? But it's only because we've experienced the worst kind of in public shadow banning by a Democratic Party. And the more times I think about it, cuz it's been because you've been an independent.
Yep.
Each fucking time. I thought maybe it was personal, but it's just a grievance with the independents. Right? That's it. There's not supposed to be a third option.
Right.
The independent is the people's choice as a third option. You know what I mean? So they don't want that, but they definitely don't want us being Black, proud, and fucking self-determined and empowered and aggressively assertive, confident. You know what I mean? Intelligent, read books, more than 5 words on the fucking phone. You know, they don't want none of that. They don't want anybody who's going to challenge the already
status
bullshit.
quo.
Yeah, the bullshit. They just want to keep it as is.
Right.
And if you read the fine print or you really start opening your eyes and look at this shit in your local area, that everything is happening, just read the newspaper or on the internet or whatever, you'll see that you got to start going to these stupid ass town halls and these little city council meetings. And
You're right.
you won't know
You're
nothing.
absolutely right.
Right.
They won't know nothing because the news, the local news only gives you 10% of whatever side they're leaning on.
Yep.
Exactly.
Democratic or Republic, doesn't matter. It's in the state, right?
Yeah.
So they'll push, like, for example, 9 News. I know it's
all liberal.
It's liberal / Republican, but they're dirty with it with their politics. Right?
Yeah.
The way that I'm like, you have to ask just the whole question. Like, you need some schooling to figure this shit out. You say, yeah, well, whatever. Or certain other channels more democratic led. You read the paper or the internet, like Newsbreak for our city, you'll start to see that everything has an agenda.
Yep.
Everybody who's writing articles has an agenda.
That part.
Podcasters that are in the local area, like the white ones, they got a major agenda, and it's nothing Democrat. It is kind of like, you know, white lives matter type shit.
Yeah.
White lies. Okay.
Yeah, white lies.
And you're seeing it. We're seeing it up close and personal. So this time, this campaign, instead of getting upset and angry like I did, he did, I kind of figured out the method. I kind of figured it out. So this time we're very prepared. I was very prepared for today, even though I didn't get to go to work. I was very prepared. I woke up late. So. But I managed to get you ready before you.
Yeah, you did.
That is my beautiful little flyer I made.
Yeah, I got it in the
Okay.
back.
Also, too, Deuce in the Quarters is in the live feed. Just wish him greetings.
Salute DSB.
DSP. Yeah.
I created that today, right before he left. This time I'm more prepared for the get down, because now I've paid attention, seeing, and then placing it all together. It never makes sense when bad shit's happening. It always comes to fruition or makes sense like 2-3 years later when you're doing something again. You're like, hey, you know what? These motherfucking gatekeeping crumb biscuits.
Right. And put their ass on blast, Lady Checc.
Shit intentionally. So they had control this whole time. So it wasn't just us like they made it seem. It was them.
Yeah.
These crumb biscuits was doing it intentionally on purpose and then shaming us.
Yeah.
Like dude, that mayoral campaign fucked us up. Literally broke me. Fucked me up because all the work I did to see all that shit happen for the result that came up, I cried on camera. As Twin Mike and Matt. I couldn't control myself. I was that upset. Right? And only to think that now I'm looking at it again, these motherfucking gatekeeping fucking Democratic shit, fucking crumb biscuits.
Yeah.
Oh, puppets and shit. Got the fucking white supremacy all up in the ass. Right?
Yeah.
On purpose. I thought it was just they hate us. We just too much. No, they don't like independence.
Exactly. That's what it is. And what they don't dig about you and Brother Checc, is that you all are inside their offense. Okay, now what do I mean inside offense? You could do it on 3 planes. You could do it on the physical plane, you could do it on the spiritual plane, and you could do it on the mental plane. And you inside their offense on all 3. You see, this is why they shut you down. This is why when I was looking at Che's YouTube video from there, they wouldn't let him speak. And then that dumbass Negro that y'all had up there sitting up there trying to get his damn lie straight. Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Really did.
Yeah.
He was sitting up there trying to get his damn lie straight.
Yeah. We gotta vote.
Yeah,
vote for what? We vote for.
Exactly.
It's
Well,
black
that
on
skinny
purpose.
man, look at the fucker, man. You know what I'm saying? Look like he stole that damn suit, man. I've seen better quality material in a fucking thrift store.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, Tether. You talking about the Tether Wasserman? Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You know, you look like he stole that shit, man. And me, when I go get suits or dress pants, I take them to the tailor and have them customizedly cut. That's it.
Well, that's
Like,
FBA.
Yeah.
Today said you stop being an independent, hypothetical, it's not gonna happen. But if you stop saying I'm not gonna be a Democrat, independent anymore, I'm gonna go full-fledged Democrat. These motherfuckers wouldn't stop throwing money at them. They'd be like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's no argument with undisputed truth, Lady Checc, because I would be a fucking idiot to argue with undisputed truth.
I get it. I was like, Jesse over here decided he want to go ahead and he's gonna drink the motherfucking Democratic Kool-Aid on the Democratic plantation. He gonna say, oh, Jesse passed. Oh, we know who you are. Here, all the money, the PAC money, everybody gonna be supporting him. All it. What do you need? You need us to go knock doors, make phone calls, whatever you need, Mr. Harris. Like they always do, kissing ass and shit, right? But instead, they're gonna be serious and throw the fucking bread at him, like bands make you do shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's all it is. That's all it is. Oh, we've got another black Democrat up here. And I'm like, oh, this whole promise show up. Like, no. Like, no. Because that's not gonna happen. But
that's all it was a damn Democrat shit.
That's it. But if you practice Democratic tactics with them, it's almost like playing with their emotions.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Lady Che. You playing with their emotions, which is beautiful. Keep it up. Keep that jab in their faces because they playing with your damn intelligence, and that makes people very, very angry when you play with their intelligence.
Right.
You see?
At this point, we should be sitting on our behinds at home until one of these parties cut the checks first before anyone gets the votes. I repeat, Al Sharpton checks first, asshole, or no vote. That's right, DSB.
And that's what I'm saying. We should all be on that for the candidates that are trying to, run into FBA work. We got to vet them better, just make sure they're on the same page. Like what TBA say, it's going to get a little bit stricter, but you should always ask for what they're going to do first, specifically for.
Exactly.
Right.
And then go up there to their asses with some receipts.
They ain't got no answers. Everything's like broad and around the bush. Kind of
right, broad and ambiguous terms. Yes, ma'am.
And so what I've noticed, what I all pieced together in the last couple of days, as I've been working on just the shit, I just really wanted to go update it. Really, that's what I wanted to do. But then I thought about it. I'm like really a perfectionist. I gotta fix like 4 little tiny things.
Yeah.
I sat back and I said, you know what, cuz? I just said it to myself. Like, you know what, cuz? If he said he was gonna do this or that, be a fucking Democrat, they should stop singing this. They probably kick 2 more motherfuckers off the voucher vote or the endorsement roll and give it to him. You think? And because they like him like that, but they don't like him like that because he's not on the plantation anymore. Right. And they can't control it.
Okay, I got a question about you guys at your city council meetings. Okay. Because I believe every city council has a difference of what do they call that? Ways and means. That's it. Ways and means. Okay. Do you guys have a copy of the Denver City Council Ways and Means? Is because in the event that you do and you get inside the offense with it, I'm wondering if you could haul their asses into your state court for interfering with your freedom of speech.
Yeah,
and I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, we could have did that recently.
We could have did it when we could have did it a whole bunch of different times when we would have pulled up a statue. The mayor went up there to Congress every year. I pulled that old fucking old Hancock fucking video with the sanctuary city, a little memo and shit. And I said, this person. I had all the resistance like, get that motherfucker, you need to go down. The mayor. And he lied. Right. But I was prepared to just pull it up because there's times I haven't read many motherfucking bills and shit. Just because I wanted to know more or whatever. Because I'm interested in different things in Colorado. So, but I realized today that why they how disrespectful today, right?
Right.
They had to wait.
Yeah.
The bitch is sitting up there for his particular seat, right? But they told him ahead of time, sorry, dude.
It's all Democrat,
right? But it's black purpose, right? So this motherfucker clearly black, right? Clearly.
We only want to hear from the Democrats.
But you only want to hear from Democrats, and the lady running against them is white.
Yeah.
And all white.
See, my ass would have been arrested. Because I would have told him, man, quit yassa bossing, man, and get your damn clown suit off. You know, hey, cow dog, how you be? How you be? Southern cow, cow dog is in the house. How you be? How you be?
Northern
Okay.
Cal.
Oh, I'm my bad. Apologies. He's in NorCal. Okay. All righty. And so therefore, too, now, as you all know, what's happening in California with that congressman dropping out the race up there, right? Okay, accusing this man, you know, of these sexual improprieties. And keep in mind, people, that rape is an act wrong within itself. But why did this woman wait for so long? Okay, he's up in the Yay area. Okay, cow dog, yeah, Yay area, San Francisco, Sacramento, Oakland, California, birthplace of the Black Panther Party. Lived there many years, cow dog. Okay, so why all of a sudden that they wait until this dude was running for the Congress, you know, to come out here with these accusations? You see what I'm saying?
Area, Shabaka. It's in the Yay area.
Yeah, the Yay area. That's right. Yeah, okay. And that is the birthplace of the Black Panther Party, as we all know. And then, folks, if you ever get a chance to go to Oakland, California, by all means, visit the Black Panther Party Museum down there off of Broadway and Telegraph, where Telegraph splits off of Broadway going due north. You can't miss it. You know what I'm saying? And a shout out there to Miss Frederica Newton. She's the executive director of keeping her husband's legacy going on. And also, too, another thing, too, about Hollywood. Okay. Huh?
We having a whole side conversation, Shabaka.
We gotta see what we got.
We got Keezy in the building, also certified salute. Keezy.
Peace, salute to the family.
How you be? Keezy, what it be like?
Slow motion is better than no motion, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. As long as you got forward momentum, you are making progress. Cow Dog says he's been to the museum hella times. Yeah, Cow Dog, man, I love it, man. I love it. You know what I'm saying? So the next time I get up there, I have to go off in the inside, and then I'm going to ask Mrs. Newton if we could do a feature story on it in the future. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot.
So, when he came on, we were just finishing out with the tangibles. Lady Che had just gave her thoughts, and then Shabaka was going off on his rant, and now we got you in the building. So, what's your thoughts on the tangibles?
Man, we gotta stay hard body on politicians and,
right. And speaking of
continue to
file this week. So I'm officially on the ballot. You see the flyer in the background?
Yeah.
Lady Che.
Congratulations. Yeah, we're gonna push that.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
Push that.
And throw it up on the like page too, brother Che. Because I think wait a minute, that's that you ain't on Facebook. Okay. Lady Che, are you following the like page?
I was just gonna say that too. I was just gonna say that we need to start showing up outside of online a little bit more. Just have our presence be felt. And I want to coin the term, we have to Melrose these people.
Yeah, we got to Melrose.
Right.
Yep.
We got to Melrose these people.
We need
it's time. It's that time.
Right. We need a Melrose in every city, state, county.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. And then I think I could do a limited things out here, you know, in Sin City, because, you know, they do have a small Black community here called North Las Vegas, and it is blighted for real, man. Boy, it's blighted.
That's where they're trying to set up that Jackson Street Alliance.
Yeah, and then on top of it too, as y'all know, just giving you a little brief history of the Strip, is that they didn't allow our people to reside at the hotels on the Strip. And then, of course, when our people came out here to perform, they'll let them perform, but then they had to go take their meals off in the kitchen and, you know, and pull up our past episodes because we did something on that. And believe it or not, Frank Sinatra, Black family, was very, very instrumental of getting Black people out here to get the recognition that they deserved here in Sin City. You see what I'm saying? But we'll talk about that there at a later time. So Keezy, Jailbird 1 was here yesterday. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm calling his airplane, Jailbird 1. And then a Jailbird, then he went down there in Arizona. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you need to go to jail.
If you're gonna vote, demand something tangible for your vote. If they're not offering you nothing, don't waste your time voting for them.
Exactly.
If I'm not offering you no tangibles, I'm just using myself as an example because I am officially on the ballot. If I'm not offering tangibles, don't waste your time voting for me either. That goes for any politician, Democrat, Republican, Independent, Green Party, Constitutional Party, Libertarian Party, Unity Party. They're not offering you nothing tangible. Don't waste your time voting.
Yeah, and then also too, cool, Keezy, I got a congressman out here, man, that they call Scam Brown, and the only reason I'm gonna vote for that bastard is because he's saying that he's a crook. Okay, I think he's been indicted about 5 times. You know what I'm saying? But at least the motherfucker's honest of what he is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, as opposed to some fake ass motherfucker like Obama talking about change that we could believe in. And of course, we saw how he did, and also too, I respect his accomplishment.
We believed in it though. We fell for the symbolism, the hope and change. Oh, the first Black, no, the first Tether. Correction. First Tether.
We got excited like a buffalo with that for eating shit after.
Yeah. And then as Deuce and a Quarter says right here, we don't have to act a fool on them. Just bring up no checks, no vote. That hurts them way more than a hit. Okay. Yeah, you're right, DSB, Deuce and a Quarter, because that's getting inside their offense. You see what I'm saying? That's getting inside their offense.
I was the youngest one in the room. These damn people was 40 plus. And ain't no youth in the building.
Yeah, you say, and it's very important that our youth get involved with it. And the reason being because could change y'all's future. You see what I mean? And with me being an old bastard, I'm on my way out. You live long enough, young, and you're gonna be up here old till just off the long fishing. You know what I'm saying? But at least when you get my age, y'all will say, well, at least we saw what the old bastard was talking about, and whatnot. Because
we're going to go over Melrose again, pulling up at the national non-action, because there ain't no action with that shit.
Okay.
Al Sharpton,
okay, I'm going on mute.
Al Bobblehead.
Bobblehead was there?
Oh, at the event, that Melrose crashed.
Okay.
No check, no vote. So I'm gonna play that again.
Okay. On mute.
So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update, then Professor Black Truth gonna follow up.
It got kind of loud in here. I had to go on mute.
Oh, it's all good, Keezy. Just
more video is coming out from the.
Just mute when it's real noisy, so we don't get the background noise. Or basically when you're not speaking. You too, Shabaki. You be going off the handle and we don't be able to hear the content. And people be like, what is
this? Yeah, I'm on mute.
Okay.
The National Action Network, Brother come up, and he's not playing either about voting, right? He wants to make sure that he's getting his tangibles. Let's go ahead and check this out.
In this room, if you're 35 years old or younger, raise your hand. 4 people. So here's the thing. Y'all in trouble. Yesterday, you had Al Green up here talking about we need a Secretary of Reconciliation, and then that's going to include what he said was reparations, which, by the way, wasn't reparations. Reparations is more than a check, but the very first thing it is a check. And come this year during the midterms and in 2028, If you don't have our check, you won't get no vote. No check, no vote. Yeah, I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening. All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. You're not talking to the youth. You don't know how to talk to the youth. You're trying to tell us what to do. We're not having it no more. So if you want our vote, you got to come with our people. We're not scared of Trump. We're not scared of anybody. Biden is a racist. Trump is a racist. Kamala is a racist. And if you don't have our money, you don't get our vote. Yeah, who are you? Oh, all right, yeah, so like I was saying, I'm gonna land my plane right there, but the Democrats are no better than the Republicans. No check, no vote. Y'all take care. And somebody give my man a tissue. He need a tissue.
A shout out to our brother real quick for that. Definitely give our brother a shout out, for going up there and letting them know. If you're not having our checks, you're not giving tangibles, don't worry about black people voting for you. It's just that simple. That's what we're on with that now. You want to do something for black people if you want the black vote, okay? And make sure you, like they say, make it snappy on what you're doing for black folk. Because a lot of places, they got Democrat strongholds could easily do something for black people, and they don't. Why they don't do it? Because, like the brother say, they're racist. It's not about Kamala or Trump or anybody. It's about racism in the Democrat Party. They've always been racist. That's why they're cool with symbolism, but they're not cool with substance. They don't want to see a black person sitting up here getting resources. No, that's going to mess up the status quo. The status quo is for you as black Americans and me to be cemented at the bottom and everybody to step on top of us. That's what they want. And we cannot give them the satisfaction of giving them another vote and they don't have to do nothing for it. Forget that. They go out, they do things for people who can't even vote, like illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants can't even vote in this country. And yet the Democrat Party worry about giving them way more things than they will ever give to a black American. And that's the things that we got to pay attention to. They rather focus more on what somebody doing in their bedroom than focusing on black people. They don't even go talk about the white liberal women. Don't even get started on them. They worry about everything else but us. Only thing we good for is a vote. That's it. After that, you don't address the needs of black people. When black people have been the most loyal Americans in this country, black people built this country and innovated this country. You owe black people. You sure do. You gonna pay what you owe. It's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. Some of you say, "Oh, it's never gonna happen." That's the same thing they said about us getting off the plantation too. It's never gonna happen. And we was on the plantation 250 years, but hey, we got off that plantation, didn't we? We are a people that need something now. You can't come to us with just hot air anymore. Vote for me because I'm not that guy. I'm not racist like him. Don't care. I don't even care if he racist, really. If he gives black people something, he can be racist all he wants. Don't care. Because, hey, sometimes racists will have to be forced to do the right thing. You think Lyndon Johnson was the most loving person to black people? No. Lyndon Johnson didn't like black folk, but he had no choice to go along with Dr. King and them wanting him to do, because they'll take brothers and sisters tearing this country up. And they're like, man, let's get them black people what they want to calm them down. They doing too much. So it's a new day. Yeah, Shields. And it's a new day. And in this new day, we expect something for our vote. If not, the Democrats are going to lose a lot of elections. Because they didn't do right by black folk. And the Democrats, you need to think about this during these midterms. If you want to win, truly win, then you're going to have to go through black people. You have to go through people like myself and all the other black people in the grassroots media. You have to go through people like us if you want to win these days. Now, them other podcasts, you're talking about going to white podcasts with them inflated numbers? Because you can watch their podcast, say, there ain't no way you getting this many views on this kind of content. This kind of content is boring. But you know, they can manipulate the algorithm how they want and point it your direction.
Yeah.
But no, we need our tangibles. It's just that simple. Or we not vote for nobody because the couch looks real good.
Yeah, it does, Uncle Phil. Thank you. Now, Professor Black Truth's gonna follow up. Happy Black Media Appreciation Month, all April long.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Thank you, Deacon Anthony, for that. Okay. Step up briefly. We have to get going in one moment. Step up, tell us your name, and briefly, what's on your mind.
Hey, yo, as I look around this room, if you're 35 years old or younger, raise your hand. 4 people. So here's the thing. Y'all in trouble. Yesterday, you had Al Green up here talking about we need a Secretary of Reconciliation, and then that's going to include what he said was reparations, which, by the way, wasn't reparations. Reparations is more than a check, but the very first thing it is a check. And come this year during the midterms and in 2028, if you don't have our check, you won't get no vote. No check, no vote. Yeah, I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening. All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. You're not talking to the youth. You don't know how to talk to the youth. You try to tell us what to do. We're not having it no more. So if you want our vote, you got to come with our paper. We're not scared of Trump. We're not scared of anybody. Biden is a racist. Trump is a racist. Kamala is a racist. And if you don't have our money, you don't get our vote. Yeah, who are you? Oh, all right, yeah. So like I was saying, I'm gonna land my plane right there. But the Democrats are no better than the Republicans. No check, no vote. Y'all take care. And somebody give my man a tissue. He need a tissue.
Eddie needed a tissue.
Thank you. First, let me clarify something.
Well, it seems someone interrupted the National Action Network Spring Luncheon to actually speak up for the Black community. That's got to be a first. Let me say off top, I salute this brother, whoever he is, for having spoken up. This is exactly the kind of moves Black folks are supposed to be making, especially at a time like this, making it very clear there's an election coming up. Well, before you come to the Black community, you better come correct. And that means you don't come up to us empty-handed. Now, a number of Black folks occasionally will ask, well, when you say to speak up or when it's time to talk to these people about what we're owed, what should we say? Family, it's not that complicated. It's not like there's a script you need to necessarily be working off of. I think that some people believe that there's a particular way that the Black media or that anyone within the Black grassroots wants them to say it. Actually, there's not. The demands for reparations and an anti-Black hate crime law are on their face, simple enough to say. The way that this man did it, that's the way that it's supposed to be done. You say reparations, simple as that. And reparations means money. It doesn't mean some housing voucher, and it doesn't mean some money for an HBCU, and it doesn't mean an apology or some sort of gesture. It means money. Say what it is. The reason the reparations makes all of these do-nothing Negroes so nervous is because it makes the people in white society who they want to snuggle up with nervous. That's their problem with it. When we say things like tangibles, what that means is that anyone who calls themselves smiling up in our faces talking about how we ought to be voting for them, we are supposed to make it clear that voting is a business transaction. As the late Bill Moyers said, elections are about who gets what. And for 60 years, Black people have had these crooks and political prostitutes telling us to our faces that we're not supposed to get anything. And at long last, we're telling them that they will get exactly what they've given us. Nothing. Our vote comes with a demand. Every vote is supposed to come with a demand. You're not supposed to simply go to the ballot box as some sort of empty civic exercise. You're supposed to be going because this is supposed to be part of the process by which the society functions. Now, unless they're going to be making it where there's no legal penalty for people simply taking land and simply taking resources and saying, hey, whoever's got the strength to hold it, that's all that matters. If we are going to have certain laws and rules, then those laws and rules are of a necessity going to have to be conducive to people getting what they require in life. We are supposed to have full access to the formal opportunities that exist. Instead, we and we alone have been singled out to be locked out. And now it's time for the bill to come due with interest. Now, when that young man was speaking, you should have had the whole room that stood up and gave a standing ovation, especially any of the longtime members of the National Action Network. But you notice how all those gray heads behind him, they were looking catatonic. This is why I have so many sharp words for the boomers in particular. They're supposed to be making sure that their legacy is secured. And that means that they make sure their children and grandchildren's position is secure. These are the fossils who will brag to you and me about how they know this or that politician, or they know this or that supposedly influential person, and yet these exact same people don't make any demands, and they never have. But they'll have the nerve to tell the younger generations that they should be respected. No, you don't get the title of being an elder simply because you've made it to Social Security age. You want to be considered some sort of elder, some sort of person who's a revered senior citizen of the community, then you have to actually produce for the younger generations. You have to actually put things in place that are going to sustain them. That's how you become an elder. You got to earn that status, and you earn it through things that you have done. But that's a problem with the boomers in particular. What they want is status without having earned it. They also want to have some sort of esteem in the eyes of the community without having done anything to deserve it. The same way the white media and every other apparatus of white power in the society tries to legitimize itself by claiming that they speak for us, you got these decrepit nobodies who attempt to claim that they speak for us too, when in reality they're so weak and corrupt they don't even qualify as controlled opposition because they're not opposing anything. Well, except us. They oppose us all day long. And that is what legitimizes us going into these places that these clowns think of as their own private preserves and making it very clear, you're not actually speaking for Black people. We can elbow you aside, and if we have the ability to, we should do it. These half-brained social clubs, that's all they are, and they're completely worthless. They have no legitimacy, so they deserve no respect. What this man said is what these types of organizations should have been advocating for all along. Al Sharpton's supposed to be the head of the National Action Network, and yet this guy is on MS Now on a near daily basis. But when has Al Sharpton ever talked about reparations? I can't think of even once. Well, I guess that's why he's on MS Now. After all, Joke Reed was also on MS Now back when it was MSNBC, and she was attacking reparations, specifically during an election year, telling everybody if there's anybody out there who's trying to attach their vote to a reparations claim, they're Russian bots. These are not coincidences, that these are the kind of people that white power puts on the payroll, that these are the people who the white media wants to have in front of their cameras, and they'll sit there and preen like peacocks and smirk and smile, and they'll be standing up for literally every other issue under the sun, except for Black empowerment. Anything having to do with tangibles for us or tangible protection for us, they're not going to say a word about that. They certainly don't say that anyone who doesn't come through on that, anyone who refuses to put forward a substantive policy proposal, anyone who is not running on a platform of what they're going to produce for Black people should not get Black people's votes. Oh, they'll say that about literally everybody else except for us. Nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy, family. All of this malign neglect, all of this deliberate, intentional negligence of the Black community, this is what they want. And these sorry Negroes are the ones helping them do it. This is why the white media is always content to call empty suits like Al Sharpton Black leaders. They used to assail him back in the day. They used to go ahead and say, we wish the Black community would have real leaders and not people like Al Sharpton, even though he wasn't leading anything. But hey, now that he's decided to play ball like a lot of these fossils always do, now that same white media, they're giving him a show and they're patting him on the back, and why they talk about him in glowing terms, how easily they change, huh? That's because these phony Black leaders, they're not going to lead us anywhere. And this is the reason why I and others have said that it's important to get in their faces for the Black grassroots, Black folks who are the ones being impacted by their duplicity and their treason, to actually point out, no, this is what the agenda is supposed to be. These bootlicks and these old, decrepit, dying organizations, they don't have any real Black grassroots support. None of those graybeards are going to put up a fight. That's why they beg white power to sustain them financially, like the NAACP out there in San Francisco. Because you see, it's white power who's been paying their bills all these decades. That's their dirty little secret. Right. And that's why they fear the Black grassroots, because they know we're not going to feed them at all. See, trash like Big Bird and those clowns at N Cobra who falsely claimed that they were advocates for reparations, How come you never see them putting pressure on the bootlick class and saying that the black vote must be tied to reparations? You never see them making that connection, saying, wait a minute here. The most important thing that we can do in the political arena is to make sure that our vote is tied to our demands. Meet our demands or you don't get our vote. They never do that. What kind of reparations advocates are these? They're the kind that the white media likes, the kind that don't actually stand up for reparations at all. That's what they fear, that you're out here saying that our vote is directly tied to this demand. And even worse, they're now seeing that a lot of black folks have gotten tired of waiting to see if these guys are actually going to stand up for what's right. A lot of black folks have made up their minds, we're going to elbow our way into the room, like it or not. And when we get in there, you're going to be hearing this real talk. No more of this dodging and deflecting, no more of this dissembling, no more of this word salad and slamming your gums for no reasons. We're going to be saying the things that need to be said. Because while you didn't have anybody necessarily giving that man a standing ovation, you also noticed that nobody was sitting there going, boo, get him out of the room. They weren't saying that either. And as I think we all know, in many cases, silence equals assent. We got to get past this idea of thinking that everybody who agrees with us is necessarily going to be running up to us, wrapping their arms around us, kissing us on both cheeks. It don't work like that, family. Here's the political reality. No other group would be silly enough to let anyone, whether they be outside agents or inside cowards, tell them that they should vote for nothing. Hell, you got black politicians who bend over backwards to produce for all these other groups, and then these other groups still vote for someone else anyway. We have a lot of people who are trying to discourage us from doing what literally every other group does, step into places where we're not wanted and begin pressing our demands. The people who are fighting against us, half of them are shills, plants, agents, and ops, but there's also a number of people who are fighting us precisely because standing up and speaking up would require them to actually do something. They never want to get in front of a group of people and say black people are owed money. They never want to get in front of family and friends and say black people are owed money. Hell, they won't even go online and say it. These are people who do not want to stand up for black people at all, and they don't want you standing up for black people either. We've had everyone from illegal aliens to the LGBT community, people who aren't even citizens in many cases, who we see politicians saying that they should get reparations. They're floating that balloon. AOC and others floating that trial balloon. They can't tell us why they're owed anything, but they just are. So everyone else says that they're owed money, and that's not controversial. We don't see any of these cowards and bootlicks out here saying, well, that ain't feasible no how. It's only when black people who are actually owed money, when we speak up, all of a sudden people are upset. The problem isn't reparations. When people try to give you the old stupid reparations ain't gonna happen because they ain't gonna pay us that kind of money. First of all, find out if that mushy-headed buffoon telling you that is opposed to reparations on general principle. If they are, it's usually because of their tether. But 95% of the people who talk that reparations won't happen crap, it's not because they're opposed to reparations necessarily. In fact, most of these reparations critics, if you press them on the issue, they'll eventually agree, well, yeah, you're right, it is justified. Well, we're not saying that reparations aren't owed. We're not saying that reparations is a bad thing. We're just saying politically it's unfeasible. Well, their problem is that they're chasing acceptance from white society. That's what you find about these people who try to claim that we shouldn't be asking the government for nothing. Meanwhile, literally everybody else is asking the government for things, and the government comes through for them. It's only when they get to us that all of a sudden, as Dr. King said, the check comes back insufficient funds, or in many cases, we don't get the check at all. They care about what white society thinks more than their own interest as black people. That's where most of them are coming from with that stupid guff about reparations ain't gonna happen. Now ask those exact same people, have they ever made any demands on white society on behalf of black people? This country opposes literally anything having to do with black people. It's been that way from day one. Doesn't matter if it's the end of chattel slavery, the end of Jim Crow, or the end of police murders of black citizens. The country opposes anything that might benefit black people simply on general principle. It's a knee-jerk reaction. It's been ingrained into the social fabric. So sitting there saying that the society is opposed to it, they're opposed to everything having to do with black people. But the difference is, up until the last 50 or 60 years, we didn't have any Negroes silly enough to listen to a bunch of cowards and sellouts, agents, and ops like that. No matter what idiot said, oh, why should we be running away from the plantation? We should stay here with Massa. People didn't listen to that. Why are we raising any sort of fuss about Jim Crow? I mean, the back of the bus is kind of nice, you know. We didn't listen to people like that. If there was something that we wanted, we elbowed our way into the room and we made noise to get it. We could care less about whether or not people liked it. It wasn't a popularity contest. It was about getting ours. Black people are the only ones who are ever expected to take an opinion poll and have to ask everybody else's permission before we even speak up for our own interest, or before we even propose anything that's meant to actually benefit us. We're the only ones who have to look around and go, is everybody else okay with that first? I mean, and if you guys don't like it, we'll just go ahead and sit down and not cause any more trouble. We're the only ones who are ever expected to do that. And we are the only group who have outside forces overtly hostile to us who put up money to pay a bunch of quislings and a bunch of scumbags to slither amongst us and say, well, black folks, we need to be concerning ourselves with other things. We're the only group who have outside organizations who try to tamper with our internal politics like that, paying off people to try to speak against our interests from within our group. We're the only ones subjected to that. So no, that stupid idiocy about reparations, it ain't feasible. These are cowards scared of white disapproval. Ask these cowards what policy issue for black people that they would actually fight for. Do they have anything? Ask them, do black people need anything? Of course, they're going to say, well, yeah, black folk need things. Name some things black people need. If they're opposed to reparations, then ask them, what is it for black people that you feel that we actually need? And if they're going to claim reparations as unrealistic, then you ask them what demands specifically for black people do they think is realistic enough that they would actually fight for it? And you'll find very quickly, they'll talk about how black people need things, but they're not actually going to fight for black people to have anything. They're not going to advocate for black people to have anything. They talk out of both sides of their mouths. They're not trying to get anything for black people. They're just trying to get some white acceptance for themselves. Ask these same reparations ain't going to happen people whether they support a hate crime law specifically to protect black Americans. Now, they have a very difficult time arguing against that policy proposal because A, it doesn't cost any money, so they can't hide behind the, reparations is too expensive. White folks ain't going to support that. They can't hide behind that line. And B, other groups like Asians, they got a hate crime law specifically for themselves. And they got it during the height of the George Floyd protests, no less. So the problem isn't one of feasibility or policy. The problem is that in this country, there is an iron, rigid prohibition against doing anything that might be beneficial towards black people. And the truth of the matter is we have a hell of a lot of people who are not classified as white, and yet they're the main ones who like the idea of black people being forced to the bottom and held there by policy. You can propose policies for everybody else, billions for Ukraine, billions for Israel, billions for Argentina, and hundreds of millions, if not billions, for illegal aliens here in the US. And you have Democrats proposing what they call reparations for illegal aliens and LGBT activists. But as soon as black people show up, all of a sudden, oh, well, now we don't have any money. Where would the money even come from? Get out of here. By the way, notice how the same people who are so skeptical about reparations for us suddenly are silent when the question is asked about reparations for anyone else. They don't have a full head of steam about that one. They're not saying that's ridiculous. I definitely wouldn't want my tax dollars going for that. I didn't do anything to you people. Oh, no. They're quiet all of a sudden when it has to do with non-black people. This is why elbowing our way into the conversation is so important. If you want to do what the mission of the black media is, which is to take control of the social discourse in the black community and to elevate the debate means make some noise. Go into these spaces where these bootlicks think to themselves that, we have some good white folks at the DNC reserves us this room here, this hotel's. We're going to get in front of the camera and we're going to act important at the National Action Network Spring Lunch or the NAACP Summer Luncheon or Jim Clyburn's Fall Fish Fry. This is what these guys do. And next thing you know, you got some black folks who actually show up and say, we're going to be talking some real stuff here about real policies. And they're going to be sitting there going, that's very interesting. Let's move along quickly. No, family, this is what's called for. Too long, these bootlick misleaders have been made to feel too comfortable ignoring our interests, slamming their gums about nothing because they've been assured that white power won't allow somebody to confront them, get in their faces and say, this is what the real issues are, and you ain't standing up for them, so you need to sit down. See, during the BLM protests, the white media recognized something. When they were trying to do their little man on the street interviews, they thought that they were going to have a bunch of ignorant black folks who wouldn't know how to express themselves and certainly wouldn't say anything that would be threatening to the white power structure. They weren't going to say anything that was going to give the bigots and racists any heartburn. But instead, what happened was exactly the opposite. They were hearing all of these talking points that they knew didn't come from the NAACP and didn't come from the bootlick class, didn't come from the breakfast schlubs. They were like, ooh, this is very similar to that stuff that we've been hearing from them black grassroots folks online. Next thing you know, that same white media that was so gung-ho to get in the faces of black folks with a microphone out in public, now they were like, okay, no more man on the street segments. We're going to retreat back to the safety of our sound stages at our network studios, and we're going to have on Al Sharpton and have on some clowns from Cobra, and we know they're going to say the right thing. That's what their deal has been. Control what the black person in front of them is going to say. And if that black person proves to be uncontrollable, well, you got plenty of bootlicks, suck-ups, and ops on the payroll who will do as they're told. Well, the black grassroots is going to flip the script on this one. These guys think to themselves that they're going to have their little sequestered safe spaces where they can pretend to be speaking for black people. And what's going to happen is black people are going to march in there, kick the doors in, and speak for themselves, going into these spaces and actually speaking the words. Because when they have these do-nothing get-togethers, they're doing it with the expectation that everyone's going to agree with them, or at the very least, nobody's going to oppose them. Because that's how it's always been. That's how they set it up. But this only works as long as black folks go along with it, as long as people decide, well, I shouldn't be speaking out of turns now. You see, there's power in being the first one to stand up and speak up. The white media understands this principle, which is why they keep trying to invent phony, fraudulent leaders like D. Ray McKesson and others. When you take the lead on issues of substance and relevance, that takes the wind out of these bootlick sails. I've told you for 20 years now that in order to forward black empowerment, we will have to make these anti-black institutions and apparatuses do things they were never designed to do. And that doesn't just mean the government. It also means white power sock puppet organizations like these so-called civil rights groups. The National Action Networks and the NAACPs were never designed to promote black empowerment. They were always basically a clumsy vehicle for a bunch of self-serving Negroes to gain a life of comfort and wealth for themselves by pretending to speak for you and me. They were meant for their own self-promotion, and they were also meant to totally ignore black people who stand for something. That's why so many of them have been trying to rebrand themselves as being just plain vanilla social activist organizations. You know, they want to stand up for general causes like abortion, illegal immigrants, LGBT, whatever, the environment, anything but black people. These organizations have been trying to deracinate themselves, not that they were ever very black to begin with. The same way you see these corporations that change their names and announce that their companies no longer stand for whatever their core product was, like AT&T did back in the day. I remember about 20 years ago or so, they announced that AT&T no longer stood for American Telephone and Telegraph, and that now ATT was merely a brand name. It wasn't an acronym anymore. A number of corporations have done that. Change the meaning of what their names are, and that their company no longer has anything to do with what used to be their core business. Well, this is what these civil rights organizations have been attempting to do, to rebrand themselves and to distance and disassociate themselves from anything having to do with blackness. And these days, for the last 20 years or so, they just talk about us the same way the white organizations do. They'll talk about black people in the third person, and even then, they only talk about us when they feel they have no choice. If something black is trending in the headlines and they see an opportunity to get some attention on themselves, they'll mention black for a minute, but always talking about us as if they were white liberals, as if they weren't black people themselves. In every case where we have spoken up and done so consistently, our opponents have had to come to terms with that. Not that any of them likes it, they hate it, but they also have no choice but to acknowledge it. And that which you cannot defeat, you have no choice but to accept. So what this brother did, this is what black people should be doing, especially during election seasons. This is not just something that's supposed to be happening at the National Action Network. This is supposed to be something happening wherever these little bootlick politicians think they set up a safe space. Oh, here's a little town hall that's filled halfway with a bunch of DNC plants and operatives and activists and workers. Oh, here's some black person here. Well, what's on your mind? Reparations? Cut the mic. When you elbow your way into the room, take the microphone, and you're not afraid to force our demands into the discussion, what you're doing is you're showing people that there's support for this. That's the kind of thing that gets people's attention, and they start wondering how many other people feel the same way. There's plenty of people, even in those kind of places, who feel the same way you do. They're as tired of the BS as anyone else. They just don't know who's going to speak up first. Let them see that the Black grassroots are where the courage is at. In an environment where the people have been conditioned to not even whisper the truth, that person with the guts to merely speak up consistently will become the loudest voice in the room. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors.
Excellent
Derek
broadcast.
Williams, Deep I 904, Samuel Peckus, Christopher Lyon, and Jesse Gibson. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
One day it will be Jesse Paris. Thank you, Professor Black Truth. And shout out to our brother Melrose for showing us how it's done. No check, no damn vote. What are your thoughts?
Exactly.
Keezy, what's your thoughts?
I'd say that was an excellent broadcast, and it brought me back to one of the times where I went to a city hall during the vid, during the jab time.
Yeah.
And there was some they were voting on whether or not jobs can force you to do it.
Yeah.
And I went up there to speak. And I know, and I wanted to point this out, that a lot of times when you go up there to speak, they could kind of tell. I don't know if they knew who I was, or I don't know how they knew. I registered to speak and everything, and they skipped right over me to allow an NAACP guy babble off about something else, and he just went off topic. And so we do need. I agree with this one a lot.
Yeah.
We have to be there, man, and just get the mic and spit until they just take it from us.
Right. Exactly.
You know.
They do shadow ban us.
Like that forum I went to earlier, that's exactly what it was.
You're not with the program, they're gonna they find a way to
It was
not let you speak. Like look how many months I went without getting on too.
Yeah.
When they kept having me, I wasn't there, you know.
Okay.
I got a little discouraged, but I'm over it. I'm over that, and we still gonna show up and show out. I mean, every time they think they about to pop out, and I don't think we should. I don't think black people need to. I can't tell black people what they need to do, but I don't think we should just focus on showing up, crashing out on black politicians. We need to get them all.
Get them all.
Any politician that grabs the mic about anything, we need to be on his hat.
That's right. I agree. And I'm a candidate myself, and I agree. Lady Che, what's your thoughts?
About this same thing?
Yeah.
I agree 100%. Because I would get a chance to go. When I get a chance to go to these little town hall little forums, I feel like compelled to be extra loud and direct about what gentrification look like to this community.
Right.
I don't give a fuck about how they feel about it.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know, why certain things are important, what buses go to the black community that they want to keep trying to erase. You know, shit like that. You know, how they pollute the earth. Whatever I get a chance to talk about. You know, generic motherfucking Chicanos, whatever. It doesn't matter. I take the motherfucking chance to do it and put black people first because it's not being done. It's intentional. Now that I can see the full picture. I now understand that it's intentional. It's like how have we as a people jumped on board with our own fucking demise?
Right.
Like that just don't make no goddamn sense to me. after I thought about it, long and hard.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're correcting the matter. We have to deal with them having the power to say no or limit a way for us to speak or to making the Democrats more incentivized.
Mm-hmm.
They did shit since that election. They haven't pushed nothing good. Everything's kind of like they pandering to us. They're definitely not trying to keep us. They don't really give a fuck. They're just like whatever, right? Same with the Republicans, but they at least keep it real. They're not going to do shit for us, right? So I think that why is it still relevant? You know what I mean? They ain't gonna do shit. Like they clearly have no intentions of doing it. That's why I think we gotta get all
I've got a suggestion, Lady Checc.
the fucking politicians, they're career politicians. They've been sitting up there 3-4 terms deep. They gotta come the fuck up out of there. They gotta come the fuck up out of there. And all these action committees, these little groups, right? They're supposed to help you learn about politics and shit, especially if they got black in them, allegedly, right? Then they endorse white people. Then they're not for us. This is like they like the enemy to us. The smart, they're pretty black faces, high places. They like to give our shit to white folk, and then hold their hand and show them off and pat them all around and say, "Look what I did. Look what you did. Yeah, you got the enemy, fucking the devil approved. You know what I mean? And fuck your brother or sister. You know what I mean? So that's what I think. I think that everything Democratic is incentivized. They get incentives, cash incentives, money incentives to go so hard and paint.
Yep.
Real shit. Like, why else would John Bailey hold this motherfucking summits every now and then? Like almost once a month.
Yeah.
And the words are Black on purpose or celebrating black women or black this or black that. And all this is half the black elders are there and all white people. You know what I mean? That's just crazy.
And notice they only insert black. What's going on with black people when they can latch on to that and use our black struggle to get benefit for somebody else.
It's like a selling point to get everybody to come to the forum, only to be deliberately disrespectful to anybody that's black first, pro-black, or anything. You know what I mean? It's a disrespect.
Exactly. They say, you know what? Black people were in slavery, so you gotta, go out there and fight ICE.
Right.
Yeah, that's stupid shit.
Like Wellington Webb.
Yeah.
That's Wellington Webb. I was like, man, are you serious? No, we should not go protest over there at the state center or the state house because of two white people that put themselves in that fucking position.
Yeah.
Why you two motherfuckers were there in the first place? I don't know, but maybe you should have just went to work and not been there.
Nothing about
You know what I mean?
though.
And taking off when a police officer trying to get you to stop and they're at your window and you still pull off, it's still a crime.
Yep.
It's still a crime, white people. That's a fucking crime.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And you hit it with the car and you get bucked on. I mean, that's a crime. We wouldn't even get that far.
Right.
We just get bucked on.
We just would have got bucked on.
You did? But some white lady pull off on the law, regardless if he's a police officer or a federal agent, whatever the fuck, ICE.
ICE agent.
That's an ICE agent, federal government, right?
Yeah.
You pull off on, you gotta treat them like teeth.
Yep.
You pull off on one of them, you're committing a crime.
Right.
You protesting to save them, we're committing. There's the state, excuse me, not we. We are not, but the state is committing a federal fucking misdemeanor, punishable by jail. But nobody seems to want to deal with that. They pass executive order to fucking, not on city property.
Yeah.
That could be anything. So what you gonna do? We gonna wait across the street at Arby's so they get out the hospital and then try to catch a bed? Come on, cuz that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But nobody's checking it because they don't want to protect these people that broke into the country or all of this shit, ate up all the resources, caused 9 hospitals to be damn near bankrupt. We're supposed to be like, oh, But don't let the ICE come in with the fucking masks and blah blah blah. Check it out, because I've been here since I can remember. The gang task force is kicking doors with masks.
Yeah.
And now look at the play now. Their whole Democrats move is, you know what? Well, it was hard for black people to vote back in the days in Selma, so they're taking away your voting rights. So you better go ahead and support this. Support people with no documents being able to vote.
I think if our ancestors were alive today, they'd understand.
Our ancestors had ID. They had ID to go vote back when voting started.
Yep.
Right.
You know.
Exactly.
And so anybody that don't have documentation don't need to be voting and don't need to be standing around here in this soil.
Right. And we shouldn't even have that problem, because everybody who's registered to fucking vote knows that when you get your fucking ballot, your signature better match your registration and your ID. Simple as that. It's so simple. It shouldn't even be a fucking a thing now. And then they want to take away all the mail-in ballot, fucking early voting, right? I was like, you know what? Fuck Colorado about that. I said, I remember when old girl let out the passwords to the fucking machine for like 6 months, right? To the voting machines. They were just floating out in the universe. Like 6 months, anybody and everybody could get in there, right? And then on top of that, on top of all of that, the motherfucking elections division and their fair elections bullshit, or whatever else, right?
Right.
It's all a fucking, like, it's a scam. It's like, you think your vote really matters. What does it matter? What you really gonna do? They've already decided for you. They just put it on the ballot to make you feel special. All this shit been decided. You see what I'm saying? You get overly taxed for the same bullshit every time the ballot comes up. It's always free lunch. Kids ain't got no free lunch because kids got a fucking monetary lunch debt. How your kid got a lunch debt? Cause it's supposed to be free. You dig?
Exactly.
How your kid how you gonna owe money for your child getting free meals because because you didn't fit the budget requirements or the what do you call it? You don't make enough money, right? So you're supposed to get breakfast, free lunch.
Look like the Panthers did a good job feeding those kids with none of those problems.
And they had no
you're right. That's why they were hated so much, man, because of them feeding the children, and that's what that old J. Hoover said. With them doing that was a threat to national security.
Yeah, go ahead, Shabaka.
Yes, sir. Okay, a news flash that just came out, people. Y'all gonna love this. That cross-eyed, parrot-nosed FBI director Kash Patel is a fucking drunk. They say he's been missing in action, so hopefully his ass is down there, man, drunked out, living on the street, you know what I mean? And this is supposed to be a person of integrity. So therefore, it seems to me, dumpster, you need to go ahead and just fire his ass. And was he born in the U.S., Brother Checc? And he's one of them Brahma Indians.
Yeah, is he a Brahmin?
Yeah.
Mighty Brown.
Okay. All right.
Not yet.
So
he's from somewhere else.
Yeah, okay. So he needs to go up there and kick his drunk ass up out of there. And then Jailbird 1, which I call Trump's plane, they need to land at the nearest federal penitentiary and book his ass, Dano.
That's funny.
Yeah, a fucking drunk. You know what I'm saying? A damn drunk. And you got this motherfucker running the FBI, man, and they're supposed to be all full of integrity and all that old type of shit. You know what I'm saying? And he's a fucking drunk. Drunk ain't shit.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on our brother Melrose Mike Radio?
Okay.
NAM meeting.
Yeah, okay. Well, they tried to take his mic from him, right? Okay, that there was unconstitutional, Brother Checc. They interfered with that man's right to speak, okay? Freedom of speech. Just like, man, when you and I was called up to California State Legislature, man, they didn't let me talk. And I was the next one in line. You see? And the reason why they didn't want to let me talk, because they traced that fucking number to me and they said, oh yeah, this bastard. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't reach the end of the line. I'll be nothing like that because they'll be checking where it was live. It was live. They didn't have time to check that.
Yes, they did, Lady Che, to deal with computers, because with the thing I was going to tell them was in California is about their notorious neo-Nazi organization down there in Los Angeles called Crash. You see?
Yeah, that's
Yep.
We did. Yeah, that's one time.
Yeah. You know, and then the cold part about it is that here people try to do the right thing, to go exercise their constitutional rights or to speak, you know, like what they do to Brother Che, and you all there in Denver.
Yeah.
And I saw Brother Che's live feed where they had this skinny jean wearing buffoon ass bastard up there with a bunch of double speak trying to get his fucking lies straight. It should only take you no more than 2 sentences to speak the truth. But when you get up there, well, you see, we have to check. See, you're diverting. See, as opposed to addressing the issue directly.
We got a new baby.
Kitty want to come on TV.
I'm trying to show everybody.
Yeah, we got a new baby.
Show him. You look like.
Now she want to come on TV too.
I thought it was a girl.
Well, she wants to come on TV.
It's a new baby.
Yeah, that's mine. Mine for me.
Yeah, see?
He should have did it. He should have did it all.
See? Yeah, little kitty got something to say.
All black.
Yeah. Yeah, so therefore, people, when you got your FBI director who's supposed to be one of the chief law enforcement officials in not the state, but the whole country, and he's out there getting drunk, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, little kitty is saying, look at me. You know?
Yeah, they saying.
Little kitty saying, look at me, you know? And so then on top of it, Jailbird, boy, I tell you, he's a piece of work. And I've been arguing with some of his supporters on my like page, and so I cuss them out and go on there and block their asses so they don't get my page struck again, you know? And then I'm just going to start ignoring them fools, you know what I'm saying, and just let them dwell in their ignorance, you know what I'm saying?
I agree, Shabaki. So I'm going to move on to the next topic, Shabaki, and that is Malema.
They gave our brother 5 years. Yeah, they gave him 5 years. And the reason being is because he was going in on those boards, right? Okay. And I've been arguing with a bunch of them stupid bastards, you know, talking about they Africans.
Yeah.
I says, no, boy, you're a nasty, stinking ass European. You came with lies, deceits, had our people sell each other out for some damn trinkets.
Yeah. You
know
notice that we're talking more about him than the Tethers. The Tethers ain't even saying nothing about him.
Yeah, exactly, Cool Casey, because Julius Malema was a force. You see what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is they doing this here like, what was that there, Brother Che, in Namibia? And then I think the president of Namibia was throwing out all the white American citizens, deporting their asses, you see? And then Stinky Bird, you know, he's coming up here talking about we need to have some sympathy for them damn Boers out of Azania. Fuck them Boers.
Right.
Come sit out here in the sun with me come June, Boers. You know? And we'll have a pleasant wind chill factor of about 112 degrees.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and I'll get there, and I hate to say, but I'll take great pleasure in watching them fry. And I hate to have to say that. You say, but sit up here, the Yasa boss ass scratch, and then on top of it, you know, you got a coon, I ain't gonna say his name up on my live page, talking about, oh, President Trump said what he said and all that, and I say, nigga, you a coon. And then they got some sisters up there cooking soul food, okay? And the plates look pretty good. I mean, they got chicken, greens, macaroni and cheese, cornbread. And they get up there and says, well, dear white people, can we put around this racist BS and be friends, okay? Your ass scratch.
Mm-hmm.
They say the daddy Yasa boss is over. Your ass scratching. You're cooling. Yeah, see, even the little kitty agreed with me with that, and he's still a baby. You know what I'm talking about. And it ain't about hatred of these other groups, but what it is what's that there they say, man, on the introduction, man, y'all up there riding our coattails on that stuff like that, and it's time for y'all to beat it. Yep. Just like the brother say, we can't help you no more. The Yasa bossing is over.
Them days are over.
But they don't get the memo. Then you got Bobblehead up there, man, on his shit that I saw on, what was it, Cartoon News Network or whatever. It was on mainstream media. Dude, still, he lost a lot of weight. He pilfered off the black community. You see what I'm saying? Ain't did nothing. We're gonna sit up there like with this all-inclusive shit, just like Don Lemonade did. When his ass went off there into that church and he booked his ass, that shit was funny as hell.
Yeah.
What did you expect?
And now he's claiming racism.
Now he's claiming racism. What did he expect, Brother Checc? You see, just like Scam Brown out here in Nevada, you see what I'm saying? At least he's telling you he's a crook. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, old Scam Brown.
Well, doesn't he want to blame it on the black people that's throwing trash down in his neighborhood? What about them?
Oh yeah, and
Don Lemon. He said the problem with his neighborhood is black people that throw trash down. So what?
Okay,
no, we ain't worried about racism. It's all these black people with the trash, literally.
Well, that's because, if I may say, this is why our youth, okay, which is the vanguard of the nation, has to reconnect, okay? And I believe Dr. Marimba Ani has said that she calls it the Ma'afa, and did say that the reconnection will be painful, which it is. And by the way, too, Brother Che, I'm still trying to reach out to her as well.
Okay, Shabaka. So we're gonna get to Malema now. So
yeah,
you're gonna give us an update on that bad baby knocking shit over.
No, the little baby need a ball of yarn to pounce on to get his sparring in.
Little baby need her nails cut.
No, don't do that,
Anthony
lady.
Williams,
That's her defense mechanism.
Sterling, Miltrans, Larry. Let's see, Slidell. I'm just going on a bunch of names. All these people had just recently joined the African Diaspora News Channel app, and we definitely want to give you a shout out for that. Said it was a toy. He said it was a toy gun. Some people say it's a real gun. Either or. They claim Malema had shot a firearm in the air at a public location, and they say that was illegal to do. Now we're going to show you the actual video. We're going to show the video that's from court evidence. Okay. No, we're not going to play the actual noise of the gunshot. It's because of the platform we're on. And but I got a question about that video. Okay, something that I caught in this video. Let me go to this video. Where's the first video? All right, let me, and I gotta cue it up, and I need to stop it though for a reason. Hold on. Okay, so somebody handed him the gun, right? And so he's gonna shoot the gun. I just don't want to show that too much on here or whatever, because it's the platform that we on. Okay, but here's the issue that I got. You see that guy right here, the white guy?
Yeah.
Now after he finished doing what he's doing, okay, I want you to see. He takes the gun from Malema and he sneaks up. He sneaks off with a little smirk, and I don't know Go look. Let's look at it. Listen, and you know us as FBAs, we know not to have them in the midst of our stuff. And Julius, brother, this is where your mistake was at, brother. When you are stomping down hard on white supremacy, you got to move real careful. You can't have nothing slipping. Okay. So let me see if I can see that. Look, he looking at the camera and he running off. Okay. Now, that's the main thing what they charged him with. Now, a month after that video, there's this group I've been talking about for years called AfriForum. Yeah. And they claim they are a white civil rights organization in South Africa. They go around the Fox News, they're right wingers. They go around the Fox News. They say they were the ones that came up with saying there was a genocide in South Africa. That came from them. Okay. Then they got Trump and always say, oh, it is one. Come over here to the United States. You could flee South Africa, right? And then they got over here. They start saying, no, it wasn't no genocide over there. I'd rather go back to South Africa. They were lying the whole time, which I know this because I've been there. They live real good over there in South Africa. Black folks are not bothering them. But for years, I've been watching these people. Every single time they've been causing calamity, all that mess with Trump and Elon Musk, AfriForum got all that mess started, bringing in the United States and all this other mess into making problems in South Africa. And I told them then, I said, look, brothers and sisters in South Africa, y'all need to shut that AfriForum down. Shut it down. I say, y'all the majority. Y'all should not let them have nothing like that in your country, especially after apartheid. Because they have proven that they cannot manage anything without oppression. Okay? I have preached that for years, up until the time I kind of stopped saying something. Now, why did I stop saying something? I stopped saying something for a few reasons. At one point in time, I was always saying something about South Africa, and y'all know that. Then I was pulled to the side by a fellow FBA that lives there and kind of advised to let them handle their issues because we FBAs. And, we stomp too hard, it's going to kind of blow back on us a little bit because, hey, it's not our homeland. Okay, I understand that. I understand it. Fine. So my decision was, okay, well, let Renelle Wade talk about that, right? She's South African. Let Naledi talk about that. They're South Africans, right? Let them talk about it if they're going to talk about it. Now, they don't talk about it maybe in the sense of how I would talk about it, but that's okay. I'll just stick to Black American business and I'll stay there. But I have not forgotten nothing. I stay watching. I'm still paying attention to African politics. I am. I have plenty of opinion about it. I just haven't said much about it. That's all until today. Now, if we go back to AfriForum, and I told y'all they were a problem. So a month after the video in 2018, the reason why Malema got charged, let me play this video. This is why Malema got charged, y'all. Now, shout out to Michelle Craig. This is Michelle Craig. I interviewed with her before on Newsroom Africa, so shout out to her. But check this out.
Take us back to, and I think it's important context for us, right, to the decision by AfriForum to lay this criminal complaint. I think it was a month after the incident at Mdantsane Stadium.
Yeah, that's correct. And the reason why it took a month was because we saw the video, as the rest of the public saw the video going around. And we started doing inquiries and realized that the SAPS and all the National Prosecuting Authority, anyone was taking any action. Here you have a very obvious crime, a very dangerous, reckless crime being committed on camera by a very influential person, and yet the state refused to take any action. And that's why we lay those charges. Because, unfortunately for Mr. Malema, equality before the law is one of the founding principles of a democracy. It means that you and I, Michelle, are both equal before the law, and that's what you want in a functioning society. Unfortunately, in South Africa, we have seen a culture has been created where politicians think that they are above the law. We've had things like the all kinds of presidential commissions with no prosecutions. We do see witnesses getting killed, but we don't see prosecutions. And that is something that needs to be turned around if we want to sort out the problems in this country.
So you're saying even if we look at things like the state capture inquiry, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, even this case comes down to the basics of people being held accountable, particularly if they hold positions of power?
Well, I wouldn't even say from a legal sense, particularly because they hold a position of power. But that culture and that perception has been created in South Africa. I mean, if you look at the comments online, for instance, about this court case, so many people are so negative and despondent that nothing's going to happen to Mr. Malema, even though he's been found guilty. And I don't think that's good for nation building. I don't think it's good for the culture of the country. It's certainly not good for people's trust in law enforcement and in the courts. You know, recent polling showed that public trust in the police is at 22% at the moment. So how on earth are we going to tackle this enormous scourge of crime and problems that we have in the country if people don't even trust the police and the judiciary? So that's why we believe this case is very important. It's not a small win. This is a win for every law-abiding, law-respecting citizen of the country.
All right, let me say something real quick before I even get to AfriForum, and I will. Let me respond to Dejar down there. Dejar, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go and just like exit off of the chat. And there's a screen on YouTube. If you're on your phone, there's a screen on YouTube, okay? And I want you to look exactly at the screen, and it says Julius Malema sentenced to 5 years. It says the title. It's going to say how many people watching. And then right underneath that, it's going to say the name of the channel. The channel is called African Diaspora News Channel. Now, what does that mean? That means we cover everything in the diaspora. Sure, Black America is part of the diaspora, yes, but we can cover whatever we want here, whether I'm covering the African continent or the Caribbean or whatever. If it has something to do with Black folks worldwide, I will cover it, okay? I'm letting you know. This is I don't just do American news. I do cover a lot of American news. I'm just letting you know. And this is right up my alley because we're talking about white supremacy, okay? So just letting you know. So if you don't know that, maybe it's your first time here or whatever, look at the name of the channel, okay? If you don't want to hear these sort of things, and there's other platforms I'm pretty sure that will serve your needs, all right? Now, so a month after the video, you saw, y'all saw the white guy, how he was smirking, right? We listen. We know they tricks. We know them. That's why we don't keep them in the midst of us like that. We don't hang around them like that. Now, there's one criticism about Julius Malema some Black people in South Africa have. We're going to be fair, right? One criticism is, well, yeah, Malema be out here talking about white supremacy, but he be sitting over there eating food with them folks. He got white friends. He live over there with them. Like, how he talking about white supremacy, but yet he with the white supremacists? That's one criticism that people have about Julius Malema. Say him and his wife be over there with them white folks. And I've seen the videos. He do be with them. Now, I'm not saying every white person is white supremacist. Not saying that. But that's one criticism some people have about Julius Malema over there in South Africa. They'll say he barking white supremacy, but then he's over there eating with white supremacy. Now, I don't know what his dealings is. I don't know his business dealings. He is in parliament, so he's in the government. So I don't know fully what, and let's call it what it is. In South Africa, as of 1994, and we're going to get back to AfriForum. I want to explain you the layout of South Africa. So you had the apartheid government. F.W. de Klerk was the last white South African president, okay? And they transitioned from F.W. de Klerk to Nelson Mandela. They had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And in that Truth and Reconciliation Commission, what ended up happening is Black people took political power of South Africa, right? Mostly the parliament, the presidency, all the ministerial positions, all of that. White people kept the economic power in South Africa. That never changed hands. They kept the land, which is part of economics. That never changed hands.
And the gold
and
the
y'all
diamonds.
can have all the politics. We won't gonna keep the money. So white people run the banks. White people run a lot of businesses. White folks have the economic power in South Africa as a minority. Okay. And if you know anything about American politics, the people who have the money is the one that control your politicians. It's always been that way. You don't have to be a politician to run politicians. All you got to do is have your paper right and just paper them politicians up, say, hey, man, I need this, and this done. That's why that status quo still kind of go on. And beyond with you, it's sad. Black unemployment is very high in South Africa. These white folks discriminate against black people over there. Sure, they put some laws on the books, the BEE laws and all of that. Yes, they did, and all of that. But you still have discrimination in South Africa, okay? And don't even talk about some of the stories that come out of Cape Town, South Africa, or what's going on in the Western Cape over there, okay? So that's really what it is. Black people got the political power. White people got the economic power. You know, the Afrikaans, the Boers, etc. And that's the point of contention. When Julius was talking about the land and taking our land back, that's part of getting the economic power for black people. And what Julius was saying was going to basically mess up their system. This is why before one of the elections, I was there. I asked some people about Julius.
Honestly, I just can't get with when he says black people,
and I said,
and
hey,
he's
man,
referring
y'all
to
gonna vote
Africa.
for Julius or whatever? You're like, I don't know about Julius. Like, what's wrong with Julius? Well, you know, if he become president, he gonna just change things too fast. And we, I don't know about changing things too fast.
I know black.
So
I'm
from on the
Nigeria.
outside looking in, we like, what? You don't want a brother like that that stands 10 toes down? Now, on the flip side, I'm gonna tell you this by being in South Africa. That's the only man name that you could tell them folks, Julius Malema, and they start bucking their eyes. Matter of fact, I've talked to black South Africans who's not even in the EFF that would drop his name and say the EFF just so the white folks will act right with him. Like, hey, you discriminate against me, I'm gonna call Julius. And they like, no, you ain't gotta be doing all that. He's the only dude that they feared in South Africa. They don't fear nobody else. They feared him. They feared the EFF. Right. I'm gonna tell you something else about the EFF, what I saw when I was there. They're gonna have a protest. Fighters. And that was in 23. And I was in this store and two of them EFF dudes come in there. I'm laughing at it now. And they say, hey, letting you know tomorrow we having a protest. So yeah, you make sure the store closed tomorrow. Take the day off, go spend time with your family, but we protesting tomorrow. Nobody work tomorrow because we protested. And dude like, man, I'm not closing my store because you protest. He said, look, I'm telling you, close this store tomorrow. We protesting. Go spend time with your family. If we come around here and this store open, it's not going to be nice, what I'm telling you. Make sure the store closed when we come back through here tomorrow. And I'm looking, and they left. And I'm like, yeah, it ain't look like they were playing either. I'm like, yeah. And then what I heard, them stores are closed too. They were closed. So when you got dudes that can do that, right? And then folks shaking every time Malema's name get mentioned. Think about it. Who Trump was talking about when their president came over here? He was talking about Malema. He was talking about nobody else. Malema has been the person everybody talks about. He's feared, obviously. When they're talking about you, they're scared of you. So black South Africans, okay? Are y'all gonna let Malema go down like Mandela? Are y'all gonna let that happen? That's what I want to know. Now, with that being said, on the way back, we're gonna get back into AfriForum real quick, and then we're gonna play some other video y'all need to see, and we'll be right back.
It's the Unity Reunion Parade, Cookout, Line Dance Party, Backyard, Barbecue, Fish Fry, Vegan Soul, Black.
On every minute of it. Now, AfriForum, let's get back to them. They've been a problem, and now because of what they've done, this is what the video that everybody's talking about, or at least everybody has seen. If you have not seen it, check this out. I'm gonna stop at a certain point.
The power.
That's not the one I'm looking for. Wrong video. Hold on. Not that video of Malema. I need this other video. I'll get to that video here in a minute.
And in essence, the accused.
Now, before we play anything, this woman is a judge. They call her a magistrate. Okay. She's a judge. Now, can you explain to me, class, what is wrong with this site right here that's on the screen? Remember, you're in the African continent, okay? The African continent, supposed to be the home of the Africans. And this is the woman that's about to sentence you in a case. She's over you in the African continent. This isn't Europe, right? This isn't Europe or none of these places. No, this is South Africa. And I told Renelwe that after 1994, the Afrikaans boards, etc., shouldn't even be the manager of the dog catchers. No, they can live there, they can have their businesses, they can do whatever, but they can't be a part of nothing. But let's go ahead and play it, because this scene enough bothered me before I even heard what she had to say.
All, as stated, are equal before law. But in your instance, it cannot be said that you are not accountable due to the position you find yourself in. You are accountable to members or citizens of this country, to your followers, to the youth. And that accountability stems from your position. And that is where I'm going to end this. You may please stand up. Not the court only. I'm sorry. Maybe I should be clear. Okay. Sorry for that. All right. After careful consideration, and I can show you I have done so, free of any interference, this judgment or sentence is the sentence of this court and this court alone. In respect of count 1, you are sentenced to a period of 5 years imprisonment. In respect of count 2, you are sentenced to a period of 2 years imprisonment. In respect of count 3, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 4, you are sentenced to 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In respect of count 5, you are sentenced to pay a fine of 20,000 rand or to undergo 6 months imprisonment. In terms of Section 280, subsection 2 of Act 51 of 1977, the court orders that the sentence imposed in respect of counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 run concurrent with the sentence imposed in respect of count 1.
Damn.
You may be seated. Thank you.
No, that's a good thing. Concurrent means it's all just a 5-year sentence.
Oh yeah.
She said everything's being ran concurrent.
Y'all calling the lady
with
Karen. She got the
count 5,
whole
with
Karen
count 1.
hairstyle. Wow, I didn't catch that.
May we, Advocate Otis, sorry, not to interrupt you. May we just deal with the Section 103 inquiry, and then we can proceed to that part. I assume you are ready for that part as soon as we've dealt with the 103 inquiry. Certainly. Okay. Let me just find my notes here.
I wonder what Nama would have said about that.
Just as a brief explanation to unless it's not clear, the next step of this sentence is that the court is obliged to deal with the provisions of Section 103, subsection 1 of Act 60 of 2000, meaning that the determination of unfitness, as I've explained in the beginning of the sentence, should not be made separately before sentencing, as information relevant to such fitness may emerge during the process of mitigation or circumstances. And the inquiry
checked the white
of
lady up here
that
talked just like her.
Since in terms of Section 1, the accused is deemed unfit to possess a firearm or license in future by virtue of having been convicted of the crime specified in Section 103, subsection 1 of Act 60 of 2000, and reasons may therefore be advanced or evidence presented to enable the court to consider the possibility of determining otherwise. So, Advocate Hodges? No submissions.
Yeah, so I'm gonna stop it there. Yeah, so yeah, you have a whole Karen, African Karen, up here sentencing a black man. Okay,
Damn.
all right. Like I said, I'm gonna get to what I need to say. Trust me, I want to play all the videos before I start talking. Now, Julius did an appeal and he got bail.
Okay,
So
DSB,
he
noted,
home.
brother.
He's not in
Noted.
jail, nothing like that. All right. So let me play a quick clip of Julius, what happened after he got out, what he had to say. It's not that long of a clip. Let's go ahead and cue up Julius.
The power of the EFF. We prepare from all the fronts because we are fighting the enemy, and the enemy is white supremacists. We can tell you now, no sober judge will ever agree that a person shoot one bullet and then is sentenced for 5 years. It is because she has not read her own judgment to know that a reasonable, normal, presiding officer will never come to that determination. So, comrades, we are done with her. That's why when she said to me, you can leave now on a free bail, I looked at her and I said, bye-bye, because I've seen her ugly face for too long. So I'm going, I will no longer appear before that ugly white face. I'm going to the highest court where they don't use emotions, they use the law. What does the law say? And apply the law. So we must not even look back, we're going forward. The campaigns of the EFF must continue business as usual. I told you when she found me guilty that I'm going to appeal until the highest court, until the constitutional court.
All right. So Malema did a little roasting on old girl. I mean, yeah, she wasn't, nothing somebody would, tell their friends that they was trying to get a number or nothing. So I'm gonna say it like that in a professional way. But here's the thing. Okay, Julius is on bail pending appeal. Okay, cool. He gonna take it to the next step up. Well, see, this is the reason why that also happened. Off code behavior. Black South Africans, look, I love y'all, but I gotta talk about the off code behavior. The ANC is the biggest party in South Africa. Okay, the ANC. Okay, you got the EFF. Okay, you got so many different parties over there. I know the white people's party. The main one is DA. They call themselves Democratic Alliance DA, but that's the white folks' party. Then they got another white folks party called Freedom Front Plus. Okay, that's like white folks too. Then you got what's that play called? Patriot Front, Patriot something. I forgot the name of that party. Okay. Anyway. So the reason why I say this, a lot of this happened because of off code behavior. This is the way you're supposed to be on code. You know what? I may not agree with everything Julius say, but I'm not gonna let AfriForum mess with him. I can't stand Julius, but I'm not gonna let DA come after him. You know what being on code is? We defend Julius, and if we got a problem with Julius, we'll deal with him later as South Africans, right? Black people, we'll deal with him. But right now, we got a Voltron up right now for the sake of us being black, because they are not going against each other for nobody. They always link up with each other, and they don't care where they come from. They don't care if they from Britain. They don't care if they from Israel. They don't care if they Boer. They don't care whatever. They all link up on whiteness to come against blackness. That is a cultural thing that
Exactly.
they do globally. And listen, some of y'all got mad at Julius because listen, I agree with Julius. I straight up, he was calling a lot of you out in South Africa. You sit up here and go ride down on the Nigerians, you ride down on the Ethiopians, you ride down on everybody, every African immigrant that come in there, but you ain't got nothing to say about all them illegal white people that's flooding Cape Town. I never see videos of Operation Dodula going to Cape Town and shutting down them illegal businesses that's ran by the white people, that's ran by the Chinese, that's ran by the Lebanese, that's ran by anybody else outside of the black. Look, if you're going to ride down on people about being there illegally, do it across the board. I ain't got nothing to say about it at that point, but you make sure not to tell the white people nothing. You leave them alone. And Julius was calling y'all out on that. And then y'all want to say, oh, well, he's just pushing Pan-Africanism. No, it's not pushing Pan-Africanism. It's pushing accountability. It don't make sense to go up like the other video that Juan Gary covered, where the dude is pulling out a belt and beating the dude. I don't know where the dude was from, but he wasn't South African. Beating the dude, telling him he got to close down the business. But I ain't seen no video of you taking out a belt and whipping none of them white folks over there in South Africa. Not a one. Not a one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what a lot of y'all got mad at Julius for, because he kept calling that mess out. And he's right about that. And then now you didn't want to vote for him because he didn't go along with you. But come on. White supremacy is the problem. Other Africans didn't have you in apartheid. Yes, they should come in the right way. I'm with you on that. I agree with that in the United States. People need to come in the right way. Do it the right way. They need to go through home affairs. Right? I'm not telling them they should sneak in. I'm not saying they should overstay their visas and do wrong or you know, they shouldn't even be there, but they're getting all these government services. I'm with you. But none of those people that come in to who are Africans have put black South Africans in apartheid. Them folks that's over there put you in apartheid. Okay? And I'm gonna call one name in particular. Miss Malekwa. Now, you know, we did an interview. And remember we talked about Chidima and how y'all had a big problem with Chidima being in Miss South Africa. Remember that controversy? And you remember and I saw your post about Julius, you saying, oh, he was eating with the white people and XYZ. Ma'am, I saw your post on X. How you gonna talk about Julius when you said that the white woman that got the crown of Miss South Africa, that she's a part of us? Now, I never heard Julius say they was a part of y'all, but ma'am, you said that. And they do have some of them. I'm telling y'all, it's the craziest thing to hear, especially as an FBA. We have never said them people are part of us. We have never said that crap. I'm telling you, I haven't even heard those who bug dance say that. I mean, the first time I ever heard that, I'm like, they what? Wait, who part of you? Who? Them people that had you in apartheid? Them people that were torturing you on Robben Island? That's part of you? What the? I'm trying to think, like, what kind of brainwashing they done to y'all? That's like in my mind, like what have they done? Like they done something different. They didn't even do to us over here. What did they do? There ain't no way these folks over here is part of Black America. No, they not either. No, they not. And they would never will be. You gotta be in our lineage to be a part of us. We don't accept no other groups as part of us. No. Especially a colonizer and an oppressor. But I heard them saying things like that. And it floored me to hear that. That they're part of one of the tribes. Like, they're not a part of no tribe. They're not African. Like, you know where they come from? They come from the Netherlands. They Dutch. They came down there.
Right.
They left.
I've been saying that for years, Uncle Phil.
And then they left and went over there to your land. That's your homeland, right? Because I personally was like, that's why I kind of threw my hands up with the Chidema situation. Because I'm like, if I'm gonna have somebody, put it like this, and I'm talking about my culture. If I got a choice between a Nigerian woman and a white woman to be Miss Black America, I'll take the Nigerian woman if I ain't got no other choice. Now, preferably you want somebody within your community to be Miss Black America, right? But I'll take the Nigerian. I won't sit up here and take the white woman and say, oh, well, she's a part of Black America. So, because she was born here. So she's part of us. So, yeah,
I'll just get a Nigerian girl some deodorant. The young lady
was raised over there in South Africa. She even had a South African accent. She even had that Nigerian accent. I know the Nigerian accent. And I couldn't believe the way they was acting about that young lady. But I've never seen, and I've called this out, I've never seen them act a fool with white people like that. They discriminate against jobs. They be putting hands on them over there in some of these places. I mean, didn't Renell and them cover a story about a white man gaffing up a black woman and feeding her to animals and all this other stuff, and the animals took the life of the South African woman? It's all kind of atrocities that's been happening with these folks over there. And I haven't seen Operation Dadula pull up on any of them and say, hey, bro, you got to go. Get your stuff. You got to go. Matter of fact, I just seen the video the other day and it sickened me. It pissed me off. They went into hospitals. Now, this is where ignorance go on. I'm going to call you ignorance out. They had people who are other Africans who was in hospitals. You can clearly see people were sick. They pull up in the hospital and say, hey, doctors, how y'all doing? It's great. Hey, they let me see your papers. They are not nothing of the government. They don't work for Home Affairs. They're not South African Police Services, none of that. They pull up in there with cameras rolling and want to see everybody's documents while people laid up sick. And they telling the doctors, hey, just stabilize them and they got to go. They can't be in a public hospital because in their mind, public hospitals is only for South Africans. They can go to the private hospitals, the ones you got to pay for, basically. They can go over there. They can't be here. Well, here's the ignorant part of it. So you're going to risk a pandemic breaking out in your country? But once again, you're not going to mess with white people. You're not telling them a thing. You think illegal white people aren't using public hospitals? I'm just trying to understand that because they're doing it too. But you don't ever pull up on them white people. That's my issue. And because Julius called you out on it, no, I ain't voting for him. Forget the EFF. I don't like them no more. But Julius was right about that. You can't sit up here and go after every other African who didn't even put you in apartheid, but will be cool with these people. Man, you don't even go to Cape Town. Man, but y'all complain about Cape Town. How racist they are down there to you. In your homeland, well, you're the majority. You're the majority in South Africa. It's not them. I'm telling you, look, what I know, that's why they don't want us to have majority of anything. Because they know good and well, if we get majority of something, it won't be no racism. Listen, if we became the majority in this country, it won't be no racism. If we ran it, we talking about the rioters, of course, not the bootlegs. But if we ran it, it wouldn't be no racism because it wouldn't be tolerated. Because we put laws on the books immediately. Say, if you're racist, you're going to jail. Say the N-word if you want, you're going to jail. Because that's where you belong.
That wouldn't work in California, Dr. Phil. I mean, Uncle Phil. That wouldn't work in California.
Y'all that Rainbow Nation comment like that, yeah. And shout out to Renell Ray. Renell Ray called that out a lot, about that Rainbow Nation stuff. And that started with Nelson Mandela. Not the Mandela that went into prison, but the Mandela that came out. That Rainbow Nation stuff, like, bro, them people don't think like that.
That's why
they think whiteness. They don't think rainbow. They'll play games with you and make you think they like you or whatever. But at the end of the day, look at what they're doing now. They want to break away the Western Cape, right? Away from South Africa and call it its own country just for the white people. That's not people that want a rainbow nation, black people in South Africa. That's not Rainbow Nation. When you want to break off, you know what I'm saying? Want your own country? You should tell if your president was so tied in with them folks, he would actually have some balls and say, look, you don't want to be a part of South Africa? No problem. I will give you a free ticket back to your homeland today. Go ahead and meet us at OR Tambo Airport, or you can line up at the Cape Town Airport. We'll pay for you a first class ticket back to your homeland where you come from, and you can go be with your people. You don't have to do any of that here because it's not going to be allowed. This is Africa. If you had a real president,
where's that African ice at?
He would talk like that. And that's why they don't want Julius to become president. All this case is about is to prevent Julius from being in parliament, and definitely for him not to be the president of South Africa for no chance. Because he gets convicted. The main thing they want is him out of parliament. That's what it is. Because Julius is a politician. But I've told people for years, you don't play footsies with white supremacy. You don't play like that because they ain't playing with you. They never come to play. They're not trying to be ruled and reigned by black people. You literally got to rule with an iron fist if you have them in your land like that, but you didn't put enough laws on the books to take the economics out of their hands. So that's why they're still controlling your country.
Exactly.
And it's easy to punch down on an African immigrant. That's too easy. They ain't got nothing for you to even. Why you punching down on them for? They don't hold your land. The African immigrants that immigrate to South Africa don't own no land. Them folks have all your farmland. They have all the money. That's the people that you need to be rolling up on and say, hey, this our land. You got to go. Like y'all like to do at them businesses, go do that to them folks on all that farmland.
Take the spot.
Go do that. And here's the issue. Because you've been doing things like this, I'm going to straight tell you as your brother. If the DA get in power and start enacting apartheid 2.0, now it won't be like the first version of apartheid. It'll be different. It'll be the same results, but it will be not as harsh and brutal and things like that, but it's going to be the same results, right? And by the time you start complaining about what they're doing, nobody's going to feel sorry for you. You know why? Because you went too hardcore against other Africans on the continent, so you're not going to be able to look at them as a collective and say, hey, man, look what these people doing. Like, man, we don't want to hear that, bro. We don't want to hear that. Because when you wasn't in that problem, you were trying to throw us out. You were beating us. You were throwing us out of hospitals. Like, come on, man. We don't care. That's what's going to happen. And of course, not all black South Africans are doing things like this. Of course not. Of course not every black South African is in Operation Dadula. The EFF members aren't doing no stupid crap like that. EFF members are pulling up on them folks. If I was a black South African, I would be in the EFF. If I was a black South African, I'll be the first one up there. Like, man, Julius, shoot, what we need to do? You know what I'm saying? That'll be my party. And it is what it is. But yes, we got a delineation movement in America, but do you see us going to Nigerian businesses and telling them that they can't have a business? No. We're just talking about, hey, we got to take care of Black America. We got to look at ourselves politically, but we're not harming Nigerians. We're not going to the Somalis and talking about, hey, shut down this Somali mall. You can't have this here. Because you taking them all away from Black Americans. We're not doing that. We ain't done that to no immigrant. The most you gonna get out of Black Americans is jaw jacking. That's it. That's it. And we're not gonna come to your rescue right now because if you get in trouble, that's about as far as it goes. None of us is getting in gangs and going harass Black immigrants. It's not happening. So at this moment when, see, look, Julius Malema is a symbol. It's not about Malema. Don't make it about Malema. He's a symbol. Because if y'all let Malema go down, it's really going to be on and popping in South Africa. Because now they took down the only guy that stood up for Black people as a whole. To the point that the United States president is complaining and worried about Malema. These people like to go after targets like Malema to take him down and take the wind out of your sail.
Right.
And I hope Malema has raised somebody up that's worse than he is. When I say worse, I mean more hardcore than he is.
He probably did.
That's how they like to do it. They're sneaky, they crafty, and that's what they did. That guy, I still believe that guy set that up. That guy in that video, the white guy, and then a month later, AfriForum gets the video, and then they go fight, get charges put on Malema because he would call them out for their racist antics, their anti-black antics they do in the country. How they trying to destabilize South Africa, how they trying to get foreign powers to do different things in South Africa to destabilize the country. But see, that's what y'all fault, Julius. I'm going to say to you too, you in Parliament, you should have been labeling them as domestic terrorists because that's what they are. They're domestic terrorists and they should have been jailed for that. You don't go to no other nation and try to, listen, if I as an American went to some other nation and kept trying to get another nation to harm America and I came back here, I'll be in prison. Why? America's not going to put up with that. So why do y'all put up with it? Y'all should have been ANC. Y'all should have been clamped down on AfriForum a long time ago. All of them should have been put in jail. It should be no DA party over there. For what? You had apartheid. You don't need a party. Just vote for the black ones we got. Hopefully they align with you. Because every time I look up, y'all had other, what's that guy, Ronaldo Goals, whoever his name was, the other white guy that was racist. Y'all got full-fledged Klan members, like Klan members, of that y'all had to kick out. There's no reason y'all should be having racists in your parliament after 1994. But you sit up here playing footsies with them people, that's what's going to happen.
Exactly.
And I love South Africa. I love the people in South Africa. I have been welcomed in South Africa. I have people that work with us in South Africa, the people you see, and a lot of people you don't see that work with this platform who are South Africans. And I hate to see what happens over there. My brothers and sisters in Soweto, you know what I'm saying? Like shout out to them.
Southwest Township is what Soweto stands for.
Black people want jobs. Black people in South Africa want to live good. You know what I'm saying? They want to make sure the lights stay on, no load shedding. There's a lot of issues that need to be taken care of. But one issue that black people should not be dealing with in South Africa is anti-black racism. You have to take that same energy, Operation Dadula, take that energy that you got for other Africans and put it on the where it matters. Because you really think that them folks gonna leave you alone? They get in power, they're gonna put all y'all in jail. They're gonna put you in jail. But you don't have to believe me if you don't want to. You don't have to believe me. Matter of fact, them folks get back in power, they're gonna reopen Robben Island. So I hope I'm wrong in what I'm saying. I hope I'm wrong to say they gonna get back in power. I prefer you not to let them back in power. Renelwe told me Helen Zille is trying to run for mayor of Johannesburg. Johannesburg, not Cape Town, Johannesburg. Johannesburg, I'm not talking about the culture. Johannesburg is like Atlanta. Extremely, extremely visibly black, or way more black than Atlanta could be. But I liken Johannesburg to something like Atlanta with the black people. Visibly black people everywhere. Okay? Like that. And you're going to have a woman that's in the white folks party that's been racist talking about she wants to be the mayor of Johannesburg. Man, that woman become mayor. I'll just like shake my head like, so y'all not just voting no more? What's going on? Y'all should be on code. Say, look, you not getting in power. We'll pick somebody, but it ain't gonna be you, ma'am. Sorry. You can't be the mayor. You just can't. No. All we went through in Soweto at the hands of your ancestors in this country. Ain't no way that you gonna be a mayor of anything in Johannesburg. It ain't happening. Y'all got to be on code, man. Y'all got to be on code, South Africa, brothers and sisters. And I'm saying this out of love. Everything I'm saying is out of love. Complete love. Y'all got to be on code with each other. Put aside that. Listen, I understand everybody got tribes and all that stuff. I get it, but you're not fighting tribes. You're fighting white supremacy, and white supremacy based everything on color, not tribe. You can be 1,000 tribes. At the end of the day, if y'all got this skin color, you're black. You better stand with each other, because they stand together against you. Trust me, it's going to be Malema first, and it's going to be some other people next. AfriForum is a terrorist organization, is a national security threat to South Africa, and black South Africans and you black politicians and ANC and other parties, MK, all of them, y'all need to put y'all differences aside and deal with AfriForum. I'm telling you, they've caused way too many problems in your homeland. Now, I'm just telling you because I care. I'm your brother. What you say, Elon Musk trying to bully South Africa and Namibia over Starlink? Yeah, because he would have to basically include black people on the board and all that because the black economic empowerment laws that they have over there, right? After apartheid, they put that in, and he basically his issue is he don't want no black people in the midst of his stuff. That's what that is. So he says it's racist. No, you're racist. You're the one that's racist, sir. If I went to the Philippines and I just really wanted the division of African diaspora news channel in the Philippines, and they say, hey, well, Phil, about 30% of the company gonna have to be Filipinos. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I can hire 30% Filipinos. There's no issue. I want the best Filipinos I can get. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. They're not hurting the company. So what's the problem? No, he's just racist. That's all. That's all. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you joining us on the stream tonight. Greatly appreciate it. Brothers and sisters in South Africa, you see this, like I said, I'm saying this out of love. It's all love, and I want to see y'all thrive. I want to see y'all run your country. I want to see you own your land. I want to see you control your economics. And I don't want them folks to even think about being racist toward any of you. Okay? Don't let Malema go spend a night in jail. I'm telling you.
I know.
Look what happened. Look what happened to y'all after Mandela went to jail. Don't repeat that again. Y'all take a stand and say, no, he's not spending a day in jail. Ain't happening. And if he do anything, it's gonna be minimal and it's gonna be house arrest. He's gonna be at his house, if anything. He's not gonna sit up here and be in no prison. He ain't take the life of nobody. That same clip I just showed y'all when Malema was talking, at the bottom of it said 4 people unalived in the Western Cape. Julius Malema didn't even take the life of nobody. All the gun crime that go on in South Africa and all these people getting crime, murder in South Africa, and y'all sit up here putting charges on Julius like that? Like, really? All that crime and you gonna put it? This is why I told Renelway, y'all cannot even let them be the manager of the dog catchers in South Africa. Now you see why. Thank y'all for listening. We'll catch y'all on the next one.
Okay.
I stayed.
All right, what are your thoughts on Julius Malema?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He went out like a soldier, man. You see what I mean? It's because, as I stated before, I've worked with brothers from South Africa and had deep conversations with them about this, okay? It's because they want to see, them crackers don't want to give up that gold and them diamonds. You see what I mean? Because I'm willing to bet that the Netherlands, that at least 75% of their economy is dependent upon that golds and diamonds. So he controls the gold and diamonds, man. They'll turn Amsterdam into a damn shanty town.
Yeah.
Say, fuck them boys. Fuck the Dutch.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Same thing with the French. Same thing with the British. Same thing with the Portuguese. Let me see, and who was the 5th one? Oh, and the Spaniards. You say, although, Brother Chad, I don't think the Spaniards got too much down there in the South Africa. That was mainly the Dutch and the British. And then, of course, as you know, and I'm going to pull it up, they had the Boer War, and I think that there's from 1899 to 1902. Okay, so I'm going to go on mute, man, and pull the information up right fast. Oh, and then another thing, too, not getting off topic, when they used to have the Miss Black America pageant in 1972 or 73, I believe, they shut it down, saying that it was discriminatory. Ain't that a bitch? So I'm gonna pull up the Boer War. Going on mute.
While you're doing that, we're gonna put Tariq on. Go ahead, Lisa.
You just say hi to the chat.
Yeah, I did. Salute to the chat. Appreciate y'all tapping in.
But
We got. Go ahead, Lisa. What are your thoughts on Julius Moon?
I got plenty of thoughts. But I thought we were already over that topic.
No, that's what.
I thought we were done with that.
Oh.
I was upset. I was upset because I think that they should be trying to throw him in jail and shit. And yeah, you better fight it somewhere else. That's a typical setup shit. Felt like you set up. So I don't like that. And I like Julius Malema. So when I say you went to G's going to jail, it's like, like I just couldn't fathom. So yeah, I was upset. I'm cool now.
All right, so Tariq has something to say about this.
So while we're waiting on everybody to get in here, don't forget we have an event happening at the Hidden History Museum Memorial Day weekend. We haven't had one of our own events at the museum in a minute. People have been requesting, they've been fiending, and we're going to have a great event. We're putting everything together. Tickets will go on sale hopefully this weekend. And the date is going to be Saturday, May 23rd. So save that date, ladies and gentlemen. So what's the message behind this photo here? No, I just took a picture at a gas station. I was leaving the museum and I was cutting through Hollywood and just took a picture at a gas station. That's it. There's nothing. I just take random pictures and just put them up, just random pictures, getting some of this high-ass gas out here. All right. Shout out to everybody in here. We got a few hundred people in here early. I love it. Y'all hit that like, hit those hearts, and let's get it up in here. The first thing that I want to talk about, what's happening over in South Africa, man. Julius Malema. Shout out to Julius Malema. I'm a fan of Julius Malema over there in South Africa, the head of the Economic Freedom, the Freedom Party. Yeah, the EFF. I'm a fan of him. Big fan of Malema. Any South Africans in here? Do we have any South Africans in here? Shout out to him. Now, with my good brother Malema, and y'all know me, I've been a big supporter of him. He's one of the few African activists over there on the continent that stands on business. Malema stands on business. He challenges white tea supremacy. I take my hat off to him. I always give him props and praises. I had I used to rock my Malema shirts. I had the Malema t-shirts. Huge fan of his. Like I said, he's the leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters. And they just sentenced the brother 5 years to prison. It was like some little humbug firearm related event. They got him on a humbug. It was some political bullshit. What happened was, hold on, because these Pakistanis, let me block them from getting in here. They're trying to get in here early. So what happened, They convicted him on 5 charges. One of the charges was basically unlawful possession of a firearm, discharging a weapon in a public place. Now, this happened all the way back in 2018. There was a political rally, and he was celebrating EFF's 5th anniversary. So they said he was filmed firing a semi-automatic assault rifle in the air in front of a large crowd. He didn't shoot nobody. Their defense was it was like a cinema toy. It wasn't even a real gun, according to them. The argument was it was just a celebratory shot, but the court rejected that. So they handed down the sentence. They were saying that it was basically premeditated. It wasn't impulsive. They said it was a pre-planned event for the evening celebrations. They said it was a public danger. The court emphasized the inherent danger of firing a weapon in a crowded residential public place. So basically they were like, yeah, he's a prominent political leader and a lawmaker, so he must be held to a high standard of accountability. So they're going to throw 5 years at the brother. And right now he's on appeal. His lawyers are appealing it. He's going to remain free during the appeal. I hope they fight the appeal. I hope they win the appeal. What they really want to do, man, they want to bar him from serving as a politician. Yeah. What's up, Lady Justice? Respect to you. So the real reason is, man, Malema, that's a threat to the economic status quo. He's talking about land reclamation, getting some of that land back, because over there, the minority whitey people are running everything. They control the land and all that. And the majority of the black people are in shanty towns and townships. So he's like, no, we need to fix this. We need to get our land back. I'm with him on that. I respect that. He's like, yeah, we want our stuff back. We want to stand on our lineage business. We ain't trying to run, flee nowhere. We're going to stay here and fight for our land. I ain't got none but respect for that. You see? So they're directly challenging that colonial power structure over there. And then when you start talking about returning tangibles and the land back to the disenfranchised black population there, they're going to try to weaponize every institution they can to shut them down. You see? So they're weaponizing lawfare and they're gatekeeping over there. See, when the establishment can't beat you at the ballot box, they can't out debate you on your platform, they just start doing lawfare. They gonna dig up an 8-year-old incident from 2018 and stretch it into a 5-year penalty. The hell out of here. So the goal is to really disqualify him from serving in parliament, because if you get convicted, you can't serve in parliament. So that's a very strategic, calculated move by the political gatekeepers over there to try to legally remove an uncompromising voice, you see. And we see people from the dominant society over there, they commit a lot of massive economic crimes, systematic corruption, acts of violence, and they get slaps on the wrists, or their cases mysteriously disappear. So you got a black political leader over there getting a 5-year sentence for a celebratory act, didn't harm anybody. So, we ain't co-signing that. And EFF, they've been, doing their thing, man. They've been building up some real undeniable momentum over there, and the youth is rocking with them over there. So, that's a threat. So this is like a counterintelligence thing, and this is a warning shot to a lot of unapologetic leaders. This has implications way beyond the borders of South Africa. It's sending a message that unapologetic black leaders are going to be ostracized. They're trying to send a signal. If you stand up and you refuse to buck dance and you demand justice and tangibles, well, they're going to try to make an example out of you. You see, so this is why I rock with Malema. I rock with him. I rock with him heavy because that COINTELPRO style railroading, that's universal. So we know how it is. We know what a political hit job looks like. You know, our family, our ancestors and our lineage, we survived the COINTELPRO program, which is still going on over here. So the global power structure, they use the same playbook. They're using it on Malema. You see. And I support any on-code melanated leader around the world. And Malema during the George Floyd thing, Malema was out there in the streets stomping for George Floyd and justice. Again, we got to give him his props. I give that brother mad. He's always spoken up highly for us foundational Black Americans. Man, he was out there. They were in the streets of South Africa with I Can't Breathe shirts. They were riding heavy. They were riding real heavy, man. So yeah, Malema, yeah, he shows how to get it done. He shows how you're supposed to stand on business. He ain't over trying to co-op stuff from us or whatever. That's some real solidarity. They didn't try to pull that shit Ghana pulled. You know, South Africa, they weren't involved in the slave trade. So they ain't trying to run a finesse. They're doing some genuine solidarity, allyship, and I can respect that. They're on code. You see, he stands on business. He don't shuck and jive for the mainstream media. He don't seek validation from the same colonial institutions that disenfranchised his people. So when an uncompromising leader from the diaspora, when they stand up, I have no problem amplifying their voice so that the sellouts and the gatekeepers know that global allyship is watching. You see? And if the establishment, if they successfully railroad that brother and lock him up, that sends a dangerous global warning shot to any Black activists out there, whether it's over there or wherever. Like if you challenge the economic status quo, they'll use their court to destroy your life. So I'm really supporting this brother's appeal. I want him to do his thing. The people over there in South Africa, y'all get him out. If they lock him up, go get him out, shit. Y'all could have got Mandela out. Mandela shouldn't have sat up in prison for 27 years. That's what Khalid Muhammad said. Khalid Muhammad was like, how come y'all didn't just go get him? Shit. Just get your ass over there and go get him up out of there. Y'all the majority. Yeah, just be on that, to be honest. Be on that. Yeah, we got Asada Shakur up out of there and she lived her life peacefully, free. Yeah. If something happened, go get him. Y'all the majority. Just go over there and get him. Yeah. Do that. You feel me? Yeah, it's about respect. It's absolutely about respect. Somebody said they can't fight. No. They put in some work. Get that brother. Don't let him get hemmed up. Yeah, don't let your riders get hemmed up, especially you the damn majority. Shit. You the majority over there. All right, but again, I stand with Malema, man. I really like that brother. Shout out to Malema. You got a fine wife, his first lady's fine sister over there. And he stands on business, man. Ain't nothing but respect to that brother. All right, let me get the family in here. Let's chop it up, fam. Let's chop this thing up. Y'all raise your hand. Let me see what's on your mind. Any South Africans in here? I would like to hear from you. What's the vibe like over there? I would love to hear from some of the South Africans. Oh, yeah, he got him a baddie. Yeah, his lady, he got him a fine one. Not as fine as my lady sitting over here, though. You know? What is she? Yeah, she looking a mess right now because she took her hair out, but... But let me see. Y'all raise your hands. Let me get y'all in here. All right, let me get the family in here because I know we got a lot of folks. Let me see. Golden. Let's see. I'm going to just get random people. All right. Golden. What's up, Golden? Yo, Golden. Okay. Hello? Okay. Here y'all go with this pushing the button and y'all not paying attention. Y'all just doing random stuff at the crib. All right, let's get this sister here. Felicia, is it Felicia? Felicia? Miss Felicia. Okay. She didn't mean to get on either. This is why y'all need to raise your hand, family, because a lot of these people hit the button and they really don't mean to get on. All right. And we don't want to have that kind of energy. Real Ladell. Ladell? Ladell. Brother, what kind of phone do you have? Okay, let me get him out of here. All right, let's try it this way, family. Let's just go the hand raising route. All right, let's do the hand raising route. Just raise your hand and I get you on. All right. Let's do that. Who was that? Lolita Red? What's that, Lolita Red? Look, who's in our space, Lolita? All right, let's get let me see. Where's Foundational Akata? Where is that? Somebody named Foundational Akata in here. All right. Yeah, his phone was a little janky. And who is this? We got, are the Africans starting early? Oh, what's up, brother?
What's up, bro?
What's up? Where you at, Nigeria?
Yeah, how you know?
Oh, I can tell. Oh, I can tell, brother. The signs are there. Oh, the signs are there. Hold on, we got to do a battle. Let's do a battle. Let me get to know our Nigerian brother. Hold on. Brother got
What time is he over there right now?
Oh, what time is it?
Yeah.
Like 10:45 p.m. What time is it over there?
10 a.m. I've been live for 6 hours now.
Oh, okay. Now, brother, well, you got a lot going on with that head, brother. You got a fade, peppercorn, and bundles. It's all over the place. Yes,
Man,
indeed.
my Haitian is here now.
Now, what part of Nigeria you in?
Lagos, Nigeria.
Lagos, Nigeria. So what do you do out there, brother?
I'm an artist. I make music.
What kind of music you make?
I'm an artist. I make music. I'm still in school. Huh?
Are you in school and you make music?
Yeah. I'm going to graduate this year.
So there's a very bad, I can barely hear you. Is everything all right? Something going on with...
I said, no, it's my standing fan. That's my standing fan making that sound. So I said, I will graduate this year. I'm in school and I make music.
Oh, okay. Are you in high school right now?
I'm in college right now.
You're in college. How old are you, brother? How old are you?
26.
26. Okay. Somebody said he was 17. Like, his brother ain't 17. All right.
I got a baby face. That's why.
There you go. All right. So we got 3 minutes and 25 seconds left with our brother Don, right? Your name is Don, right?
You know. So what about you as a name?
It's Tariq. My name is Tariq.
Tariq. Okay.
Yes, indeed.
I'm the nose.
Now, what else you do? What y'all do out there for fun out there in Lagos? What do you do for fun?
Like me, I'm an introvert. I don't go out.
You don't?
I don't know what people do for fun.
Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a girlfriend, brother?
I got a wife.
Oh, you got a wife? Okay, really? Oh. Where's the wife? Where is she?
She's in her house.
Oh, okay. Is it a real wife or is it a different kind of wife? Is it an alternative wife?
Maybe. I don't know. Just call it whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think that house smells like Igusi and Mussy. Okay.
Nah, I don't think so. I got my twin brother out here. I got my baby brother out here. Nah.
You got your baby what?
My baby brother and my twin.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm not knocking nobody's lifestyle. I'm not knocking none of that. All right.
I don't be outside. What about you? What do you do for fun?
I chill, man. I do a whole bunch of shit, man. I chill. I'm a baller. I'm a player from the Himalayas. All right, we got 1 minute and 55 seconds left with our brother Don. All right.
You married?
Yes, I am. My wife is sitting over here chilling. Yes, indeed.
How many kids?
I got 5 kids. Yeah. Now,
make it 8.
Oh,
make it 8.
There you go. Somebody said, now, are you the wife in the relationship, brother? Are you the wife?
Nah. In Nigeria, let me tell you something. I'm from a culture whereby we're a king out here. So in Nigeria, the man is the head.
You a king or are you a queen?
God forbid.
Okay.
I love ladies. I only like ladies.
You only like ladies. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right, brother. All right.
I only like ladies. No.
Okay, Shabaka, what's your closing statement on your way out?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you for having me, brother. Yeah. Thank you for having me, brother Checc. Yeah, was on mute. Okay, so I posted some information, man, on the board there up in the chat, but for some odd reason I couldn't get all the data up on there, man. So I got the information off of Wikipedia, you see. And basically what it is, man, why they coming down on Malema, man, just like how they did all of us over there, man, who was wanting our resources on the continent. They don't want that is because the Dutch, the British, the Americans, the French, you'll say, their global economy depends on African resources. You see what I mean? Okay. So this is why they don't want us having no kinship over there. Reparations, man, is a debt that is owed here in the U.S. is not a handout, you see. And I'll be debating with more fucking idiots on my like page about the bullshit. But basically what I've been doing was make my comments and I go ahead and delete and block them, you see, so I don't get another sanction, you know. So shout out to Tariq, you know, of the work he's doing, although I don't agree with him totally on certain things, but I respect the man for what he's doing on this platform. Definitely shout out, you know, to Julius Malema. All right. Damn those boars in South Africa. So when January comes, I hope they stinking asses fry in that heat, just like here when summer comes here to the Nabiscos that come up to me with their bullshit. Come sit in the desert with me when we get up to about 126 degrees.
Oh my God. What's the all-time record anyway? I think it's 120.
Yeah, man, you know, because now keep in mind, brother Checc, I did see it creep up to 128 out here in this little rascal. You know what I'm saying? And then too, so when it gets up like that, I don't drive because, you know, because that's when you start busting radiator hoses, man, gaskets start going all over the place. You know what I mean? So the best time I do my activities would be like late at night, you know, when or very early in the morning, as you and I both know from previous experiences that we've had that I'm not going to go off into. We all know that the coldest part of the day is just before sunrise. Hey, Michael. All right. Yeah, appreciate your work, Michael. You know what I'm saying? So definitely a shout out there to you. Okay, and I'm signing off. Well, come on up, man, you know, take over for me, you know, with Brother Checc, because I'm old. This is what happens when you get old and younger. You know, you can't last all that long. You know, you're going to be having more and more naps. You know what I mean? Okay, so Michael is in the chat. Hopefully, Brother Checc, you can come up, you know, and help you conclude here on season 6, episode 22, part 1 of Frontline Black News. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Shabaka St. Corey, West Coast correspondent for Frontline Black News. Also, you know, the host. Okay, and the host. And the host. Huh?
You already gave your thoughts on Malema.
Oh, yes, sir. Hey, may God watch over that brother. He's being railroaded, man. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, he's standing up for what is his, man. But, you know, like read that data on the Boer War, man. It was a chess game. And this is why after the Zulu Wars in 1886, I think, Queen Victoria did not want to give Cetshwayo back the land, because I think Cetshwayo was Shaka's 3rd or 4th generation nephew. You see what I mean? And then on top of it as well, too, our biggest mistake is that when we saw them bastards coming up there on the continent with their funky, nasty, stinking asses, you see what I'm saying? Was allowing them access to it. The same mistake that the indigenous people made here with Thanksgiving. When them bastards landed here, you see, and then on top of that, there too, and our enemy universally, as you so well say, Brother K, is racist white supremacy. You see what I'm saying? Because that is one damn thing that all these Nabiscos are going to do is unite on that, regardless of where they come from. And then, of course, Brother Che, the headaches they cause you, the shit that they come up on my board, you're a black racist guy and all that. And like I said, show me what police departments I control, besides none. Show me what major banking and stock institutions and financial institutions that I control, besides none. Show me what total political power that black people have in the United States of America, besides none. Now, when someone can answer all those questions right there, you know what I'm saying, I will give them their props. Okay, Brother Che, so like I said, I'll give you a call later on today since it's past midnight right here. Shout out there to Michael for his work, you know what I mean? And then too, Brother Che, I'll keep you breasted up on our upcoming show that we're going to be dealing with a high power figure. Okay, it's because they did tell me, the rules and regulations that will be adhered to the utmost, and definitely a shout out there to our sister Akshita, you know what I mean, of the great input that she has put in on with us. Okay, Brother Che, so ain't no buckets playing or anything like that, man.
And Nuggets, goddammit. And the Nuggets the playoffs just along with the Fakers. And we both won.
Okay. All right, we'll see. You know what I'm saying? And then if the Lakers don't win a damn NBA championship, I'm gonna tell them just disband that whole organization altogether. Raiders, you lousy bastards. Change your fucking name or leave town here in Las Vegas, because you guys are not holding up to your reputation. It's supposed to be pirates. You know what I mean? You guys supposed to be selling ships out here on dry land, man, and y'all is turning into scrubs. You know what I'm saying? That ain't cool.
They shipwrecked at the bottom of the hull of the ship where they belong.
Oh yeah, and then also too, Brother Che, thank you for reminding me of shipwreck, because I'm gonna try to reach out to those sisters, man, that are the scuba divers that's been picking up the artifacts off the bottom of the Caribbean, the sunken slave ships and what have you, because they've been coming across a lot of coins, a lot of metallic parts, and then of course, as we all know, that wood disintegrates in water. So I'll keep you posted up on that. And then too, for all our listeners out there, please like, subscribe to Frontline Black News, and please follow the like page on Facebook of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Help me cuss out some of the Nabiscos. Help me come out some Yasa bosses. You know what I'm saying? And let's get their minds right. See?
Right.
But however it is what it is. And if we disagree, folks, please let us disagree agreeably. So therefore, Brother Che, I'm going to bid you a good morning now from Sin City. I'm out.
All right, good night.
Right. Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. Okay.
Put me out here. You feel me? I'm straight.
Okay. All right. My brother. All right. We don't want.
I know why people be saying that a lot, because I look like a girl. I hear that all the time.
So they think you're a little moist.
They think I'm a girl.
Hey, Michael, I'm gonna play this rest of this clip. But what are your thoughts on Julius Malema?
Yes. Oh, Julius Malema, like I said in the comments, he's about his brothers and sisters in South Africa and taking the country back, because he understands that with post-apartheid, nothing has changed materially. His own people to this day still don't have ownership of various industries, whether it's like
And they're the majority. That's crazy.
it's crazy. You're right, right. And I know because Philip Scott travels to South Africa a lot and he only visits like certain areas of South Africa. And I know that Julius Lament is doing his best as much as possible, trying to take the country back. And unfortunately, because Nelson Mandela made the mistake, according to Scott, of allowing, integration after apartheid, after Nelson Mandela got released from a prison. So Nelson Mandela kind of reminds me of LMK 2.0, that I regretted. I might have led my people to a burning house by integrating with the Mzungus, and it's time for a change of leadership in South Africa. This time with young people, you know, taking over parliament, because the older generations, unfortunately, are still catapulting to the colonizers' mindset. And so a big shift is needed for the 21st century and beyond. And I'm sure the young people in South Africa are demanding reparations, just like American freemen are demanding reparations from the U.S. government, and South Africans demand reparations from the European government.
Okay, Michael.
Yeah.
I'll play the rest of this video. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So you say no. So you say, you say no. So you still a man.
I'm a man, yeah. Before I don't like
he said,
this.
all right. So he said just because there you go, he got a beard and everything.
I don't like
he said, my brother said, look, don't.
Yeah, I just have to start keeping it because I don't like waiting.
He said, don't let these bundles fool you. Lock your door. He said, don't let the bundles fool you. Lock your doors and hide your hoes. All right, we got 14 seconds left. All right, we got 4. Oh, what did y'all call my brother Musty Vanilli? Don't do that. We're not going to call him Musty Vanilli. He's not Musty Vanilli. All right, we got there you go. All right, we got that battle done. My man, Don, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, my friend, man. Very good battle.
Thank you for the game.
Pleasure to meet you, brother. All right. There's a lot going on with Don, all right? There's a lot going on, him and them bundles. All right. I don't know. All right, y'all want to raise your hand? Let me talk to the family, because we are in here deep. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in here deep and we're in here heavy. All right, who is this raising your hand? Raise your hand if you want to get in. Let me do it like that. Let me get, hold on. Let's try Shawnee. Let's try Shawnee in the building. Shawnee, hop on in.
No, not you pick me. I'm so excited.
How you doing, Shawnee?
Hey, how you doing?
I am good, beloved.
First question I got. Hidden Color 6. Where can I find it?
Oh, it's going to be out hopefully this summer. We're working very hard to get it out by this summer.
Okay.
So yes, we're working on that now. Yes, go ahead, dear.
Okay, yeah, I'm from Mississippi. So
yes, indeed.
Yeah, I'm from the mud of the mud.
Yes, ma'am. What part of Mississippi?
Vicksburg and Jackson. My dad is from Jackson and my mom is from Vicksburg. But her ancestors, her greats come from Jefferson County, which is right on the line of New Orleans. Yeah. Oh my God, not Tariq. But the second question I had, how do you feel about Pan-Africanism and how do you feel about Dr. Umar?
Well, Pan-Africanism, and a very good question, dear. Thank you so much. Well, Pan-Africanism, man, nobody can really define what it is. nobody can define what it is. And all Pan-Africanism, as what we've seen, is, cats finessing shit. I mean, nobody's never really building anything. It's just a bunch of symbolic wishing and hoping, So, we're just standing on lineage business. Now, people will be saying, well, y'all used to be Pan-African. I've never said I was a Pan-Africanist. I don't know where that narrative comes from, but I support anybody who's doing anything progressive in Africa. That ain't Pan-Africanism. That's just me supporting. If you are over there challenging white supremacy, I support you. I don't see that as Pan-Africanism. I support that anyway. Anybody challenging the system, trying to get justice, you standing on business, I can respect it. You understand? But all of that, we need to go back to the motherland, and I ain't on that. I ain't on that. We're hostages in America, and we need to go back to the motherland and reclaim our throne. I ain't on that now. And Umar's Umar, man. I don't, I'm not going to denigrate the man. Umar is Umar. I had my words with Umar, whatever. I wish him the best. That's what I think. I wish him the best. All right, Foundational Akata. How come you're not saying nothing, Foundational Akata? I invited you up, Foundational Akata. All right, you didn't say nothing. All right. Foundational Akata, you didn't come on up here and say anything when I invited you. So y'all like to be in the chat room trolling away. Yeah. What's up, King? You said I used to advocate collaborating with Africans. I collaborate with them now. Yeah, any Africans who's doing good business, I'll do business with you all day. Yeah, I'm still on that. Anybody globally who's doing good business, I do business. I'm all about global business, which is what we're supposed to do. I'm all about business. I ain't running around here with a kufi and flip-flops pretending I'm something that I'm not. Yeah, I'm still cool with everybody. Yeah, that's why I was over there in Senegal having a great time. Foundational, hop on. What's up, King K?
What's good with the fam?
What's up, man? You said I was doing what with collaborating with Africans, what?
Yeah, so I've been following you for back in the day, man, since Mac distance. So, I followed your whole trajectory, your whole career. And back then, you're saying you kind of bigging up Africa back then, you know what I'm saying? Advocating, collaborating with them, doing business and all that. But
Still do.
I don't know. It seems like now you kind of hard on them, man. Like they be scamming and stuff, and
Yeah.
I think you kind of aligning with the white supremacists. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like on your broadcast is more so getting on black people than how you do white folks back in the day. Man.
So not wanting to be scammed by tethers is aligning with white supremacy?
I mean, you talking about a small percentage of
No, sir. We're not talking about a small percentage. We know we're not.
I'm gonna be honest. I know partners. I'm from Memphis. I know partners that scamming and getting.
Hold on. Some of these folks, man, their passports ain't even recognized in places they scam so much. Certain people, certain countries over there, you can't even utilize their damn bank accounts. People won't even accept their bank accounts. That's not a small group, sir. There's a lot of scams that go on.
So who are they scamming exactly?
Everybody. They're scamming anybody who can.
So the only scams I'm familiar with, any big time scam, they scamming institutions, not individuals.
The shit.
You know what I
They
mean?
scam anybody they can run a scam on, sir.
I mean, that's just my experience.
They do 90-day fiance scams. They scamming.
Man, come on. That's some stuff you see on TV,
no.
man. Come on.
Who, what?
That's that stuff they put on the news, man.
Dude, we've had several women call up talking about some of the African dudes that didn't scam them. That ain't on TV. What you talking about? They scam our and so the Somalis over here They're scamming our tax dollars. There's money that's supposed to go to children over here. They're running leering center scams and all types of shit.
I'm saying,
finessing
so
our
why
tax
we
dollars.
didn't hear that from you back in that time? You know what I mean? When you were advocating, why we didn't hear that side of it then from you?
Yeah, I talked about it then. It got worse. It got worse over the years, and we had to start calling it out all the time. If you've been following me, you know I've been calling that shit out. I've been calling out scamming foreigners for a long time. It's just
I don't know anybody that's been scammed by Africa. I'm gonna be honest, me personally, I don't know anybody.
And you live where?
I'm in Memphis.
Yeah, you ain't around a lot of them like that. And speaking of Memphis, yeah, y'all. Speaking of Memphis, y'all know that case where those officers unalived that brother, those quote black officers. Yeah, those were tethers, sir, in Memphis. Remember?
Man, I don't know they genealogy. I don't know they, you know what I mean, all that.
I do. It got exposed when it happened. I said those are tethers. And then when
to be honest, it's not a lot of FBAs in Memphis.
Don't talk over me. I'm talking because you don't know nothing. You from Memphis and you don't know nothing. Now you don't know nothing. That officer, the main officer who unalived that brother, who beat him down, that officer, when they took him to court, the prosecutor must have been listening to us because the prosecutor put his ass on Front Street. The prosecutor was like, hey, where are you from? Where's your family from? Oh, Connecticut. Where were they from before that? Jamaica. Oh, so your family isn't from here. So yeah. That's what happened, brother. Now, King K, are you're a Pan-Africanist, brother? King K, unmute your microphone, sir.
Oh, my bad. I didn't realize I was muted. But nah, I'm not a Pan-Africanist, man. You know what I mean? I just mess with all black folks, you know what I'm saying? As long as they do right by me and do right by other black people, you know what I mean? I feel like we can all get on code with one another. That's all.
Real talk. Okay, you dating a foreigner right now, brother?
Nah, bro. My chick from Mississippi. My chick from Bahia, Mississippi.
Your lady from Mississippi.
Bahia, you look it up.
What part of Mississippi?
Bahia, Mississippi.
Bahia, Mississippi.
About 30 minutes outside of Memphis.
Where's she at?
She in her sleep.
Okay, I was gonna say, wake her up and let me ask her. I want to see. It sounds like you might be dating a tether.
Nah, bro. It ain't even like you said. It ain't even that many in Memphis. To be honest with you, it's you have to look for them.
Okay.
There's nothing tetherous about my city whatsoever, bro.
Yeah, I know Memphis. Memphis got a lot of FBA riders out there.
Yeah, we rock with you, man. You know what I'm saying? We rock with you. It ain't no shade, nothing like that. You know what I'm saying?
So what's your real issue then?
I'm more aligned with your views previously. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I'm more aligned with that rather than
Which
you know
is
what I mean.
Which is what? Because I'm not true. I ain't changed.
Like I
ain't really
said, man, I mess with you. You know what I'm saying? But it's saying like more so we kind of taking the heat off the YT. You know what I mean? Supremacists.
Never.
I think you kind of took your foot off the gas, my boy. I just had, you know what I'm saying? Just check it real quick. That's all. You know what I'm saying, man?
I check YT supremacists all day. I can chew gum and walk at the same time. Yeah, just because I check YT supremacists don't mean tethers are gonna get away with shit. Right?
I think we taking our eye off the ball. That's all I'm saying, man. I think it's a bigger, you know what I'm saying, enemy out here. That's all.
I got my eye on the ball and my eye on the bushmeat.
I think there's some low hanging fruit. You know what I'm saying?
We got low hanging tethers right here on our level, swinging at us, undermining us, and that has to be cleaned up. We got to clean up all of it. All right.
Like I said, it's with love, G. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no hate. It's with love. You know
and it ain't nothing but love. Can't nothing be but love. It's all love.
For sure.
So let me ask you this. So when we have scamming tethers doing all types of weird stuff, we just let it go. Don't say nothing. You on that?
I mean, I think it's more of an individual. I don't think it's any institutions in an institutional way. You know what I mean? YT supremacy, that's an institutional. That's an institution that affects mostly every black person on this earth. You know what I mean? I don't think it's in an institution. It's like on an individual basis.
Hey, King. Who'd you vote? Did you vote for Kamala?
I didn't vote for either one of them. I'm gonna be honest with you.
All right. You didn't vote for the Democrats, Ken?
No, sir.
Really?
No, sir.
So how you feel about immigration?
You know what? After I voted for Obama I was 18 and I voted for Obama the first time. After he unalived Gaddafi, I woke up.
How do you feel about all the immigrants and the immigration situation?
I mean, like I said, I think there's some low hanging fruit stuff, bro. Be honest with you, I think it's a distraction to what they really got going on.
From what? Distraction from what?
Man, this war, what they got going on. You don't see these gas prices going out of control. Like that's just some stuff to keep us off the ball of what they really doing, man. Shifting money around, moving money.
So what you gonna stand around and look at a gas pump? What you mean distraction? What you gonna do? You can't do shit about it.
As far as monetarily.
Yeah, you can't do shit about it, but put the gas in your car and keep driving. You can't do nothing about that.
I mean, I'm not saying I can't do nothing about it. I'm just saying call these folks out for what they doing.
Yeah, you called everybody out. Yeah, but talking about it's a distraction from gas prices, that's just saying.
I mean, that's just one aspect of it. You know, that's not the totality of it.
Right. Why they saying you lying? What is he lying? King K, do y'all know this? Have you been in some of the spaces, King K?
Yeah, I spoke to you once before.
Really? What we talked about last time?
We talked about that Drewski skit when he got on that last Drewski skit when he was pretending to be Erica Kirk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't remember. Okay.
I mean, if they
right.
saying I'm lying, they more than welcome to come up and call me out if they will. You know what I mean? I ain't got nothing.
Somebody said he's a shill. Okay.
They more than welcome to come up.
They're saying you might be a Democrat shill or something. Something is happening with you, Kay.
Man, shit.
Okay. Now, Kay, your family from here, for real, Kay?
For real.
All of them FBA, huh?
All of them.
Ain't any immigrants in the family?
None whatsoever.
Oh, okay. All right. What church y'all go to? What church are you raised in?
AME church.
All right.
In North Memphis.
Let me get Megadon. Let me get Brother Megadon in here. All right. Megadon?
Yeah, what's up, Flex? So okay.
What's good, fam?
Bro. What's good, Joe? Do you have an issue with them dumping all these illegals in Chicago?
Bro, I don't stay in Chicago. I'm in Memphis. You don't know if you've been paying attention.
I've been paying attention, so you don't see us as interconnected then.
I definitely see that. Most definitely. And if the people have an issue with Chicago, they have a right to stand up. You know what I mean? And call their government out for that. Most definitely.
So are you standing with us, or are you standing with the immigrants in regards to this?
I'm not really having a dog in the fight. I think there's some low hanging fruit stuff, bro. It's like,
but you just said you see us as connected. So how you don't got no dog in the fight?
Because there's some low hanging fruit. Like that's not on the top of our priority list, bro.
I live in a historically Black neighborhood. They shipped a gang of immigrants to my neighborhood. Crazy stuff like people getting they head, you feel me, and a hand coming off. Then they strategically move these people up out our area, raised our taxes 100%, and moved the elderly exemptions. The Democrats flooded our area to remove our people from Chicago and put immigrants in there. How is that low hanging fruit when it's affecting our people right now in real time?
So who's gentrifying the communities? Because I know it's communities in Chicago being gentrified.
They raised the taxes 100% in North Lawndale and Inglewood, Black neighborhoods. The only places they ran these taxes up at. Then we got what's called senior freezes and elderly exemption. So our elders, our FBA elders that done worked their whole life, paid into the system, and got, ironically, a Republican froze their taxes so they did not have to pay any more taxes and could stay in their homes without being evicted. They removed them senior freezes. Then
okay, now who moving in your neighborhood, bro? Is it African people, Black folks? Like who?
No, they moved the gang of Venezuelans to the area, right? And they allocated almost $1 billion.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't stand for that. I'm talking about Black folks, bro. I'm talking about Black. You know what I'm talking about?
It's all the same. We talking about if one of us
Venezuelans is the same as Black folks.
You see what's happening in Cali? The same thing they did to Cali is what they doing in Chicago. You familiar with that?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let's rewind. You saying Venezuelans is the same as Black folks?
No, I'm saying it's the same when it comes to immigration. The same thing they did in Cali, where they went to historically Black neighborhoods like Compton and refilled them full of immigrants and got the Black people up out of there and allocated all these resources to these other people. They doing it in Chicago. They doing it.
So they allocating resources to immigrant Black people. Cause I ain't heard that.
Kay, you playing dumb, bro. King, you kind of playing dumb, low key, bro.
Because I think you lumping immigrants in with immigrant Black people all at the same time. Because I ain't never seen them do a whole bunch of money. No Black folks. No matter where you from.
Kay, why you playing dumb?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I ain't never seen that. Show me where.
You playing dumb, bro.
Pull it up.
K, why are you playing dumb?
Now these Hispanic, you right about that. I've seen that in California, what they doing. That's bogus. I'm talking about black
K,
folks.
yo, K.
Yo, what's good?
Why you kind of playing dumb, bro?
How so?
Every time my brother mentions something and we mention like a policy or something that's happening, everything, that's low-hanging fruit. We got to look at the gas. I don't know nothing about that. Now, who? Where they do that at? I don't know.
I'm not switching
don't know
because
nothing.
basically when we start this conversation, I talked about us looking at other immigrant black people as low-hanging fruit.
All right. You're just wasting time, Kay. I don't want to hear because he's just saying the same shit. All right, now you're playing dumb. Because every time somebody brings up something, hey man, these are significant things that's happening in the community to us as foundational Black Americans. That's we need to keep an eye on. We have to combat some of this stuff. Well, that low hanging fruit. Who gets to find the neighborhood? All right, now you playing dumb, bro. Are you playing? I don't know. Now you're arguing in bad faith. You start playing dumb. I ain't with that. You're not going to do that. When there's something going on, you're playing dumb for a reason. You might not be FBA. There's something going on. You're not sitting here playing dumb for nothing. You're playing dumb for a reason. All right. Now you're just playing dumb. What happened? I don't know nothing about that. I didn't know, man, you used to love all black people. I just think we all to be together. Everybody black together. All right. So what about all of this happening? Who? Where they head? Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well.
Yes, indeed. Oh, well, she got off. Okay. She went and she had some injera bread. She had to get out the oven. But yeah, these guys, all that playing dumb, I don't know what that's about. It's something you playing dumb for a reason. But I'm not going to sit there and just let you keep playing dumb and just keep saying the same thing. Every time somebody make a good point, see, I just think that's low-hanging fruit. We got bigger fish to fry. We got bigger fish to fry. Like what? Gas prices? Okay. What, you can't do shit about that. All right. What we going to focus on gas prices? You can't do shit about it right now. I'm just saying we just got bigger fish to fry. Okay, dude. All right. All right. Something's up with that. He's just saying shit.
Hi, I'm Mateo. Do you want to learn about Hidden Heroes? Hidden Heroes from A to Z is a cool book that tells the stories of amazing Black heroes you might not know about. You'll meet inventors, you'll meet explorers, and leaders who change the world. It's fun, inspiring, and you can learn so much. Get your copy now at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Let's discover our hidden heroes together.
I stayed.
All right, Michael, what's your thoughts on Malema on the way out?
Oh yeah, so on Malema, what they did to him and what they did to him by putting him in prison was wrong, and very similar to LMK fighting for what is right for this country, and for what the folks did to Malema in South Africa. Yeah, it definitely deserves outrage, especially coming from local residents, and then for a judge in South Africa to do that, who happens to be Mzungu, and not really, holding the South African flag. I find interesting, and I pray that Julius Malema, appeal his sentence.
Right.
And the activists, come out in huge numbers.
Yeah.
That
he has no problem drawing a crowd. So
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jay, what are your thoughts on Julius for women?
I said the same thing earlier.
Okay.
I still feel the same. I know there's no change. But I still feel the same. I just feel like they gave him so much time. First time they kept adding shit and fines, adding shit and fines.
Yeah.
Let him just give him a financial number and let him go. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like why you gotta do the 5 years and then 2 years and then another fucking 1 year. Just give him a fucking round number, time to pay this shit and let it go.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing's gonna stop anything because there's so many people that follow him. So many people that follow. It just take one motherfucker to get some balls and stand up after him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's it. I'm kind of like pushing it. I pray there's another motherfucker with some balls to do it. But as you see, we ain't really see nobody take the bike and be like a second Malema in the making and nothing. It's like they're scared. Like, what the fuck you scared of?
You're the majority.
Right, exactly, right. And I can understand why half of the FBAs don't want to travel to South Africa and half do, because given the history of colonization in South Africa, and it's similar to America, you know what I mean, in terms of like disparities. And you're right that South Africa is a majority Black country, that the Black residents will have control, have control in the governments, not the Mzungus, Indians, Asians who live in South Africa. And I think it's due to generational differences. The young ones are rising up slowly but surely, but the older ones, the boomers, silent generations, they're pretty much, barriers. They're more like barriers to change, especially transformational change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. What's the next one, dude?
Kamala pretending.
Go ahead.
All right, so we'll move on to the next topic, and that is Kamala Harris now supports transactional voting. We all know where she got that from.
Yep.
Longer than I should have. Not because I was weak, but because I loved.
Well, old Reverend Al Sharpton, Mr. Democrat Shield himself, had an event for all the Democrats who are potentially may want to run in 2028. A lot of them were there, minus, I think, Gavin Newsom. But the main figure that we want to talk about tonight is Kamala Harris. Yes, Kamala Harris has been making her rounds. And I know the main clip that everybody has been talking about is about her thinking about she might run again. But we're not going to talk about that. That can be for definitely a later time. Tonight, we want to talk about something she said in the area of voting. Now, I want you to listen to what Kamala Harris has to say, and I want you to listen real closely, because haven't you heard this messaging before?
The last point I would say on this, Rev, and I think I know it's a bit controversial, but here's how I feel about this. You know how I was talking earlier about how people are so transactional? I think we need to be transactional voters. I think, yes, it is right when we are trying to get folks to register to vote and to go vote. And it is absolutely right that we remind everyone of our history, especially when they're trying to erase it. We remind people of the lives, the bloodshed on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, the sacrifice of those young people at the lunch counter. The assassination of Dr. King. There are so many things that we must remember about history, so that what compels us to vote includes not only our civic duty, but honoring the ancestors. Yes. And here's what I'm suggesting in addition. Get yours. Vote and say, I'm voting because I expect something out of this. You're not going to take for granted that I'm going to vote because I'm a good citizen and it's my civic duty to vote, so that you don't even worry about whether you're producing what I need because, we can count on them to vote because they remember the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I'm saying it's okay to also give people permission to be transactional and to say, if you're going to get my vote, this is what I expect. I'm going to vote because I expect to get something out of this. I'm going to get mine by voting. That's what I would offer. I think it's okay to give people permission to be transactional voters.
Well, I mean, you know, when we were all saying the same thing, the Democrat Shields was attacking us for saying that, right? When we said that, no, we need something for our vote. We're not just voting for you blindly. Transactional voting is the way forward. And now it looks like at least Kamala Harris got the message that transactional voting is what we own right now. See, the Edmund Pettus Bridge, you could use that for the civil rights generation, okay? Because that was their time, that was their fight, and that's their nostalgia. Now you have a group of people in our community who don't relate to the Edmund Pettus Bridge. We relate to high gas prices, high cost of living, high food, can't afford homes, can't afford cars. They try to nickel and dime you into payments everywhere you go. I mean, shoot, Klarna is the most nickel and dime pay as you go. You buy now, pay later. All, you know what I'm saying? Versus during the time period of our grandmothers and all them during the Edmund Pettus Bridge time, they had houses, they had cars. Of course, they didn't eat in restaurants like we do. They cooked at home and all that. So definitely a lot of things, but it was much more affordable for them than us. So you can't use the Edmund Pettus Bridge because we don't relate to the Edmund Pettus Bridge because most of us haven't even been there. We recognize the history. I respect it. But we need something for today, for our civil rights fight and human rights fight in particular. But Kamala, I'm glad that you understanding the message. I'm glad. And y'all understand something. See, when some of y'all say, especially like you Democrat shields, all y'all do is talk online. All y'all don't do anything. You don't go to no events. You don't do this and that and the third. Notice she's parroting what we say. To those people that go to events all the time at a luncheon, notice she's not parroting what you say. See, in order for a politician to get elected, they need to repeat the words of those who are relevant in the Black community. And it's many of us, okay, who's been preaching that sermon. They didn't come from the Democrat think tank. You understand? They didn't come from them. They came from the grassroots. You feel me? And I'm going to tell you Democrat politicians this. You want to be elected, you got to come talk to us. Just that simple. We got the juice. So you're going to have to decide if you do come talk to us, you got to answer some questions about what you're going to do for Black Americans. We don't want to hear nothing about no minorities. We for sure don't want to hear nothing about no immigration because we don't relate to no immigration, right? We don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear about nothing else about what's going to happen for Black people specifically. Whatever policies you're going to do, listen, I'm not silly. I understand when as a president, you got to do something for the country. I get that. I get it. But whatever you're doing, what part of that is going to benefit us as Black Americans? You feel me? Are you going to address the mass incarceration? Are you going to address private prisons and the incentive to be corrupt to keep Black people in jail longer to benefit private prison corporations? Or you go address home ownership for Black people and why it hasn't really moved? Or you go address how Black people don't get business loans? Or how are you going to address how Black people don't get government contracts like white folks do? You understand? Or how Black folks aren't getting funded by the SBA like white folks do? Or you going to address the anti-Black hate crime bill, reparations, whatever? Are you going to address all these different things? And if you're not willing to address it, don't worry about it. You don't have to. Democrats, I'm telling you right now, you have a great chance of winning 2028, but the only way you're going to really win it is coming through us. Because it's like this. If we don't co-sign you, obviously you kind of see that, right? If we don't co-sign you, good luck winning. Good luck. And I'm going to tell you up front, Gavin Newsom. Listen, everybody else that was up there maybe have a chance if they do what's right, but Gavin Newsom, no. So if Kamala was to run again, I'm telling you up front, if Kamala was up run again, I won't be doing the streams I were doing about her this time around. I won't do it. But you know who who would get the smoke? Gavin Newsom. He would get the smoke. Why would he get the smoke? Because of the stunt he pulled about that California Reparations Commission. I ain't forgot that. And I say, if he tried to run out there, and I'm telling all the brothers and sisters who got these microphones, Gavin Newsom step up out there. We all need to Voltron up on him and be riding down on him every post, every stream. Let him step out there. That's what I want him to do, is step out there. I'm telling you, Shields up front. Y'all better pick somebody. Don't pick him, because we on his head. He played without reparations. Now, not mine in particular, it being in Texas, but I say our reparations because if our brothers and sisters in California get theirs, then hey, that's a win in the right direction, and we can build on that. But he played with that. He played. And we can't forget that. We can't forget the stunt they pulled. We got the video. So Gavin, don't step out there. I mean, you can if you want to, but don't step out there. Because we will be on you every day, every night. I'm telling you. Now, Kamala Harris says she may run again. She may have a chance. I don't know. She may have a chance because here's the reason why I think she could have a chance. I'm just saying she could, not saying she would win. Everything she mostly said about Trump kind of happened. So it makes people say, oh, man, she was right. Maybe I should have voted for her. That's kind of what she got on her side versus the other people that's running, like J.B. Pritzker. I mean, if he runs, Shapiro, no. No, I'm just being honest with you. Wes Moore, I'm thinking the Democrats may try to push him out there, but here's the issue about him. He vetoed reparations too. He didn't veto the findings of the commission, but he vetoed the formation of one. But the black the people who's in the state government and all those who's agreement, not just black, overrode him. So that's what he gonna have to contend, stepping himself out there. To being honest with you. Republicans are bad. We don't care if Republicans are bad. We don't care. Bad for who? Black folks collectively been getting a bad end of the deal ever since. No matter if Democrats in or Republicans in. I hate when people say that because you act like with Democrats in, oh my God, we live in a utopia. And then Republicans get in, oh my God, it's, Emperor Palpatine, from Star Wars or something. Oh my God, it's a dark day. No, black folks' life don't change no matter if you're Democrat or Republicans in office. So let's go there. So that's why you can't threaten us like, oh, the Republicans gonna get y'all. You ain't getting us no more than the Democrats are. But don't let them tell you that what we say on these platforms is just a bunch of noise. It's not getting nowhere. You're not talking to the right people. You're not going to the right meetings. You're not doing this. Well, why is it from our microphones in our closets? How is it that they're repeating everything we say? The mainstream media, ABC News was saying foundation of Black Americans. That didn't come from a Democrat think tank. Yeah, y'all better recognize, like you like to say in the 90s. You better recognize. Well, what the relevance at? The relevance is not in the Democrat shield. The relevance is not in the mainstream media. The relevance is through these microphones. That's where the relevance comes from. And it's not one person. It's multiple people. And that's the beautiful thing. It's multiple people doing it. Not one guy, not one lady. But you know what? When you do one band, one sound, that's all you need. And that's what's making the change. Look at the delineation. The mainstream media is delineating now. I hear him do it all the time. They arrest an immigrant, they say exactly where they from. They don't say he black no more. So they can't throw that on our black crime numbers. They doing it. The mainstream media didn't start delineating anything. And sure, the Democrats aren't doing it. Why? Because their whole process is built off a minority coalition, built off of the backs of black people. And we have disrupted that and say, no, everybody will have to go get it how they live. Period. Fight for your own rights. But anyway, brothers and sisters, I just wanted y'all to hear what Kamala had to say there. And how now she's speaking about transactional voting. And you're right, that is the law for today and forward. Transactional voting. What are you going to give me? And if you're not giving me anything, then and only then I'll vote for you. You give me nothing? Don't worry about it. We cool. I have no problem continuing my day and not disrupting a thing. So Democrats, what are you offering Black America? Not minorities or any other mess that you talk about. What are you offering in Black America specifically? If you want the black vote, then you got to offer something. If you don't want it, no problem. You know, you can pull what Tallarico pulled. Don't try to go to the whites and Hispanics, but Tallarico gonna see in that election in Texas. Well, that's gonna get him, right? Balls in your court, Democrats.
Shalom, family. Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. Well, oh, wow. So we're going to talk about Ghana again. You know, 2 weeks ago, I did a video on after the president came to visit a burial site in New York. It was a slave burial site. And not long after he went back to Ghana, they got hit with a flood. And that might have been about 2 weeks ago. And now the place is on fire.
Oh shit, I already got to this topic. I'm trying to get to that. I already asked Michael what his thoughts on Malema was.
Kamala.
Oh, what are your thoughts on Kamala, Michael?
Yeah, my thoughts on Kamala Harris. You know, she's saying the right stuff about transactional voting, but to be honest, and I know Philip Scott kind of has high hopes that Kamala Harris is going to really embrace the evidence-based policies based on what the news black media have been saying for several years. And I told Philip Scott on his podcast not too long, I said, Phil, be careful about falling for the okie dokie trick.
Yeah.
Because Kamala Harris can say transactional voting
Developing right now
today, but tomorrow she's going to change her mind.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Phil, you need to be really, careful. I mean, I understand that, yeah, Phil, that you want your brothers and sisters to be independent thinkers, independent voters. I get that about playing chess with Democrats, Republicans. But, Phil, there's some things you could learn from me about reaching across the aisle for reparations. Because, Phil, when you're trying to get Democrats to do the right thing, I don't think they're going to listen to Sarah America Friedman, despite the Democrats despite the Democrats, taking notes what the new black media are saying.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that the Democrats are going to do the right thing. What Charles Schumer of New York said 2 years ago, he said, for every 2 Democrats we lose, we're going to gain 1 Republicans. So in other words, Phil, just be prepared when Democrats say Republicans for Democrats in 2028, like Gavin Newsom went on Fox News to appease conservative voters like hey, Republicans, I hear you. I'm not going to do reparations because I know reparations is not going to be divisive. It's going to be fiscally irresponsible. So, Republican voters, you have my vote. And so I think Phil needs to, you know, treat Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom equal. You know what I mean? Not let not let Kamala Harris off the hook. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if you know, I mean, do you remember 2020 when Mary Williamson answered a question about reparations, right?
Yeah.
Have you noticed that not a single Black Democratic candidate came out in support for reparations? Did that ever surprise you how a white Democratic candidate answered yes to reparations?
Yeah, that kind of irritated me, but their amount was too low.
Yeah, too low. I agree. Way too low. But I remember Phil Scott when he did an interview with her said, I can work with you, presidential candidate Mary Williamson, about negotiating the dollar amount higher. But obviously, when Mary Williamson got confronted by Marcel Dixon about the dollar amount of reparations, because she thought that what I had proposed higher was going to be good enough. Marcel Dixon's like, no, that is not enough for debt that is owed.
Right. Okay. All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts?
About Kamala?
Yeah.
I wish she would have elaborated more on whatever she was talking about. But now, I guess she kind of got the memo, and she was Black there, I guess. But it don't matter really, because she didn't say anything like, I learned my lesson. If you put me back in, we'll give you reparations. Nothing
Right.
like that. And I thought that would be interesting. Two, what do you say? What was he talking about? He said something else too. I forgot what the fuck he said.
Uncle Phil?
Yeah, Uncle Phil. He said something else that really really triggered it. I forgot what the fuck he said though.
About Kamala.
Way too much time to pass through that.
Oh, I think he said. Oh, I think Phil said that Wes Moore, who vetoed reparations, not the finish policies, but the process.
Newsom, yeah.
Newsom. Hey.
Yeah, Newsom.
That's where I was going. Thank you, Michael. Gavin Newsom.
You're welcome.
Gavin Newsom. Yeah, finally somebody heard me when I said it a long time ago during that motherfucking study in California when he did that shit and he said no. After that whole little period, he said no, and then he backtracked it and threw on some gaslighting with it and drug it out another little bit. I was like, man, he's the enemy to Black people at this point.
Yeah,
political Black suicide.
Yep.
Every Black person in California would be walking past him, giving them a side eye, shaking their head at him. He would have nightmares about Black people.
Right.
Just looking at him funny, you know what I mean? Because he played with our fucking emotions.
Yeah, it did.
And not only do that, but he caused elders and everybody to go in there on an ancestral trauma bonding building.
Yeah.
Fucking
Exercise.
Hiatus of fucking trauma bonding building and just really bad shit. You know, and that was like it was too much. We sat on the Amend the Mass Media chat, called in, Jesse called in outside the chat.
Yeah.
And Spot called in, I think once or twice.
Yeah.
But we hit them up every single time during every single
time they had a hearing.
Every time they had a hearing. Still watching, still keep track of it. But it's like that was fucked up and then try to, subliminally put a plaque up and you know what I mean? There's been a lot of hindrances with this coming to fruition intentionally on purpose. The whole thing was fucked up. Like it was just a lot, and they still have a hard time getting the right shit together. Like our right genealogists, that we love, to do the work, not what they want. You know what I mean? There's a whole bunch of mess that didn't really need to happen. They could have been easily solved or remedied. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, and even
like white people on this task force,
Mhm.
Tethers, foreign born people that deep down inside do not want to see us get reparations.
And then the Asian
what I mean?
dude, Taki.
Yes, John Tossi.
It was just fucked up. So now Gavin Newsom, no, you shouldn't get now black vote.
Right.
But
Yeah,
that-
not a single one. And be surprised. You know who worked on his reparations commission was Camilla Moore.
Yeah.
And someone said Camilla Moore smiled way too much. So it's a red flag if Camilla Moore is going to be serious about going hard through the paint for.
Ain't going hard though.
Yeah, she has.
She been on the backside, Michael, giving us updates and she come through the black, the black grassroots. Certain people, certain interviewers or podcasters, whatever you want to call it. And she dialogue with them and she give them a quick update. And she disappears back into the paint because I don't think I think she's doing it for her moral compass and for our benefit. But you gotta know that it's probably on some bad democratic fucking thing where they both were like, you're not supposed to be telling them.
Right.
Nothing's supposed to be going by because she's like in and out, real quiet, like drop some tidbits and dip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed.
Like it like that. I don't think they
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah, I noticed too. Yeah. But Jesse and Brandy, like, what would you tell Phyllis Scott? Like stop wasting. Like, it's better to surface attention from Democrats to Republicans and third-party candidates with limits-based policies, because we know at the end of the day, Democrats are not going to do reparations anymore.
Keep stalling on it.
Well, it's really like
All they're gonna say is HR 40.
Yeah, they just put that shit
Right.
shut down immediately because that's been sitting there. No
Mhm.
matter how many times we try to freshen it up and revive it for the sake of symbolic gesture.
Yeah.
Like, here, shut up, we're giving you something. They ain't giving us shit. They did shit.
Mm-mm.
So it just sits there. It's like, yeah, it sounded good, whatever. Right now, now I would be like, you know what? The black vote is for sale. And when we want real tangible fucking, not somebody just gonna say it, but make
What's
it
that's going to do the work?
make it official. Put it on a piece of paper, like
So
graph some
now,
shit. Show us some shit. You know what I mean? Like you just say it sounds good, but you could just your word don't mean shit no more. these
right.
days.
That's why they got to sign that pledge that Michael came up with.
Yep. Yeah, the pledge that contains like 12 items. Like, okay, I, candidate, for example, agree to the following terms for limits-based policies. Line item 1, 2, etc. And if I fail to do the following policies for reparations or dilute it, I'm gonna get ousted. In other words, and even I mentioned this to Donovan several times with the K, and Donovan told me, Mike, you cannot force contracts on candidates because it's not, or it's illegal. I'm like, Donovan, people sign contracts every day at their jobs or even doing business. So I don't see how contracts going to hurt candidates. It's going to keep candidates accountable because with that legal document, you can always remind the incumbents, and the incumbents are, oh, I didn't realize I signed a contract. Yeah, Congresswoman, Congresswoman, Ayanna Press, you signed that contract dated. You remember? I have a copy.
I want a blood debt, like a blood drop, and a motherfucking third child, like
Make the whole 50C sign that shit.
Yeah.
Be reelected.
Yeah, like you gotta be serious at this point because they don't. Nobody has like a code of conduct, a moral compass where say, all I got is my word.
Mm-hmm.
God in life is your fucking word, and you can't live on that kind of nobility if your word can't be trusted to do the right thing, no matter who's fucking paying the bill.
You ain't shit.
You ain't shit.
Right.
Word is the only thing that matters.
Word
All the
is
money in
gone.
the motherfucking world cannot replace your fucking soul.
Right.
Mhm.
Word is gone.
Right.
Yep. And this is what I noticed too. Like, I'm trying to remember, especially like, for example, when Jesse and I worked with Friday Jones briefly, and I noticed something. Friday Jones lacked a contractual obligation,
Yeah.
timeline.
She sounds like a Democratic shill.
Yeah, and funny thing is that, and by the way, Jesse, I think Freddie Jones is working on Billionaires assembly campaign.
Yeah. All right,
And
I got one more
yeah,
to play.
yeah, and she also interviewed Demetria K not too long ago.
Oh yeah, shout out to Demetria K.
Yeah.
All right, so moving along, Kamala is trouble in Bouleville. Kamala is now supports transactional voting. We all know where she got that from. Oh, here we go. We already did that one. Why Kamala Harris is now sounding like the Black Grassroots.
Yeah, she did kind of sound black in this that little speech.
Yeah, like talking black, but not gonna walk black at the same time.
Yeah.
Because if she was serious, I mean, she should have made things possible when she was in office. Even as a vice president, she still had some sort of, pull.
It seems that you want to run for in 2028. That's what it's seeming like to me. And so you say, you know what? Let me get out there early and let me go holler at all of the black people early. I'm not going to do what I did the last time. But Kamala, it's a lot I'm going to talk about with you. The one thing you don't want to do, and like I said, I'm just giving some hey, I'm not on your campaign, but I just give free advice at times, so you should get paid for that. I should get paid for a whole lot of stuff I do, but I don't. So it is what it is. Kamala, I don't know what you got going on, and I'm not the people in the chat talking. I'm just talking just straight with you. Don't disrespect black people and go get Cardi B. Okay, if you're gonna run, don't bring that woman to do no concerts. Matter of fact, anybody that's showing their booty, anybody that's showing, matter of fact, Kamala, if they don't dress similar to you, let me put it like that, because you stay pretty covered, okay? If they don't dress similar to you and stay pretty covered, don't bring those women around, okay? I'm just letting you know. The crowd you're talking to today is a lot smarter than what Bouleville Martin like to say that they are. They will look things up. They will do some research. So don't insult them like, the last time, because like I said, Glorilla has no political position with Black America. Glorilla makes music. Some of us like our music. Hey, we go to the gym, we exercise, we listen to some Glorilla, whatever, maybe in our car or whatever. But when it comes to political decisions, we do not want to even hear Glorilla on anything. Really, I mean, nothing. I mean, she can, and shout out to Glorilla, nothing against her. But Glorilla is doing what she do best, right? Is entertain. But when it comes to political and when it comes to things about making decisions with policies with Black America, if you're going to go get some black women that's respected. And I'm not talking about the boule either, because there's a lot of black women in the grassroots that's respected, but you're going to have to bring something to the table. That's bottom line. Reparations is definitely being discussed, but you're going to have to bring a lot to the table. Because here's the thing. When I looked at those exit polls, and she looked at it too, and her team looked at those exit polls, if she would have won Georgia, if she would have won Pennsylvania, and what's the third state that if she'd have won? I know those two states off the top of my head for sure. If she'd have won those two states at minimum, probably Trump wouldn't be president right now. Some of the states Trump won, he barely won them. If you go back and look at it, and if you look at the amount of black people that did vote in the election versus a lot of the people that sat out, she would have won the presidency, but a lot of black people turned off. Okay. Jasmine Crockett here in Texas. Let's talk about that. Jasmine Crockett could have won that primary once all the dust got settled. She could have. She lost for about 100,000 votes. And a lot of black people sat out the primary too. And even though Jasmine Crockett got over 1 million votes, she still lost the primary when she shouldn't have really lost that primary. And why did that happen? Because Jasmine Crockett was doing some things that black people didn't approve of. Like, you know, some black people, and I have to accept this, some black people love the sister girl talk. Some black people love the cussing and fussing and all that. Some black people really think that's keeping it real. I don't know why that's keeping it real for you, but you know, I guess it is what it is. I don't think you using expletives is keeping it real. I just don't think that. I mean, any old person could do that. You can train a parrot to do that. Is the parrot keeping it real because they're cussing every 5 seconds? No, that don't mean anything at all. But when black people tell you something, right? So when black people say, hey, man, stop promoting all that immigration. Stop. That don't really affect us like that. You can't go promote immigration and bring it to us and tell us immigration is a problem. It's not our issue. Bring our issues to the table and let's discuss it if you want our vote. But if you're bringing LGBT, that's not our problem. We have brothers and sisters who are LGBT, but that's their personal business. They got black problems, not what they do in their life. You understand what I'm saying? So even if they are LGBT, black problems go above LGBT issues. Okay? Because they're going to be black first before the LGBT. That's to any candidate. If you're going to come to black people, you need to address black people's issues, not sit up here talking about everything else that has nothing to do with black people, but then you want the black vote. Because see, what the issue is right now is that a lot of black people are saying, I'm not voting for people that don't even acknowledge me. And what I mean by acknowledging our problems, acknowledging our issues and policies that we need. You understand what I'm saying? You can't come to us and say, well, vote for me so I can go help X, Y, and Z. I'm saying, okay, if you're going to help them, we'll go to them. That's a lot of black people saying right now. You go to those people and get them to vote for you. Leave us alone. If you're going to come over here, then you're going to address our issues, our problems, and that's just what it is. We don't care about, listen, we don't care about nobody else right now. Because when these other groups, when y'all approach them, they have the same attitude. They don't care about black people. They don't care what we do or what we got going on, as long as we stay out of their way. They care about their issues and their problems. Like white folks. When y'all go to white people, y'all talk about tangibles for white people. Okay? Tangibles. Y'all don't go and say, hey, white people, you know, vote for me and I'm going to do all these things to benefit the black community. You don't tell them that. You don't go to Hispanics talking that way. So don't come to us with that because we don't have no moral obligation to vote for anybody. There's nothing in the Holy Bible. There's nothing in the Quran that has commanded us, you must go out and vote for the Democrat Party or you're going to hell. It's not in there. Matter of fact, there's no scripture in there that tells us we got to vote at all if you want to go there. So with that being said, that is a choice. And all that fear stuff that they try to pull, I'm not saying she's doing it, but excuse me, all this, oh my God, the racism and oh, it's a threat and oh, the Epstein class. I'm like, don't go there about Epstein, okay? Because a lot of Democrats are silent about Epstein too. I mean, Pam Bondi, they got her out of there, but let's call it what it is. She did put out the Epstein files, and anybody can go out there and look it up. And you Democrats, I thought y'all was going to jump on that. I thought y'all was going to say, ooh, we got Trump now. The Epstein files. Let's get him. And they were quiet too about Epstein. They were quiet. So it led me to believe two reasons why y'all were quiet as Democrats. Two. One, you was over there with him and you don't want your name getting blasted. That's number one. Or that's an or, y'all. That's an or. Or you don't want to come out there going at people and keep bringing up Epstein's name because of what nation state he's attached to. You could do with that as you will. You know, I can only say so much on this platform about some of that. But I'm just saying Democrats and Republicans, they don't really cross, the nation state that Mr. Epstein was attached to. I'm gonna just say it like that. And but it's just amazing how the Epstein class can just run around, and it's also crazy that even the white evangelicals are quiet. That's interesting too, because you would think they would be raising hell about any candidate even being remotely attached to Epstein, and they're quiet too. So I'm like, wow, everybody's quiet about this, but Democrats, that was like your slam dunk, that was your alley oop on Trump and the gang. I mean, what's that Howard Lutnick guy? He was over there with Epstein. Like, all these people tied in with him was over there with Epstein, and Democrats, they didn't say much of nothing. They were quiet. That's also interesting to me too. What'd you say? You say, I bet she won't mention free weed no more. I mean, why wouldn't she? It's actually pretty popular to talk about that, actually. But with that being said, I got another video to show you a Kamala when we come back. Make sure that you come see us at the Ohio Black Expo. That'll be next month, Memorial Day weekend. We'll be there that Saturday. Let's go ahead and cue this up, and we'll be right back to talk about Kamala.
It's the Unity Reunion Parade, Cookout, Line Dance Party, Backyard, Barbecue, Fish Fry, Vegan Soul, Black Business, Food Truck, Networking, Outdoor, Concert, Music Festival, Celebration of the Year.
It is an amazing experience. You have people from all over the country.
This is my second year attending, and they over-delivered.
So if you haven't come before, you need to come. And you know what? I'm just out here vibing.
Get tickets now at OhioBlackExpo.com.
I stayed longer than I should have. Not because I was weak, but because I loved for real. That's what this album sounds like. Love Illimitable. Out now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back. And speaking about, let me make sure I give a shout out to somebody real quick. Make sure I click this button here. That they end up getting a Soraya album. Ladaro, shout out to Ladaro, man. You got, I saw you had got a Soraya album today. Appreciate that. And make sure to support the album. Like I said, we are selling it direct. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it's on the DSPs, like the Spotify and all that stuff. You can listen to it or YouTube Music or whatever. But if you want to hear the additional songs and actually support the music itself, then hey, go ahead on and get a direct support edition. All right. So let's get to the next video I want to show y'all. Boy, I'm not going to say nothing about that tonight. I'm going to leave that alone. All right. So Kamala was in Charlotte, and she's traveling. So let me show y'all with Kamala another video with her. Let's cue this up.
Hey everyone, so I'm here in Charlotte since the start of Trump's war of choice. It's $15 more every time you fill up your tank of gas. The price of diesel has now gone up 80% since the start of the war. And you best believe that's going to carry over to how much you're paying for all the goods that are being transported on those semis. We've got a president who is paying more attention to what he thinks is in his best political interest and personal interest, as opposed to what is in the best interest of working people in America.
All right, so Kamala's out there talking about the price of gas right now. So she talking about that, and then let me cue up another picture I saw. Hold on, where is it at? Hold on, I know I had it in here because I saved it. Not there. Give me a second. I know I saved that picture somewhere. Come on now. Oh, there you go. All right. So Kamala, let me go to my other screen here. This is Kamala right here, ladies and gentlemen. Kamala on her page. It was an honor to reflect on my friend Mashama Bailey for time. They say 100 and the many ways she's building bridge between cultures and traditions. She just posted this today at 4:20 p.m. But you know, she over there once again. I think still in Charlotte with black folks, and you know when they post these pictures, They post this stuff intentionally now. Okay. So Kamala, from what I'm seeing, what she's doing here, say, okay, I made a big mistake last time. I'm not gonna make that mistake this time. I'm about to get out here early. I'm about to talk about black folk. I'll be with black folk because I'm not gonna win nothing unless I have black folks on the team. Now I wonder if I see her with a bunch of black men next, I'm like, okay, all right, then it is official because that was one issue she had was black men. Oh, let me tell you something else, Kamala. Don't send out Barack Hussein Obama to speak to black men. We don't respect him. You do better speaking for yourself, be honest with you. You don't need him to talk for you. He does not have our respect at all. You know why? Because when he was president, he allowed a bunch of black men to get unalived by police, and his DOJ didn't do nothing. The only time justice was served was when we got in the streets as a community and had uprisings. That's the only time something happened. His DOJ didn't do much or nothing. When Eric Holder was Attorney General, he's like, well, I can't do a whole lot because of qualified immunity, and I need Congress to lower that so I could do something, Ooh, I would love. And then this same guy, Barack Obama, did a blue alert law. You know what I'm saying? Giving more power and everything to the cops. You know what I'm saying? When black folks, because he was in office and because they couldn't take it out on him, they took it out on black citizens of this country. And he didn't do anything to protect black people, male or female, when we was going through it, because I was reporting on all that stuff constantly.
Yep.
What was happening to us, the black people, at the hands of these police.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I never forgot what he did Gaddafi. I never could forget that, what he did with him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When Gaddafi was actually just trying to do right in Africa. And I just never forget that. Because Gaddafi never wanted to mess with these American presidents, but he thought, okay, well, shoot, I got a black president now, and shoot, his daddy Kenyan, so okay, cool. Well, shoot, he African like me, so I'm gonna go holler at him. I want to work with him.
Yeah. Huh.
If Gaddafi would have kept his distance from Obama, he'd probably be alive today.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yep.
So there's a lot of things Obama has done, talking down to black people, saying you're not the black president and all these other things, that he would say like, so Kamala, don't send that man to talk for you. If I was any Democrat, keep that. Listen, he needs to be like George W. Bush.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what do I mean by George W. Bush? He need to be like, you don't see George W. Bush nowhere.
Nowhere.
He ain't saying nothing about no politics.
The only time you see
George W. Bush, he's living his life, whatever he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Obama needs to go do. He needs to get with George W. Bush, get the game from him, right? And just do what he's doing. We don't need to hear from him no more.
That's his cousin.
He's not the president. I mean, it's not like people even pay attention to him like that. Like him and Clyburn to me are the same. Like nobody respects Clyburn. Who's gonna say, "Ooh, Clyburn endorsed him"? Oh, I'm really gonna vote for him. Now you got some black people. I was gonna repeat something, but I said I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna rise above that. But there are some black people that think Barack Obama is something to be respected in the area of his politics. But I'm sorry, like even with the Texas race, he supported Tallarico.
Yeah.
He didn't support Jasmine Crockett. That's what I'm saying. I could put it like this. I'd rather keep my mouth shut and not say nothing than go against a black person and support other groups like that. I'd rather keep my mouth shut and stay out of it. But he openly supported Tallarico over Jasmine Crockett, even though he knew Tallarico was not even going to come into the black communities and even talking to us. He knew that, and he still said that. That's why when Jasmine Crockett was like, I got people coming at me in my own party. She didn't say names, but I knew what she was talking about. Obama. He's one of them. He's supposed to be the first so-called black president, but yeah, he didn't support her. He supported the white guy.
The president.
But yet, that's what I say. Don't send Obama to talk to black men, because black men, we don't even get down like that. We don't. Well, Shaman, let me see what it say. Shaman at the end, she said every woman. Yeah, she will. If you talk about women's health, yeah, you're gonna talk about every woman. But I pay attention to how many times she said black women, and black maternal health is a major crisis in America. It actually is. If you do the research into it, it's horrible. You know what happens with black women in hospitals. I mean, I put it like this. Y'all have to understand something. We live in a country with a bunch of different groups of people. Okay. I understand a politician got to do for everybody. I really get that. Only thing that I have said, you can do for everybody, that's fine. I'm not against it. But just make sure you do for black people. Don't do for everybody and then leave us out in the cold. And what's been happening is that they do for everybody else and leave us out in the cold. That's it. There's also some things that they have to do in the country that will benefit us and everybody else. I get it. Like national security, that benefits us and everybody else, right? Food security, keeping the economy straight, that benefits us and everybody else, right? Making sure we don't have more pandemics, that protects us and everybody else. But then we got specific things like black maternal health, death rates. We have
run the algorithm again. Shout out to the viewers. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button.
Have homelessness in the black community that needs to be solved. Of course, reparations, anti-black hate crime bill. You know, what happens with us still with anti-black racism in jobs, housing, banking. Like, we have our own issues aside from everybody all over the country issues. And you have to understand that. So yes, there's more than just black women in the country. So yes, you're going to address all women, but specifically you talk about black women's issues, especially you are supposed to be. And I'm just saying that she's not about lineage. She's of Jamaican descent, and that's okay. But nothing wrong with Jamaicans. Shout out to Jamaicans. We got Jamaicans that work here at ADNC, and we are proud to have them here. But with her, you know what I'm saying? You know, she's already saying hour. I'll say, okay, now you back to being a sister girl. Okay, fine. That's whatever. What we're saying is just make sure you do for black people. If you're gonna run, no matter who it is, whether it's her, whether the only person that I would say I'm saying earlier a hard no to is Gavin Newsom. That's a hard no for me. Mm-hmm. And I hope he step out there. Oh, I hope he step out there. Because Gavin Newsom will get this work. Oh, yes, he will. Because I would never forget what he did to black folks in California. I don't even live in California.
Right.
But I never forget that how he played it in black people's face.
Mm-hmm.
How he played it in the California Reparations Commission face.
Yeah.
How he played with them.
Yeah.
They did all that work to do the study. Mm-hmm. To give, hey, this is what we're saying black folks need to be paid, cash payments. And the first thing his behind did was ran to Fox News and said, oh, no cash. And anyway, it's more than a check anyway. But, you know, what? Why did you run to Fox News and talk to Sean Hannity about it? You didn't go to CNN.
Right.
At the time, MSNBC. Mm-hmm. You didn't even do that, guy. You made sure to go let white supremacy know I am not out here to give them no paper. No. I'm letting y'all know. Y'all can trust in me. I'm not going to abandon the program of white supremacy.
Mm.
Yep. So Gavin Newsom he got to get that work.
Yeah, he do.
Okay, McQueen, you said that you almost died with your son back in 2018. They thankfully had a real good OBGYN who had 40 years experience. Oh wow.
Wow.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's I'm so glad. I'm glad. You know, and please, sisters, get you a good OBGYN, please. You know, preferably if you can get you a good black woman, that'd be a beautiful thing. you know, if you can. This studies show that when we have Black health professionals,
Yeah.
our lives are extended.
Yeah.
So make sure to get some good Black health professionals in your life if you can. You know, your family doctor, seeing your dentist, your optometrist, your OBGYN, like getting everything you need if you can. You know, like I say, search from within the community. If not, search outside the community. And that just really what that is. But you know, they have studies have proven that them folks do not have empathy or understand even when we in pain.
Yeah.
And that for me puts me to say, okay, I can't be under your care. Because just what the studies show. Okay. If you can't empathize with me, then you won't prescribe me certain things.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you see Black people in the hospital screaming for pain meds or whatever, but the white folks badly just say, oh, this hurt on me. Oh, here, I'm gonna give you, you know, that's why they're addicted to opioids.
Yeah.
But we gotta suffer in pain. You know what I'm saying? So it is better for our life to be in places where Black people are at. Now, with that being said, there's trouble in Bouleville. It's trouble.
Yay.
Your boy, Bouleville Martin. Oh boy. He got troubles. So I'm gonna get into the trouble in Bouleville, but make sure you are on right now the African Diaspora News Channel app. Make sure you're there.
Oh, did I already play that one? You already played the trouble in Bouleville?
That's what you said it was, but I don't think so.
Hey, Jesse.
Yeah.
Yeah, so would you say that Gavin Newsom is very similar to Obama when they say Republicans for Obama and Republicans for Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, he's gonna be like that.
Like that? Because I remember you told me you worked on Obama's presidential campaign in 2008 in Colorado. Were there any Republican voters you conducted outreach at that time to say, hey?
No, at that time it was all Democrats.
Really interesting, because from what I read in Wikipedia, about 10% of Republican-leaning voters were going to vote for Obama or considered voting for him.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I think I already played this. Let me see. I think I played this one already.
Our, the term "our." So hey, I'm one of you. I'm Black too. I'm one of you. Okay.
It's okay to also give people permission to be transactional and to say, if you're going to get my vote, this is what I expect. I'm going to vote because I expect to get something out of this. I'm going to get mine by voting. That's what I would offer. I think it's okay to give people permission to be transactional voters.
I think that was the wine talking, and I think that she was trying to put on that Black scent, which sickens me because that woman is not Black.
All right. So we know Kamala has never promoted transactional voting. You know, when we have promoted that, they said that we are dumb, stupid. You don't know what we're talking about. We need a civics class, all of that, right? We don't know how the government work. That's all we were told. And now I want them to say that the same thing about Kamala, the Democrat shields. Are you going to say it about Kamala? Are you going to say she's dumb? She don't know what she's talking about. She needs a class. Are you going to say that? 9 times out of 10, you're not going to say that whatsoever. Okay. All right. So when I was on the X streets, right, I come upon this video, and when I looked at the date the video was posted, I said she just posted this video. Check out what, hold on. Now you remember, hold on, because I never got rid of it. You remember when she said this?
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit Black people. No.
Okay, I want you to remember that for a reason. Now remember, keep that in your head, but watch this video here. Watch this video.
In 2018, as a United States Senator, I led a resolution to recognize April 11 through April 17 as Black Maternal Health Week. In 2019, I introduced the Maternal Care Act. In 2020, I introduced the Black Maternal Health Momnibus Act. And as Vice President, I brought our fight to the White House. and called on states to extend postpartum Medicaid coverage from 2 months to 12 months. Today, we are clear-eyed because in this moment, Black maternal health initiatives and women's health research are under attack.
President Trump and his administration have taken a number of steps to restrict reproductive health care.
The Women's Health Initiative announced that the Trump administration is cutting its funding.
We have to take care of one thing: military protection.
We refuse to accept this, so we will continue to fight for a future in which every woman, regardless of her race, where she lives, or how much money she has, will have access to the health care she needs and so rightly deserves.
All right, y'all. So there was this video she just posted on her X account. Now I counted. She said the word black 3 times in this whole piece. 3 times she said the word black. She didn't say women of color. She didn't say minorities. I know she didn't say that word. She didn't say BIPOC. She didn't say that. She said black. She said our, the term our. So hey, I'm one of you. I'm black too. I'm one of you. Okay. So she's leaning into blackness early. Okay. So I'm like, okay, all right, Kamala, I see what you're doing. So hey, it seems like you've been doing some research since 2024. It seems that you want to run in 2028. That's what it's seeming like to me. And so you say, you know what? Let me get out there early and let me go holler at all of the black people early. I'm not gonna do what I did the last time, but Kamala, it's a lot I'm gonna talk about with you. The one thing you don't want to do, and like I said, I'm just giving some, you know, hey, I'm not on your campaign, but I just give free advice at times, you know. So you should get paid for that. I should get paid for a whole lot of stuff I do, but I don't. So it is what it is. Kamala, I don't know what you got going on, and I'm not the people in the chat talking. I'm just talking just straight with you. Don't disrespect black people and go get Cardi B. Okay, if you're gonna run, don't bring that woman to do no concerts. Don't. Matter of fact, anybody that's showing their booty, anybody that's showing. Matter of fact, Kamala, if they don't dress similar to you, let me put it like that, because you stay pretty covered. Okay, if they don't dress similar to you and stay pretty covered, don't bring those women around. Okay, I'm just letting you know.
All right, I think I played that part already. What are your thoughts, Michael? Because I looked it up and it says that there's no record that she passed any maternity act, but I think I spelled it wrong, so that's probably why.
Right. Yeah. You know, to be honest, because when Kamala Harris said that she co-sponsored the Black Maternal Health Act, and I hear this a lot from several politicians when they run for re-election, right? And we go to Congress.gov, there's no record that the Black Maternal Health Act has been, you know, introduced for Florida or has been passed and signed into law. So they're saying this, you know, to keep them in office. And also, when Kamala Harris said, regardless of race, regardless of race, no woman should be discriminated for, you know, for maternity, healthcare, right? But the problem is that a lot of hospitals in America, hospital, medical, and other health institutions, they still discriminate against Black women, regardless if the hospitals are diverse. Because the problem is that a lot of the laws that Congress passed to mandate hospitals to treat Black women with equal dignity and respect, there's no teeth, no enforcement. Like there's I believe the penalties, they're not high enough to hold the hospitals accountable.
Right.
Because nurses, doctors, administrators, they say, yeah, whatever. You know, a $65 fine, that's nothing. It's not going to change how we're going to deliver healthcare to Black women, right?
Yeah.
And so what I think Kamala Harris is missing in her policy proposal for Black maternal health is that it needs to be targeted, specific, and exclusive to Black women. And what I mean is like if if Congress is going to distribute federal funds, it needs to have like attachment in like bills that Democrats and Republicans introduce saying, hey, if you pass the maternal health for a woman, make sure that HBCUs like Howard University, Bethune, Florida A&M, and other HBCUs that treat Black women get equal funding for Black maternal health. Because by doing that, it's going to guarantee, it's going to guarantee access for Black women to receive maternal health care, right? And like what Philip Scott said, when Black women see Black healthcare providers who like them, the outcome is much better. Mortalities drop compared to Black women when they see healthcare providers who don't look like them. And so this is something that has to be exclusive and targeted, right? And of course, reparations definitely have to be front and center, and then other like freedom policies that come after it. Because I learned like long time ago, like especially when I used to volunteer for Bernie Sanders, with his universal policies, and I'm sure you did as well, Jesse, is that the universal policies are pretty much code word for diluting foundational Black Americans' economic pain and struggles, right?
Right.
And at the end of the day, Black Americans are going to be put are going to suffer the most compared to other groups, despite the programs being universal, because of the racial power dynamics that have not changed. And so that's why equality in healthcare is not enough unless equity is being addressed. And when I say equity to me means, and I'm sure to you it means, and Lady Che means separate institutions, meaning Black and white, that get federal funding for maternity health care. Because when you just do it when you have it too integrated, it's not going to work like what Elma K said at the last minute, and what several American freedmen have said, because most white most white healthcare providers, they learn their anti-Black racism from their parents at a young age.
Yep.
Then
To the field. Yep.
And it's institutional too. So it's not going to change. And as a matter of fact, I even talked about this at the one-payer meeting. I told the people about, hey, Medicare for all is great, but it's not enough to address the Black maternity.
We don't want Medicaid for all because we'll get it.
Right. And this lady, her name is Lode. She's a freed woman, descendant of chattel slavery. And what she was saying, what I was saying too, we actually were in total agreement. And I was like talking so passionately at that meeting, and then one of the hosts had to almost censor me in that meeting. You know what I mean? Because I was like taking over the entire meeting.
Yeah.
Right. And I told him, and even I mentioned about immigrants too, that most immigrants are anti-Black racists. And you know what one lady said to me in the chat? She said to me, you're causing division. You're causing division by not embracing solidarity. It's what the corporations want. And I said, ma'am, you need to understand something. Yeah, you maybe feel that immigrants are not racist to Black people in your area, but ma'am, not all immigrants don't align with the minority of immigrants to end anti-Black racism and white supremacy. So that's why
their homelands. They come from these anti-Black countries, and they bring that anti-Black hatred with them.
Exactly, right. And I'll tell you, it was very intense. Even the guy, his name is David. I think, I'm not saying he was of the lineage, but I'll say he was probably like from Africa. He said, we don't need this division between Caribbeans, FBAs, Jamaicans. And I said, David, most Jamaicans and Africans and Caribbeans, when they come to America, they don't want to ally themselves with Black Americans. So
because they told that we're bad and they have to watch a propaganda video, even though we've never seen no evidence of this. They have to watch a propaganda video at customs. That's
right.
Black
And
people in America is bad. and all of
Right.
that. So they're told not to have nothing to do with us, but they already have these preconceived notions before they even come to the country.
Right, exactly. Right. And it was just very frustrating at the meeting when I'm trying to get the white progressives to really fully embrace what Lode said and what I said at the meeting because I told him like, look,
Just let anybody in. They vet who they let in because they didn't want to let any riders in.
mm-hmm, right, exactly. And even the frustration I have with white progressives, even this white progressive told me, I don't want to burn off my relationships with the Democrats or burn off bridges. In my mind, I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Like, what if the bridges don't want to be maintained? What are you gonna do next? I mean, I was
they,
telling the
they
white progressive.
view it like, unfortunately, a lot of black people view it as a religion.
Right, right.
They vote blue no matter who. Just like people equate Pan Africanism to a damn religion.
Mm-hmm. Right. And also because and I guess like some of the some of the hosts, the
Mm-hmm.
hostess at the meeting, like how I was, going, I guess, too far according to them when I was talking about, I almost sounded like Donald Trump, right? And I think that what made them uncomfortable
Oh
at
yeah.
the one payer meeting when I said that Medicare is great, but it's not enough to address the black mortality. And even Lode experienced anti-black racism in Georgia, and she ran for Congress but lost in
Mhm.
I think it was 2018,
Okay.
right? And she's a midwife nurse, and
Oh,
she
so Abdullah.
Lode, her name is Lode. Her specialties, she specializes in midwife nursing for like black women.
That's Abdullah.
Yeah, it's a different Lode. I can't remember Octavia. Her name is Octavia Lode.
No. What you're describing is what we would call a Abdullah.
Oh, Abdullah, right, for midwife. Yes, sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought you were referring to Abdullah Malema. Sorry, I apologize.
Uh,
But
we over him. Hopefully they break him out.
yeah,
They should have did Nelson Mandela.
mm-hmm, right. And anyway, so I told
Mm-hmm.
I told the hostess at the one progressive pair, look, we're going to have to curtail on illegal immigration
Mm-hmm.
in order to focus on American and American freedmen issues.
Yeah.
Because right now, and I can never ever, I can't, it seems to me I can never get the progressives in alignment with American freedmen on immigration.
Because they're racist as hell.
Yeah.
Racist is the Republicans.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Even like to get them to embrace what Miss Lode said at the meeting. That we gotta look at from American freedmen's perspective,
Right.
right? And
Want to do that. They don't ever want to put themselves in our shoes, but they want to try to convince us they're our allies and our friends. They ain't
mm-hmm,
an ally or friend about you,
right.
Democrats.
Yeah. The
Live.
Democrats, are terrible too. And they do this on purpose, right? And even like I told the hostess, like when American freedmen tried to get healthcare in the past, they
Mm-hmm.
were excluded from I'm sorry, when they tried to get the GI Bill, housing loan, they were excluded from the New Deal program, including
The homes,
the
we were excluded from that.
yep,
Been excluded from just about every one of these lift all programs.
exactly. And that's why universal programs are not enough. And that's why targeted and limits-based policies are needed for
Right.
American freedmen, in addition to universal policies. And I understand why white progressives feel frustrated that we got to do both. I mean, according to them, because they feel like if we had to do both, oh, that means that we're going to lose popularity for universal policies and then focus so much on limits-based policies. And then the white progressives going to get very, I think, rebellious and resentful of American freedmen who are rising in economic power.
Yeah.
And the white progressives going to feel like, oh my gosh, American freedmen are going to leave us in the cold. And then the chances of universal policies are going to be over. And American freedmen say to the white progressives, white progressives, screw you guys. We're done. We don't want to fight anymore for universal policies. So sorry, you got to be homeless, white progressives. I know it sounds a little harsh, but it's the reality.
Yeah, that's the reality. Let's hear from Lady Che. What are your thoughts, Lady Che? About Kamala trying to talk like the Black Grassroots.
Man, I mean, she's gonna have to really put in some real work for her to be a believable situation on anything. I mean, she didn't really handle it well. I give it to her record. She was denied that, when making the transition over, she held it like a champ. That was some real ridiculous, embarrassing shit afterwards. However, I think that she made the wrong mistake by listening to the party, but also too, so that she came off her chest, like maybe she won't do nothing specific.
No.
Right. And you know what's my feeling too, Lady Che? Is that Wanda James is probably going to endorse Kamala Harris because I saw the picture.
She is.
Man, it's all Democrats. So,
it's all Democrat. K-High.
Right. And trust me, I know like Wanda James is going to be like so upset with America Friedman. Brother, sister, you gotta vote for the sister, Kamala Harris, because she's our sister, aka.
This is Wanda James. Does she support lineage-based cash payment reparations? Wanda James.
No more.
Because she told us to our face that she supported reparations.
The fact that they were lying, see, that's the part. Like, she didn't really have to say shit about her racial makeup. The fact that the party made it a point to throw that shit at us heavy as a black woman who vote for her. Well, you don't like black women. Blah 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 blah. No, cuz that broad is not black first. Whether she got sort of black in her is yet to be sorted out. None of our business. Really don't give a fuck. Her mate is a white man. Secondly, who gives a fuck, right?
Right.
Like this. She wasn't convincing. She's like, she would like, are you black? Stumbling over it.
Yeah.
That's not convincing. You should say it with your chest all day, every day. 24/7.
Black.
You know what I mean?
What?
It should be a question. Because at that point, if you're trying to pander specifically to black Americans and the party pushed this descriptive dialogue over you, and you got to play your role. Your role didn't convince us.
Right.
And I was the first motherfucker to be like, man, let's Biden's out the picture now. We can take the fucking fog glasses off and see the reality. That's not a black woman. Right? Not even black. Okay, let's fuck it. She's not black first. How about that?
Right.
Not
she's
even
not black
close.
first, though. She don't put black people in front of anything. And if you went to HBCU like such,
yeah,
you talking about that it's all black, whatever. You should really be on this reparations kick with us.
Exactly.
Instead of like shunning it and acting like you gotta be kumbaya with every motherfucking community and live whatever kind of agenda everybody's on versus what the fuck we need.
Well, she's not of the lineage.
If you were, regardless, even if she wasn't, if she was going to pander to us, because she was going to cosplay or whatever, but she had plenty of time to be next to the vice president. Look, we're watching it in real time, right? Vance moves all over the place.
Yeah.
Right? I know it's not the same comparison. But you're close to the motherfucking man with the pen.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You could you're supposed to be the border czar, wherever the fuck he sent you.
Yeah.
You're right there with the man with the pen every day, all day, sitting there learning and shit. Surely you can convince the fucking man with the pen, if you convince them to feel white guilt, bring you as your vice president, then why couldn't you convince him with that same white guilt to cut a motherfucking check?
Exactly. Right. And also some people said that Kamala Harris was like a maid to Joe Biden, according to Fox News. Do you consider that as a racist comment from a Fox News contributor when he said Kamala Harris is like a maid to Joe Biden in the White House?
Yeah, she was the help. And she was the border czar, and
when
she
he
failed.
put her as the vice president, for all that, she made him feel like that epic fucking white guilt of fucking. I would have got a little black girl on the bus.
Yeah.
And he had that look in his face like, oh fuck, I done committed another crime against black people.
Mm-hmm.
He be my vice president. Come on, cuz. So you right there with the white man holding the pen.
Mm-hmm.
A racist motherfucker.
Or was it the auto pen?
Whatever. Holding the pen. He got the pen in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Making a decision. You know what I mean? He could put her in charge of some fucking executive fucking you gonna be in charge of creating some sort of
energy and transportation.
You know what I mean? You should be
right.
Make sure black people get reparations. I don't know. She could have did something because she did say, you know, we're gonna we're gonna pass the. I'm gonna make sure that Joe passed that.
At Tyree Nichols' funeral.
Yeah, Tyree Nichols. But he was talking about George Floyd Act.
Yeah, but Tyree Nichols' funeral.
Nichols died, though.
Yeah.
See how the distance is.
I'm gonna make him sign it in
and
Congress.
And she danced with Al Sharpton at the funeral.
Yeah.
Like, you at the funeral with fucking buck broken ass Al Sharpton.
Yeah.
Talking about you gonna make Joe sign what?
Yeah.
And you didn't make that happen.
Yeah, I'm gonna make him and Congress sign the George Floyd Policing Act.
I mean, you're the vice president, even if there's no alleged power in it. And you're just,
but she has a lot of influence. She could have influenced. Yeah, not only Joe Biden, but she could influence Congress to press hard on the George Floyd Policing Act.
Why can't you walk around talking to other Democrats?
Yeah. Right. You know, Kamala Harris is like, I gotta be bipartisan. I can't deviate too far on American family issues. Otherwise, Republicans gonna let me ask, oh, I'm too radical. I'm focused too much on Black America. So I gotta tell. I'm kind of paraphrasing what Kamala Harris said. I mean, I'm curious.
Yeah.
But she had all those people that came to go and speak for her at the DNC or whatever, right? All the little stars. Saw Usher look like he didn't want to be there at all.
Yeah, he didn't want to at all. He was like bored. You could tell he didn't want to sing at all.
Right.
But Kamala Harris treated us as like, boy, if you don't sing, you're not gonna get paid.
Oh my God, he looked scared as hell.
Yeah, he did look sure.
Yeah.
Bad look for my reputation.
Mm-hmm. And then they said,
yeah, I'm sorry, it's not a good impersonation of.
That's
sorry,
true.
I didn't do a good job of impersonating Kamala Harris, telling us, a boy, if you don't sing, you ain't gonna get a check.
Yeah, she was like a mammy on the plantation, but she's not Black.
Yeah,
right.
Any of their people speak on her behalf, they could have said, "Look, we were talking to her behind the scenes, and she gonna give us reparations, y'all. She gonna sign that paper, y'all." They're like, "Yeah," and then that would be it. She won. Right. So. They just took anybody's thing. And look, man, I gotta just say, look, you don't believe me? Listen, you know, I might move it, right? And it would have been all right. But
yeah.
Do that. Fucking stupid Charlemagne could have fucking, you know, since he's so in love, could have fucking talked her into it.
Yeah.
Motherfucking don't DL Hughley could have been like, you know what you need to do for our people, right? Anybody who's like fucking singing the praises of, oh, she a Black woman, you ain't gonna disrespect a Black woman in front of her type shit. Well, should have helped her. Help us. Help her, help us.
Instead, that well down old Tether Sambo.
Yeah. But what do you guys think? The author Thomas Reddick's new book, Time for Trump's Patriotic Reparations, is an urgent call for President Trump to finally enact reparations for Black Americans.
I haven't heard of it. This is the first I'm hearing of it. But
yeah, he's going to be live tomorrow. I think 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's going to be on Politics in Black.
That would be 3 p.m. I think I'm subscribed to them.
What?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Oh, who, me? Oh, yeah. So
put the link in the chat.
Oh yeah, let me do that. Yeah, I have the email. As a matter of fact, I saved it.
What the reparations and Trump? Like those two words that don't make sense in the same sentence.
I said since day zero he was gonna cut the check for reparations.
No, because I mean, look, no.
I did say that.
You did say that, but I'm like, no, because I mean, it'd be an act of God. He can't even tell the truth on this motherfucking alleged, you know, shit at the hormone, straight over or whatever it's called.
Just to spite the Democrats, I said he would do it. He would do it.
It doesn't even matter at this point. He's
Oh
just
yeah,
himself.
and Lady Tay, and Lady Tay, I also emailed Jesse. I'm sorry, on the email CC about writing a letter to President Trump to issue executive orders for limits-based policies and to have a potential meeting with him and listing, specific, policies at the executive level, as well as putting pressure on Congress to do right by American freedmen. Because if President Trump gave Congress couple days to
Yeah.
pass one big beautiful act in 2025, that means Trump's gonna have no problem forcing Congress to to introduce legislation for American freedom and title slavery and put it for a floor vote and then get it signed by him.
Yeah, he can do it.
I think that we gotta get some old
Yeah, I was subscribed already.
30+ year politicians out of office that have been blocking the progression of anything good and black from happening in the last fucking 80 years. They gotta go.
Yes, I agree. They definitely need to go. Got to go. What's that?
Well, he's appointed for life, so he can't
Clarence
go.
Thomas is a disgrace to his area near the Gulagichi.
Yeah,
He should be
yeah.
stoned a lot or beaten with a switch at least once.
At least
once in front of the white lady.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like
Right, but at least, hey, Lady Tay, at least your man, Congress, at least you're a judge. Clarence Thomas made the case that affirmative action got to go. It's time to focus on lineage, legal status.
there can't be any affirmative action because everybody is on whitewashed it.
Yeah,
So anything that has to do with anytime they say civil rights,
yeah,
but that's meant like
yeah.
now
Right.
that everybody got civil rights.
Yeah,
That's not it. You created a motherfucking whole world of fantasy agenda, and now you want people to stand up for you.
We're the only reason why they have civil rights.
You know what I mean? Everything these people do with an agenda.
We were so
It's
inclusive
like
with the
whatever.
language in the 64
Right,
bill language.
right. You got the gay agenda talking about, and that was when men was trying to be, during the most trying to emasculate black men and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
Gay and whatever, right? For 30 years. And these motherfuckers
Dr. Francis Chris Wilson warned us about that.
white people talk about black people and they got black fatigue and their civil rights are violated. White
right.
people,
And even
their civil rights are violated.
Yep. And even now, I'll even add to that American freemen are experiencing white fatigue. Notice how white people said that they're experiencing black fatigue. Well,
There was a sister that wrote a whole book called Black Fatigue, and it was about the psychological effects of having to deal with this racist system as a black woman in America.
They turned it into something else.
right. And it's interesting too, right? Have you noticed that although a lot of brothers and sisters got laid off from federal government, have you noticed Brad is like, Karen, you gotta stay with us. You can't leave. You can't join Bakisa. And Karen's like, Brad, I want to leave. Brad's like, no, Karen, if you leave, I don't have control. That means I can't maintain the racist economic system. And Karen's like, Brad, I'm leaving you. I'm divorcing you. And Brad
wants to be above him.
Right. And Brad gets very confrontational, aggressive with Becky.
Yeah.
He'll be back to White Bill soon enough.
Mm-hmm.
He knows it. That's why the conditions between them stay the same.
Right.
Because he knows she ain't going nowhere. She's just over there, swilly gazing and shit. She'll be back. She'll be back. Because why? Because they always go back to the white.
Right. It's almost like undercover the Beckys are doing. They're being like undercover psyops.
I don't feel sorry for them bitches. Them bitches have made my life hard since it's ours. So I don't feel sorry for the bitches at all. Or their mates. Or their men. I don't feel sorry for them. I have no feelings about it. They can whine. They can crunch their face up.
Remember,
they can
white tears matter.
Out a tear. They can try to
family and
some guilt in their voice. I don't see right through that shit. That fucking shit is trash. Ain't nobody believing that shit.
Hey,
Well, I know everybody
baby.
with no sense will believe that.
You hear the baby, Michael?
Oh, wait, your cat? Yeah, I hear it. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, your cat is still awake.
That's the baby.
It's a little kitten.
It's
Oh,
only
little
like
kitten.
it's only like 3 weeks old.
3 weeks old. Yeah. Hey, Jesse, I like the opinion war to the meeting that said white lives matter.
Oh yeah.
What were people's reactions when they saw that?
They're always scared.
All his.
The coons were scared too.
That's all his. I remember the day he said it. We were bobbing
Yeah.
around. We were watching this bitch cry at the front desk. And she was lying.
At my
She was
old
out
place.
Right. I remember at the meeting you and Lady Che attend. I think you were there and by yourself, and Lady Che commented, right? I
Mhm.
noticed that the Reverend was being too comfortable to Becky.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I was like, wow. I was like, Reverend. I said, Reverend, you got to be careful with the Beckys, right?
Right. He even put hands on one of them.
And when you saw that, Jesse, were you surprised?
No, salute, cuz.
I remember when he remembered his daddy talking about white flight.
It's official, cuz I'm on the ballot. Black Joe.
Yeah. No, real shit. So
Oh, now the camera's
Sally
acting
will be
up.
talking
Ain't
about,
that a bitch?
look at all these white people. Like, we're doing something to them.
Right.
That they came over and approached in our shit and act like they want us to leave. Oh, bitch, you deal with the fucking elements.
Exactly. Right. And even like the lady, the Karen said, "Oh, we need more 911 because these people." I knew what she meant when she said these people.
Oh yeah, they said these people were at the park and we can't go. And then it got quiet. The audio lost. I was like, oh shit, about to get salacious, right?
Because Jesse and the Reverend spoke and silenced the crowd.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. And speaking about it too, right? Because especially right, Jesse and Lady Che, whenever white liberals, move to Denver, especially in the blue city, I noticed something. They like to bring their multiculturalism to dilute foundational Black Americans' needs for liberation, equality, and reparations. Because the Beckys are like,
White folks got no culture.
Right.
Right.
They steal from the culture. They ain't got no culture.
Right. And the Becky's like,
Shit.
we need to go back to the 1950s. You know what I mean?
The motherfuckers be like, we need more entertainment.
Thank
After
you,
they done
cuz.
pushed out the entertainment. Like,
So there's the flyer Lady Che made. Part of it, at least. That's like the first half of it.
First half. Stop
Mhm.
displacement in our communities, demand accountability and public safety, fight for Black democratic rights interests. Unity Party of Colorado. That is cool. Oh, I like it.
oh man, I made it like I got Jesse all ready to go to bed. I woke up late, like super late.
Yeah.
And he was already dressed. He had shit already.
Yeah, I was ready to go.
And I was like, look, man, I gotta make sure he had everything ready because he was going into the landmines of fucking puppetry.
Democrat dumb K-hidness.
Call them the AKA undercover Karens, Becky's.
Right, we tried so hard. But this is probably the most prepared that I managed that I got him so far. Each campaign it gets a little bit easier.
Yeah.
I think for me, I learned a little bit more shit. But I was like, oh fuck this, man. You're not gonna do this shit again. Well, you gotta take this motherfucker race. I can't handle it. Like they're putting so much effort. So I figured that I have to make like 4 little tiny little edits on the website.
Yeah.
And I did that shit like real quick. Like really quick, like 30 minutes. It took me only 30 minutes. Just because we were having a hard time downloading it to get it to where it needed to go to print, right?
Right.
But it was just that. I woke up and was like, oh man, let me make this flyer real quick.
Yeah. So Jesse, do you feel like you have a higher chance to win this year compared to a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
I feel like if we get our cards right and strategically move around in a diplomatic motherfucking way, we might be able to do it. However, I think this seat is is any grassroots motherfucker ever took this seat?
Yeah, was it? Oh, they were all establishment. Yeah, they were all.
Yeah. Did you also Jesse? Did you also receive endorsement from James Coleman?
Oh yeah, definitely should get
You
one.
definitely need his endorsement as well, because I'm sure James Coleman knows the political layout and how to defeat the establishment.
Yeah, he's termed out what he got to lose.
But his endorsement way heavy because it's still him. They love him.
Yeah.
Right.
I think would be a good thing, but because he's an independent, they ain't gonna want to endorse him. They're gonna want
Harder. So in other words, Democrats cannot really endorse independents.
They're not gonna do
No, they're not gonna.
Oh man.
Get questioned by the party. I don't know what it is, but motherfuckers don't know how to think for themselves.
Right.
Right. But other than that, James Coleman can offer you political advice, right, Jesse, in the campaign.
Testimonial. Why can't he do a testimonial?
He could do a testimonial.
Motherfuckers should just be a real one and just do a vouch or endorsement. I say vouch, endorsements and shit.
Yeah.
But I think that because, real motherfuckers do real shit. Like, if you're really serious about it, well, shit, do that because you know what kind of motherfucker you're actually dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody knows who he is.
Right.
So it's not like somebody that doesn't have name recognition.
Mm-hmm.
They're intentionally holding they're intentionally shadow banning intentionally.
Mm-hmm.
I figured it out. I pieced it all together. It took like three campaigns later, but I now see the play. I didn't get it at first. Especially the first campaign I helped with. Yeah. I didn't get it at first. I was like, wow, why the fuck, man? There's hating. They like really did that. And I kind of like when somebody say they're doing it to me on purpose, and nobody believes you, right? So you didn't put no effort in, that type of shit. I was like, nah, man, I knew better. Then the second time, I was like, I fucking knew better. I didn't really get it. I didn't understand it till this campaign, till just like earlier this morning. After he left, and I was waiting for him to go live, and I got it. Then it all clicked in when I was watching the live when he said that. Talking. Then everybody ended. He had some black shit at the top. The host, right? And Jesse got real loud with him, which you told me he was gonna have to do. He said it, and then they was like, "Nah, I'm this place," or some shit like that to Jesse. And then he's walking around, people are talking to him, but they're like, it's kind of I don't know, it's kind of weird. But some people are like, "Why weren't you up there?"
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it really bothered. It really says something. If the lives go like they are when he does them, it really says something about Colorado, especially Black Colorado. Fuckers will have a whole summit that says Black on purpose, but you'll pander and cater to the motherfucking white folk.
In the Democrat.
And you want, as a man, as an elder, a Black man, go ahead and let another young Black man, just get it out, just say what you gotta say. Less than 2 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, a little announcement, and that's that. But instead, you want to be a total hoe and toot it up for the Democrats and pander and sell your soul to motherfucking white devil, white people, really, because they're the ones that I don't even know what the goal is. He ain't getting no paycheck. Why act like that?
Right, exactly right. And he's like a grassroots candidate.
Yeah.
And unfortunately because the white Democrats, well, I should say, let me say Democrats in general, they love their money too much. And when grassroots candidates or independent or third-party candidates expose Democrats, it's a red flag that Democrats are about to be, how do I say this? Let's just say about to be, sabotaged in the elections in terms of, corporate money pouring into the race.
Yeah, Citizens United.
That way. That's why I said I asked about right now. That seat, you got to raise a lot of money for that seat, or you just got to get more than, because nobody expected him to be on the ballot already. It's not even public yet. Like, not like
well,
really.
The press
right?
release is ready.
It's the press release, but it's on the site, right?
Yeah.
Is
well, this
flyer
flyer isn't, but yeah.
No, site, the actual site, the tracker site.
Oh yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I got a committee. You should be able to see it now.
Well, like, okay, look, if it's not on that site, the candidates, right? The legitimate site that shows who's running.
Mm-hmm.
What's it called?
Tracer.
Tracer. There you go, Tracer. Then it's like whatever, right? But he got the paperwork right in his head to do it, right? So I'm running on the ballot. So this broad who's sitting in that seat now, she gotta be like, yeah, right, he ain't running. It ain't real. Because I've been looking in the newspaper, I ain't seen it yet. I ain't see it yet, and I ain't got hit with no emails talking about we'd like to set up an interview to get your stance on this run. Maybe take a picture. You know what I mean? Like that. Or we could just go, I already got the press release together and everything. I might as well just go ahead and do the work myself. Send. Like I did that one time.
Right. Yeah, so it's right. So it's really just making updates to really Jesse's campaign website.
I did that.
She did that.
I feel like I said though when we talked about the Wanda James thing, was like she didn't mention the in the words reparations or whatever, right?
Right.
And in regards to Jesse's shit, I felt like you can't see it; it's implied. Like that shit is all black all the time, like the whole website.
Right.
And you don't feel it like it's coming. That's I gotta spell it out for the slow bus. You know what I mean? Like fuck it, I'll go make that edit. You know what I mean? Like this is what we set up because really that's really mostly for the new black media.
Right.
Here in the city, when you're outside, there's only a handful of us that are on that codified thought process. Really, like I'm gonna give it 2 handfuls and maybe one of Jensen's. So like 15 people, it seems like. Everybody else is not on that. They're not even remotely near codified. So like you just what? No.
So that's the updated website.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw the updated website today. As a matter of fact.
I took down pretty much a lot. I took down a Cornell West stuff. I took down a couple of things.
Yeah.
And I went through it really fast. I spent like 16 hours on it in one shot. So when he left, because I'm like a little perfectionist, I was like, you know what? I need to fix that. I should go make this and fix that. Right? But I was like, no, Bernie, don't do it.
The date.
Right?
The
And I was
election
like,
date.
I gotta go take off like 1 or 2 things. And I was like, okay, little things. And then Jesse was looking at it, I was like, make your little edits now, cuz when I get back home, I can put them in. But if you don't make the little edits, I'm gonna forget about it and keep the rest of my afternoon. You know what I mean? So I was like, he looked at it, he knew what it said, but I heard what you said. And I was like, I guess I gotta spell it out for the kids in the back of the bus. You know, we on this I don't know fucking how to word it. At this point, if I gotta word it like standing on reparations, lineage based business, what? Like I thought it was implied. When I look at that shit, I think it's all implied. Like it's implied that you're gonna do black interests, the interests of black people type shit. Yeah.
Right.
Go actually put it in word form and make a little statement behind it, which is not a big deal. Not a big deal. It really if it's just that, so you know, just know that Brandon Green Majors thinks you're slow. You didn't see the inflammation and that it was implied. It was implied. It should be a question. But okay, makes you feel better, and you know that it's solid. I'll go fix it with a little typing, and secretly I'm like, You know what I mean? That's how I feel. Secretly went, you really just couldn't see it, huh? It wasn't black enough for you. All right.
Yeah. Oh, Jesse, I noticed in your campaign platform when I read on your website, you mentioned about social emotional learning to address the prison school complex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is that about? The social emotional learning.
That's about keeping them out of the prison system. And making sure they get the proper mental health.
Mental health. Right.
What? How did you say it? How did you say it?
How did the word on?
Yeah. How was it worded?
ensure. Where is that on the website?
Yeah, we're
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the old website from 2023. I think when you ran for mayor or
Oh.
for House District.
we had different plans at that point in time. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right.
this website, all this shit came. All this shit. He told me what he wanted to do, but he was doing some other shit. It's just like it takes like a whole bunch of people to run one candidate. Like he's busy doing one thing, I was doing like 10 things. So when he told me at the time of the mayoral shit, there was so much that needed to be changed, so fucking much, and I just knew that you can see from the bottom. Like, nothing.
As a matter of fact, Jesse, if you could pull up the diversion you mentioned.
Oh,
I just saw diversion. If you can scroll up a little bit.
Yeah, all this shit came off of the brand new.
Okay, yeah, that one. So the diversion initiative, I have a question. So I understand that you're very exclusively focused on American freedmen, right?
Yeah.
And you said promote policies that address systemic racism and ensure
Pause right there.
equal opportunities for all residents. Are you saying explicitly for American freedmen or all Colorado residents in Denver?
No, it shouldn't say that at all. It should say Black Denver, foundational Black.
That's in the very beginning, but on the diversion area, it just says all residents.
Right. So, yeah, you got to add something for. But to be honest, I actually saw that was a problem today. That when I was thinking about it, I was like, you know what? I didn't add nothing for them. I didn't add shit for the whites, the lesbians.
I mean, it starts off black, so
it's all to me. I'm just doing my own thing, like just talking black to myself.
Right. Because I feel like for like other like non-American freedom candidates, they need to talk about like other issues because yeah, you're right to prioritize American freedmen issues first over other issues because American freedmen have been the last people to be served and have been excluded. It's not the first time, it's not the last, and it's a cycle and a pattern. And I say to
That's what I asked Jesse today. I was like, hey, cuz I'm sorry, I forgot that there's other people in the world other than black people. My bad. I should put that in there. Right? I told him that just like right before the show started.
Yeah.
I said, my bad, cuz I forgot that there's other people in the world. Some shit, right? I was like, fix that, but how do you fix it? Really, because I could care less what the gentrifiers want. Me personally, right? I was like, what are they really griping about? I can't get down with nothing they're actually upset about because it goes against our moral code. It goes against the compensatory code on a lot of things, like standing with motherfucking illegal aliens, committing motherfucking federal misdemeanors with the mayor.
Look, it literally starts off Black Denverites first, finally.
Right. I forgot.
Hey, good question. So when you mentioned the Black Denverites, why not say American freedmen?
Because, well, I guess because I'm speaking to Black Denver, right? To the House district of the district.
Yeah.
And I said Black Denverites or Black. What did I say?
Black Denverites.
Black Denverites. Right. Meaning, I worded it several times differently, like Black American Denverites.
Yeah.
Right. I could have thrown a Freedman. But it's so for these people out here, the I want to say the chilling and the cooning and
the boule
shit. They ain't really
the gatekeepers. The boule.
It cost me too much to explain the Freedman part.
They actually take time to read this.
I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Not sorry, but I'll fix it.
The reason I ask or inquire is because you remember when Greg Marcel Dixon ran for Congress several times, he didn't say, I don't think he said black people, he said American freedmen.
Yeah, we could have went that way.
You right, Black Joe.
when I made the little nine bills and 43 pages, I addressed the freedom part. But I guess I really wasn't thinking because I thought that was too many motherfucking words to speak to just Black Denver. You know what I mean?
Right. Because the reason, I
So,
asked this. Another reason I asked this question because I know Denver. There's a lot of immigrants.
Americans, she said it.
Yeah.
It's right there. Look, foundation.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know this too. Right. But I'm just saying, like the Black immigrants might get a little uncomfortable. You know what I mean? In Denver.
not that at all in there.
Ain't nothing, no immigration,
about
nothing.
motherfucking
Yeah.
immigration, because
Yeah.
I really co-sign that shit. I can't get down with it. I can't get down with it.
Get jiggy with that shit.
I'm upset with the way everything is.
Right.
Yeah, come and get everybody, right? Especially motherfuckers that are black as Jesse or blacker, but are on the white tip. Please come, damn, I'll tell you what. You know, you need help flowing where the immigration jail is, right around the corner. You know, like that is the. And I forgot, to be honest, I'm always on my black nationalist shit.
Right.
I like Dr. Khalid Muhammad Black. Like,
yeah.
I forgot there was other motherfucking people in the city. When I was working on it, I was just sitting there. I was like, on my black shit.
Oh, it should have a song about the boundaries.
Of boundaries.
Of the district.
Oh, yeah, there's boundaries. And really, and I said Black Denver rights, I said foundational Black American Denver rights. That should mean, right, what it means. Foundational American Denver rights. Could have said Freedmen, but I didn't like Denver right Freedmen. It doesn't make sense to me with the wording. So I wanted it to make sense and keep it simple. And I honestly, I'm not really sorry about it, but I'll fix it.
Oh yeah. You don't have to.
I forgot to address the agenda, the motherfucking migrants, the motherfucking what. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, because like I said, Lady Tay and Jesse, you don't have to apologize at all. Like I said, like I said, don't feel sorry at all for the white, Asian, Hispanic residents who going to vote, right? Because they have to like understand. Look, it's American Freedmen's time and turn to fix their own problems, because unfortunately the white Hispanics and Asian voters in Denver, Colorado, they want to maintain the all lives matter. How about us? And I know the lady says like, I'm sorry, Becky, I'm sorry, Miss Chen, I'm sorry, Maria, we can't help you. We got to segregate. Oh yes, Miss Maria, Miss Chen, and Becky, we got to discriminate. I'm sorry.
Miss Chen and Becky.
Yeah.
No, like real shit. It's like this. Look, foundational Black Americans that live here in Denver, the actual ones from the soil or wherever in the United States, it's known that benign neglect, fucking racial, all this shit is happening in front of everybody, and it's very clear when it comes to city council and when policies be passed.
Yeah.
That it's being ignored. Also, too, I haven't seen any candidate running in Black candidate running in the city of Denver. They fucking real life Black fucking website. Somewhere there's some hand holding with some white people in the back, or you know what I mean? There's some sort of agenda that says, "Hey, I'm still with you. I'm a kumbaya and hold your motherfucking hand through it." Where this is
no pandering.
No, you can't
no pandering, just tangibles.
Right. Look, they're passing all kinds of shit in this house, right? And there's only a handful of Black people in there, and their shit gets stripped to the white meat, and white people get their way, right? Yeah. They look defeated. They look fucking defeated. Whereas this time, I think if you have a solid, regular, solid Black man, that has bass in his voice and can say no. Trust me, he says no, and he really means it. I'll be like, goddamn, no.
My no means no, goddamn.
No means no, right?
Right.
I'm the people. If you tell me no, I'm sitting there like, you know what, you was a dick.
Yeah.
I'm like, you really gonna tell me no? But it's real true. You Black people in the city and the most vulnerable have to be cared for first.
Yep.
Everybody else has to take a back seat and just wait your turn.
Right.
They've been a priority for the last fucking millennia.
Yeah.
So,
or you can tell like other groups of people. I'm sorry, other groups of people. You got to
I didn't say
I
that.
know it's gonna sound. Listen, I know it's gonna sound a little harsh to like Asian millennials and Hispanics. I'm sorry, Asian Hispanics and white people. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to wait
We
365 days to
Michael,
get services.
that mayoral campaign,
Mhm.
the mayoral website.
Yeah.
I worked really fucking hard on that.
Uh-huh.
It is every motherfucking thing anybody could fucking think of,
Mhm.
including all the fucking bills and policies that are already been passed.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
whole thing where I just all of that, right? And it wasn't good enough, or even
For the Bouleville.
for the Bouleville, let alone because of the black gatekeeping
Mhm.
that influenced white people too. You know, there's some influence going back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, it was like Jesse's homophobic.
Mhm.
He's a racist.
Mhm.
Sorry, we're racist. You know, just ugly shit in the way it was.
Right.
If you got black gatekeepers, black Democratic gatekeepers in the already that are publicly out there, they're gonna intentionally find a way to kiss ass, shame him, and drag it out. And that's why it was so difficult. He couldn't even, like, with this opening, like, to announce his shit during the mayoral campaign, he couldn't even announce it because the motherfucking black gatekeeper Jeff Barr, making over there, fucking wouldn't let him do it. It's like shit on a motherfucking young man's dreams, right?
Yeah.
Just shit on him together because he wasn't
A Democrat.
He wasn't a Democrat, and he
Right.
got pretty soured on Sherman Safety.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And just overall being I'm black and proud type shit. Hey, so they were not hearing, they were not feeling it, and you made it worse. And I kept saying, why are you doing this? Cuz you're an elder. You're a black man. Well, an old man, a elder, and a young man, you know what I mean? You're supposed to be a leader. That's not leadership.
Right.
That's fucking
Keep it.
buck broken fucking biscuit eating fucking tap chewing whatever fuck.
Mhm.
Because you're an enemy to black people.
Right.
I told him that. He had like it's what it like. I hate Ray, whatever. Hate me if you want to. But it's the truth.
Right.
Who does that? Who does that and wants the endorsement of a fucking elder that's supposed to be a pillar of the community?
Right.
Well, he ain't a pillar of the community.
No.
He's a motherfucking shill.
Mhm.
Biscuit eating crumb biscuit. You know what I
Yep.
mean? That's what he is. And today we just confront him. Oh, okay. Well, you know good and goddamn well he ain't gonna get that motherfucking interview on top. And because when I was running for office too, because he did, I asked him 8 fucking times. That's way more than I would give anybody. I just wanted one time, right? Me asking somebody one time, you give me the cold shoulder side eye. I'm like, fuck you, 2 shoulder shrugs if you keep it pushing.
Right.
But because it's a pillar of the community that I'm kind of like, you know, integrated with. I wanted it. I wanted him to give me an interview because I wanted everybody to see what the fuck I was talking about, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't do it. Instead, what they did was
It's the same one that
find a
muted.
way to shame the motherfucking the pro anything. And then when it's all said and done, what do you say? So you wish you would have went with Jesse Paris, huh?
Lady Che got muted.
Yeah, no, he got muted because I said, "Oh boy, we buck broken."
Yep.
They said you ain't gonna fight for your seat, dust yourself off, you buck broken. Like you really acting like real buck broken. You just gonna let everybody jump ahead of you, and then you want to be the epitome of motherfucking blackness. Eat a dick. No. Like who does that? All right, take it. You know, let's let her get a chance and let him get in. Fuck that, man. That's the problem. That's the problem. That's why we can't get nowhere because of everybody leapfrogging and never putting black people first. That's why that yellow paragraph is specific. Everybody got their representatives except for us.
Right.
Got an agenda except for us. So, you know, you dig. And now there's an agenda, and now there's going to be people who have a representative to actually represent fucking actual interests, including when this reparations shit go through.
Yeah.
They're just at a fucking equity study that's funded by white folk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sponsored by white folk.
I got skin in the game. That's what
Yeah.
John Bailey said.
What is that? What is that? What is skin in the game? Does that mean you tuned it up and popped it open for fucking
Right.
you on their fucking favorite Negro fucking list? You get a postcard from your favorite white person?
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, that's all you do it for. Because I can't see no motivation other than a small bag to continue to try to bring the people to the yard. All what came on by endorsing white folks.
He made sure the police were there.
And you make sure the police is there, especially when
Yeah, I noticed too, especially at the meeting.
He knew he was gonna show up. That's why the police.
He told him no ahead of time. That's
That's
why
the only reason why the
he
police.
went so prepared.
Yeah.
'Cause he
And
said-
I also noticed too, the black spokesman for the Denver City Police was very neutral. I noticed.
That raccoon.
which one?
The one at St. Charles
Oh, the one
with the Karens.
Oh my
Yeah, when he was trying to like alleviate the Karen's concerns
Yeah.
about not having enough police.
Right, those lucky I didn't go to that.
It's a different culture.
We're gonna look. It's all about cultural things.
He reminded me of
Cultural
Tom
differences.
from the Boondocks.
Fuck him, man. I was lucky that he didn't take me. I was so thankful because I was watching it. I knew I wasn't gonna be able to behave myself, even with the police right there. I'm gonna be here as long as it takes. That means it'll be as long as it takes. Brandy says to fucking fucking upsetting white shit. They like that's
I
what they
answer
usually
whatever
do.
questions want us
We'll
to
just wait for you two
want the
outside.
whole community to snitch.
Yeah, snitching is just what we're doing over here. Fuck that.
Right.
And it said this cultural behavior.
I told him, I'm not going to help you do your job.
I said, what? Look, there's cameras and surveillance, and the white people got that next door shit. Dude, I saw myself getting stitched on 3 times on next door.
Yeah.
I
And
read
by the way, yeah.
Next
I
door,
also-
King, we need more officers.
they got cameras and drones, and
Mhm.
they want the police to do more shit.
We
They're
need more
willing to
money
pay
to the police. I'm
don't
tired of hearing about defunding the police. We need more money to the police.
Even so, you see the chief Thomas like, we're not gonna do all that. But
They never defunded the police,
they
by the
never
way.
did. They just took away his helicopter resource.
They gave them more money.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, who was adamant that they were gonna get no new uniforms and no cars?
And
that was-
also I noticed too that most of the police who were present at the meeting were Mzungus.
Well, they gotta protect the white people because it was in a
Except for the Black American who was a spokesperson for the police department.
Oh no, he's a favorite Negro. He's a safe.
He's a
Safe Negro.
Yeah, definitely doing safe Negro activities.
I'm gonna teach you white folks about gang culture.
Right. You see this? It's cultural. Call the police. Feel free.
Man, Jesse, you're so funny. How to impersonate the Karens? How do you do it so effectively?
Because I've been around too many of them.
Too many of them. I'm sure, like when you talk on the phone, do you ever like pretend that you like a Karen as a way to like de-escalate the situation?
No, because
No, when I did call center, they called me in every day.
Blankets, because remember the blankets are outside.
I would find a way to make them call me in.
30 minutes or less. We got a 30-minute or less track record so far.
Yeah. And you know, interesting too in that video, right? At the meeting, I noticed that the white lady smile became a little bit more receptive after you and the Reverend explained the importance of white people.
Trevor was trying to make everybody feel comfortable.
Yeah.
That motherfucker wrong for that.
Yeah, but I'm saying Jesse, like when you explained to the white lady, she became more empathetic towards the end. I'm saying the other white lady.
I don't know why he was.
Because I'm running
Get to
for
know your
office.
neighbors. Like, why do all that? They gotta go.
But if you want to stay, get to know your
Not getting
neighbors.
to know anything. I remember
Right.
get scared to walk off the sidewalk.
And instead of calling the police every 5 minutes.
I remember when they used to walk faster.
No, what's going
on
on with
and jump off the
911?
sidewalk.
The dispatch is too slow.
They still
There's too much crime going on here. They're doing drugs at the bus stop. And I don't feel safe walking little Timmy and the dog.
Sitting at the bus stop for more than 30 minutes.
That's funny. That is.
Oh, we don't have elders at the bus stop.
And the Tom was like, Well, you know, if you see him smoking crack or meth, just give us a call.
It's a cultural behavioral thing.
If you see a pipe, just give us a call.
Real, like, you know, white people do more drugs in their house
Yes.
than they care to
Yes.
admit to.
Yes.
And then they go outside fucked up and fuck with homeless people, black homeless people.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I said there's drugs everywhere.
Right. What are you talking about? This is an open air market. Look, I got pictures. Remember that one dude would come with the big
Oh
gloves?
my
And
God.
I told him, I was like, I want to live on your patio, okay? Because you got to do all that. I'm gonna
Oh,
just
Craig's
it.
punk ass.
Yeah, Craig, I'm going to get on your patio. We're going to really have this discussion because you're only doing this because your fucking mate died.
Yeah.
Of a drug. So now you got to punish everybody. Stay
Yeah.
ass in the house and stop taking pictures.
Right.
Motherfuckers will look at that like you see too much.
Right.
And you ain't going to make it home one night.
Right.
Look, it's a meth pipe. They're fighting. They're fighting in the middle of the night. Look at him swinging with the pipe. Where did he get the stick? He's fighting with a 2x4. Right? You're like, girl outside. Look, man, they're gun shooting outside the St. Francis Center at 3 a.m. What the fuck are you doing?
Where
outside
is
at 3 a.m.?
ShotSpotter?
Right? Using that same footage for five years later, talking about black people are out of control for the state. No, man, look, this footage is 5 years old. You can't tell me I was there. I saw it. They're like, look at this great.
And they segregated themselves.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
Black people outside the homeless shelter.
On one half of the
Lawless.
gymnasium was nothing but white people.
Whites. Big
Old
fat
white people.
Mm-hmm.
Like 40 plus white people.
Wow, that is a lot. My god brother used to live in Denver, Colorado, but he had to move back to Virginia.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was Boulder. Yeah, Boulder, Colorado, to be exact.
Boulder's racist as hell.
Yeah, he told my mom was very racist. He thought that he could fit in because he knew a friend from I think high school
Okay.
or college, something like that.
Okay.
And so he told my god brother, hey, there's opportunities in Boulder, Colorado. You can come here. I mean, come here. Yeah, why not move to Boulder, right? And when my god brother moved there, he thought this was great. And I think he only stayed there for I think less than 2 years. They moved back to my state, Northern Virginia.
A year was enough for me.
I went
said,
there one
hell
time
no.
in the middle of the day, like almost close to sundown, and I saw the experience I was getting. I was probably the Oldsmobile bumping rap after dark, like almost close to dark, and the woo! I was like, oh fuck, no, never again. I only been there one time. One time, okay? That was enough for me to know sundown. I can tell you what place is sundown.
Yep.
So the driving in a hoopty catalytic converter and a bumping motherfucking shit, me and my cousin, man, wild and shit, just driving through motherfucking bumping rap and right at sundown in Boulder.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, get you pulled over.
Pulled over quick. And Jesse do the name of the fucking buffalo. The fucking what's the buffalo?
Ralphie.
I was like, you been there too long.
I lived by the
You know,
in the
exactly
frat
the name of
house.
that motherfucking buffalo.
I lived in a damn frat house.
With a lot of Muzungus, right, Jesse?
That's all it was.
Oh man.
There was a black dude, but he beat up one of them and he had to move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They said, oh, this one, you gotta watch this one. He got beat up by his roommate. His roommate was black. I said, oh. He said he was from Alaska.
Why the roommate beat him up?
They
said the word.
When I moved in, they all introduced themselves to me.
Mm-hmm.
One by one. All Marungos.
Yeah. I call them Muzungus, you know, so that way the Beckys and Kens don't get upset. You know, even though I'm talking about them, you know, in front of their faces, right? And so when the Karens ask me, oh, what does Muzungu mean? I said, oh, it's Swahili. But I tell them that it's actually calling them out indirectly, you know what I mean? So that way they don't feel they're being.
So they warned me about this one in particular.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he has race. They straight up say he's racist. And you know it's something when a white person says another white person is racist.
That's because that motherfucker made him feel uncomfortable.
Yeah. Hey, hey Jesse, I'm sure you encounter a lot of Karens at the Denver Broncos game.
Oh, them games be racist as hell too.
What do you do in that situation when you know you're at a football game? You're dealing with a lot of Karens who get very feisty, aggressive. They
Just-
start, fighting with.
I don't want you to do some real foul shit walking by white people and shit. How about women? Man, I don't see too much. It just said I didn't do that. I fucking did that shit.
I said we're the only flies in buttermilk.
Right.
Like what the hell?
Yeah, and oh my gosh, I gotta tell you, John Elway, even though he voted for Donald Trump in 2024, John Elway looks so old. I couldn't recognize him at all.
John Elway, man. Let me tell you about John Elway.
And his son is a dope man.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah, John Elway's son.
Alleged daughter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Helping that motherfucking Bronco, that fucking Elway restaurant.
Yeah,
Cherry
Elway.
Creek, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they first opened it, because it's right around the corner from my parents' house.
Yeah.
In South Aurora, but Cherry Creek is like right around the corner.
Yeah.
On that side, right? So they put this motherfucking I thought they took out the first cafeteria or some shit, right?
Mm.
And then that little mall right there, first cafeteria.
Yeah.
That's how you ever seen a first cafeteria. Long time, right?
Long time.
They put that motherfucking restaurant in there. And John Elway was like, he was almost done playing football when they put that restaurant in.
Mm-hmm.
But he alleged daughter, right? Alleged. I thought he only had like one son. I didn't know he had a daughter or whatever.
Yeah, his daughter's married.
Yeah.
His son.
That's
His son actually got in trouble with law enforcement for domestic violence.
Mm-hmm.
She had a little side apartment because right behind the McDonald's over there by my crib.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is that? Not Molina. What is it? Joliet? Joliet or something like that.
Joliet.
Fairfax Joliet or whatever.
Yeah.
Right, the motherfucking McDonald's right there.
Mm-hmm.
Right behind it, the motherfucking apartment complex.
Yeah, Cedar Jamaica or Joliet.
Yeah. So I brought out a little side apartment because I used to serve that bitch dope, mad dope. And I was like, she's like, I'm John Elway's daughter. I said, well, then you shouldn't have a problem paying for this thing.
Right.
You shouldn't have a problem paying for it. And if I have to stay here to listen to you talk about your motherfucker's daddy, which I give no fucks about because I don't like football like that.
She's not a Broncos fan anyway.
Right?
Yeah.
Daddy. Just take this shut up, cuz.
Hey, can you imagine if John Elway's daughter got punked on MTV? Can you imagine?
Oh man, I was surprised she was even in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
That neighborhood has always been kind of salacious for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was over there naturally. Like, that's what I do. That's what I was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. By the way, Jesse, your man who used to play for the Denver Broncos, a tackle, his name is James Smith. He played 23 seasons in NFL, 343 consecutive games. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame this summer.
Word. Okay, that's
from 1983 to 2005.
Wow.
God damn, he's old.
Yeah, he played until 45 years old with the Broncos.
God damn.
God damn.
Yeah, he played tackle, right tackle, left tackle, and he never wanted to retire. He wanted to keep going because he said, "I love the Broncos organization. They did by me."
I just don't like the fact that they're opening a motherfucking. That they want a new stadium.
Yeah.
I feel like the stadium isn't that old, and I think we got bigger things to think about.
Right.
Right. Oh, shoot, it's getting late for me. I have to get some sleep.
Peace,
I might just end it here because we already at the 6-hour mark.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you guys got my email last night about the meeting for next Wednesday.
Get Professor Black Truth.
I started.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how we started.
Yeah, I got the email. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Hey, you're welcome. And so for the meeting with Gabe Evans, it's still pending from his staffer for April 23rd at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
April 23rd. That's Thursday. Okay.
Yeah, and also, and I know Jesse, you had experience working with Republicans. Make sure to emphasize life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Oh yeah.
In terms of pertaining to unit-based policies.
I think Republicans only care about one
And
thing.
right to
only.
bear arms.
Right, because right, and also Jesse, because I know you have a background in criminal justice, so you could definitely use your criminal justice background to relate to Gabe Evans' experience in law enforcement.
That motherfucker's like a motherfucking Hispanic dude pretending to be white.
He's another Nick Fuentes.
Yeah. But you remember Lady Che? You remember it's about working across the aisle to get reparations done? He said like dealing with demon rats, it's not gonna go anywhere.
Hey, he was the demon rats.
Yeah.
I say it correctly because I know we're supposed to be like
Politically
PC right
correct.
now. I was like Democrats, Jesse, not Democrats.
No, they're demons.
They're demon. Yeah. We say demon rats because they take American freedom voters for granted, and they haven't done great things for FBAs.
They push demonic agendas.
Right, and you can't really spread motherfucking anybody over here. Like, you're not gonna get the black vote because black voters are some cool shit, so they're gonna get the black vote. So it's like that. Not but I think that with them, as long as you word it like Republicans only care about like three things: guns, money, and fucking losing personal comforts.
Yep.
And
taxes. And taxes.
And taxes, taxes. So if you make it make sense that it's not going to fiscally tax them higher or cause them anything except,
they want to keep getting their tax cuts.
They might do something about it because, you're inciting that you're going to stimulate the economy.
And keep government out of my business.
Yep.
I don't know how they let that ball fumble. So you got all this surveillance and shit. They let that ball fumble.
That was all under Democrats.
They could have stopped it. It's been like a year now.
Yeah. Well, I'll catch you guys later. I can't believe I went overtime, but yeah.
Appreciate you joining us, Michael.
Yeah, thank you. And Jesse, good luck to you for the state of through the House district election in November 2026. And Lady Che, keep up the good work on Jesse's campaign and on the anti-Black hate crime bill and racial equity study, and making sure the racial equity study moves forward quickly to get to substance.
Well, it's supposed to be all complete next year.
Right.
Next year, right?
I'm passing through right now. It's like, while we wait, why don't we think about cutting this check?
Right. And here's where you can send the funds.
Exactly. Well, I'll catch you guys later, and I'll give you I'll definitely keep you guys posted for April 23rd after the meeting with Congresswoman Ayena's Presley staffers.
Yeah.
And later, one thing I forgot to tell you before I end. Make sure you find any freedmen who are conservative or Republicans. So that way we can make the reparations meeting Thursday effective, especially Congressman Gabe Evans.
Oh my God, we have to send one to Casper. Remember Casper?
That's a big look. Other than motherfucking the few people we know that you see in and out the chat that are here in the city, that's a big ass because
it's Democrat K Hive here.
They say it, but they don't believe it or act in it. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm just saying for like in Gabe Evans' congressional district, but we'll talk about it later. Sometimes
this district is white as fuck.
This district is where?
North of us.
In my Belarus, right?
No, north of us.
Yeah.
Where?
But anyways, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you.
Okay. Good night, Michael.
Good night.
All right, I'm gonna play one more clip and then I'm gonna wrap this thing up. I want to get to Johnny Salami, but it doesn't look like we're gonna make it.
Could make it.
Yeah. All right, so Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on the CBC being targeted by Ed Blum and is supporting FISA or FISA. April is New Black Media Appreciation.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. You know, maybe I'm just getting paranoid in my old age, But sometimes I think the Congressional Black Talkers assign some of their staff members to post asinine comments on my Twitter and YouTube sections. They can always be counted on to swarm whenever I point out the pig simple fact that the CBC is only concerned with non-citizens and with getting as much money and clout as they can for their members. They're not trying to protect the Black community, and now, after decades of being totally useless, they're proving unable to protect themselves. Ed Blum's right-wing lawfare campaign has at long last gotten around to the Congressional Immigrant Caucus. He's now suing the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, alleging that their program of college scholarships for Black students from underfunded schools in majority Black districts is, quote-unquote, discriminatory. The CBC Spouses Education Scholarship is limited to Black students in districts represented by members of the Congressional Black Caucus. The program offers scholarships ranging from $2,500 to $25,000. The scholarships are awarded to 300 applicants per year, according to the lawsuit. Go back in the archives of this channel, and I've told you about what Ed Blum has done in the past, that he makes up his lawsuits out of whole cloth. He didn't have any actual victims of discrimination for his college admissions lawsuits, so what he did was he asked his own friends and neighbors if he could put their college-age children's names on his nuisance suits as plaintiffs. And even after the Supreme Court rubber-stamped his lawsuit, he continued the same pattern, claiming completely uninvolved individuals who had no interest in the Black organizations or programs that he was suing were somehow being disadvantaged by those programs, just because he wanted to sue them. And he's doing the same thing here. To show you how blatantly fake his lawsuits are, for this latest lawsuit against the CBC, Ed Blum literally got two people who are part of his own organization to claim that they're plaintiffs. He couldn't even get somebody from outside of his little sock puppet organization to claim to be victims. The best he could do was look around his own office, literally. Who do we have on our list of people who work here? Anyone who's associated with us who might be college age? Well, go ahead and put your names on here. We'll go ahead and claim that you're plaintiffs. That's the best that he can do. This is supposed to be his victims who are discriminated against, individuals who are part of his organization who have every reason to claim, oh, we're being discriminated against, because that's what his organization does. That's the entire purpose of Ed Blum's organization, to make up phony claims of discrimination against Black people. That's the only reason that they exist. So what a surprise. Members of Ed Blum's own organization who are dedicated to attacking anything Black with a phony claim of discrimination are making a phony claim of discrimination. Who would have thought? This is what he has to do just to find someone who he can claim as being discriminated against. He doesn't have any actual plaintiffs. He has no actual victims of discrimination, so he has to make them up. In fact, the deranged Ed Blum is so desperate to find something, anything that he can be angry at Black people about, that he whined in his lawsuit that the CBC scholarships have a residency requirement. Apparently, he doesn't like that, even though that has nothing to do with race at all. And it should also be noted that the two phony victims in his lawsuit are Asian and Hispanic. Now, one has to wonder where these Hispanic social organizations and activist groups are at, and also the AAPI organizations. They're mum, they're silent, they're in the background somewhere, just like they were when Ed Blum was filing his lawsuits against colleges and universities. Now, I've told you that what Ed Blum does is to manufacture lawsuits. His lawsuits don't have any actual legal merit, but that's not the point. This is a white right-wing operation meant to circumvent the legislatures, to allow right-wing operatives from the Federalist Society to legislate from the judicial bench. That way they can win, because they can't win at the ballot box. In fact, Ed Blum's nuisance suits had languished in obscurity for years. That is, until Senator Mitch McConnell made it a priority to ramrod through as many Federalist Society nominees onto the bench during the Obama years. That was when, after a decade of going nowhere, suddenly Ed Blum's lawsuits miraculously began to get reviewed by federal judges. And next thing you know, they were just succeeding left and right after years of failure. He has no incentive to update his playbook because he knows that his lawsuit success isn't based on legal merit. It's based on getting his nuisance suits in front of some Federalist Society flunky who will just rubber stamp it out of hand, even though his lawsuits are Monty Python levels of absurd. That's why I keep telling you the old lawyer's saying it's more important to know the judge than it is to know the law. That's basically the Federalist Society's motto. It's certainly their MO. When you look at the organizations that Ed Blum files his suits against, there's no white people who are actually being excluded from these things. In fact, there's no white people who even care about them. Where are the white people at who want to get a scholarship from the Congressional Black Caucus? Shouldn't he have been able to pile up tons of them if they actually existed? Instead, he went to his own employees and said, I'm going to file you guys as being the plaintiffs. Where's the white people at who want to get money from these black business incubators like the Freedom Fund and others? The real goal for Ed Blum and his pals is psychological masturbation. Ed Blum is a mentally deranged racist who black voters destroyed back in the 1990s. He had pathetic daydreams that he was going to go into politics, and it was black voters who crushed him so badly that he's never tried to run for office since. So this has been Ed Blum's second act for the last 30 years, to be the front man for wealthy white shadow donors and to do their dirty work for them in the last bastion of policy that the white right has left, the courts. This is what the Federalist Society was created for. The same white racists who fund Ed Blum's nuisance suits are also the exact same people who fund the Federalist Society, among other right-wing front groups. White shadow money donors give money to GOP politicians who then put Federalist Society members on the bench like Scalia, Thomas, Alito, and others, and these Federalist Society members rubber stamp the lawsuits from Ed Blum and others. It's a closed loop of corruption funded by the exact same people. Democrats have known all about this legal hustle for decades, but they haven't done anything about it, and neither has the CBC. Times like this, one has to wonder, where's Michael Rappaport at? Where's Juliana Margulies? Where's Jonathan Greenblatt in the ADL? Where's the so-called historical alliance at? Who in that community is going to call out Ed Blum? A better question would be, who in that community has ever called out racists like David Horowitz, Mark Levin, and others? You don't see them or anyone else on the white left identifying the Ed Blums as people who need to be highlighted as enemies of equality and who need to be made into political poison. Same way you don't see them say anything about the Christopher Rufos either. Ed Blum was filing his nuisance suit since the 1990s, but you wouldn't know it by how the white left has remained totally silent about it and how nobody in the Democratic Party says this is something we got to put a stop to. Come on, your favorite person on MS Now or CNN or these white podcasters, how come not even one of them, not even one, has made it a point to say that this guy should be punished and that those backing him should also be targeted for what is nothing more than a racial lawfare campaign, and an illegal one at that? Democrats have had control of Congress numerous times since Blum and his white billionaire donors started these nuisance suits, and yet in nearly 30 years, not one of them thought to reinforce the very laws that Ed Blum was attacking. Laws that Democratic presidents and Congresses have put in place and which we're told the white media claims to celebrate. After Shelby v. Holder, Democrats should have been on a war footing, or at least the Congressional Immigrant Caucus, the Congressional Black Caucus should have been on a war footing. But none of them was then, and they still aren't now. What does that tell you? The white right and the white left are working together to dismantle these laws. All of these white leftists out there, they got their pet political issues from transgender this to abortion that to illegal immigrant this to Gaza that. But when it comes to black people, all they have is empty talk about solidarity on the one hand and racist trash like Biden telling black people we need to work with groups who are openly racial hostile towards us on the other. This is why I constantly go in on the walking garbage of the CBC. I don't respect anyone who has no respect for themselves. They've been allowing this to go on for all these decades. People like Antonin Scalia, a racist piece of trash, admitted in his infamous Shelby v. Holder ruling that Republican politicians can't vote against the civil rights legislation without incurring the wrath of the voters, and that as a result, right-wing judges like himself had to strike down the Voting Rights Act because the politicians wouldn't do it. Now, that is completely and thoroughly outside of his portfolio. As a judge, you can only hand down your rulings based on the law. You can't do it based on your personal biases. But that's exactly what Antonin Scalia said. This is political high-handedness that he admitted to. He handed down a ruling specifically out of political consideration for politicians he wanted to protect. Now, the natural response to this lawfare campaign might be that the CBC should make it a priority to fund higher education for black law students and then push hard as hell to get any and every Democratic president to put these CBC-funded law students on the federal bench. In other words, they should do their own version of what Mitch McConnell did. block any and all GOP nominations to the federal bench, and break every rule if necessary to get their own litmus-tested nominees on the federal bench, and then do what Clarence Thomas was proposing. Review past rulings, such as Shelby v. Holder, and these other rubber stamp rulings that were handed down by this right-wing Supreme Court. Now, what goes unsaid is that this GOP offensive to attack Black people through the courts has been allowed by the Democrats. When Biden was president, he didn't go on a tear to ramrod as many Black people into the federal bench as possible. Instead, the only thing he did with the courts was to send his Solicitor General to the Supreme Court to back the police in a lawsuit to help weaken Miranda protections. No matter what the white left may tell you, both political parties are working hand in hand to attack Black people. You haven't seen any Democrat who's taken a stand for civil rights legislation or promised to reverse the white right-wing rulings, but also to make sure it's firmly established that legislation to balance the racial imbalances are legal and necessary and will become a litmus test for anyone who calls themselves wanting to be a federal judge. The same way that they've been doing with abortion for 50 plus years. Instead, the Democrats, they're conceding all of this legal ground to the white right, and that's not by accident. The Democrats figure that if Black people are allowed to be attacked by the white right, then Black people will stop making all of these political demands. Or at the very least, their shills and plants will have some room to say, well, we can't be making no demands for no reparations or no hate crime laws and nothing else. Is why the most important things is to protect ourselves from these right-wing nuts. Democrats don't take a stand for reparations. They don't take a stand for the Voting Rights Act. They don't even take a stand for themselves. Have you seen any CBC members making it a point to call out or target Ed Blum? What white leftist is trying to make him a target of the white left either? Not a single one. The CBC doesn't care. Negro Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper, has never said a word about that guy. He has no smoke for the Ed Blums of this world, but he did make sure to yell and rant like a lunatic about people demanding that the police be held accountable for their crimes.
Stop sloganeering, and let's go about the business of representing people and building hopes and aspirations for people.
All of his gibberish about we've got to stop sloganeering and go about the job of creating opportunities for people. He's one to talk. Whining about people allegedly sloganeering, and here he was spouting the exact same empty slogans that he uses when he's running for re-election. Well, Negro Jim, if people are going to have opportunities, you need to also be able to defend those opportunities. Only thing Negro Jim's trying to protect, however, is his own political office, and he's not alone. All of the Congressional Immigrant Caucus is obsessed with protecting people who aren't even citizens. They cannot and will not join together either to protect their own Black constituents or to take on white racists either. They're doing their actual job, which is to sit on their hands where Black people are concerned, and they'll do that to their deaths. Slaves don't disobey massa, and Ed Blum is as much their owner as the DNC. This is all about pushing a racial political narrative that standing up to the anti-Black political and legal maneuvers of the white right is politically unpopular. And it's probably not legal either. We know the opposite is true. As the Black media has documented for you, it's the dominant society who's been engaging in all kinds of racial set-asides and racially based guarantees that nobody challenges them on. They hire and fire based entirely on race, but nobody's conducting a lawfare campaign against them. The Democrats and the white left see advantages in allowing the white right to carry out these kind of attacks against us. It's meant to keep Black people on the defensive and to get the heat off of themselves. And now reports are that the Congressional Black Caucus is staying tight-lipped about whether they're going to vote to renew the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, aka FISA. That's the law that enables warrantless wiretaps and surveillance of American citizens. It's supposed to only be used against foreigners, hence the name foreign surveillance, but you know how the US government rolls. FISA was the same legislation that was used against BLM activists during the first Trump administration. In 2023, the New York Times reported that during the uprisings of 2020, a Trump DOJ official searched a batch of 133 identifiers of people arrested in connection with civil unrest and protest from May 30th to June 18th of 2020. That period corresponds to the nationwide BLM protest after the murder of George Floyd. And what was the DOJ's response to that during the Biden administration when they finally got called out for it? A senior FBI official said that in those cases, the analysts misunderstood the standard and that they were required to undergo additional training. Misunderstood the standard and simply needed some remedial training, like this was somebody who messed up people's orders at McDonald's? This is what happened with FISA during the first Trump administration. And God knows how many times it's been used like that before or since. But this is what the CBC is reportedly considering giving their support to. There's been some talk from Senate Democrats like Senator Ron Wyden, who's been telling his colleagues to reject any renewal of FISA until there's been privacy amendments added. But whenever members of the Congressional Black Caucus have been asked about whether they're going to vote to renew FISA as is, this has been their response.
Just want to ask you about how you plan to vote on the clean reauthorization on FISA, given that the backdoor search loophole was used to spy on Black Lives Matter protesters in 2020.
I have not made up my mind.
Has Congressman Meeks reached out to talk about it? He's been pretty open.
He hasn't talked to me.
He hasn't spoken to you?
Not about this, no.
And are you worried about that backdoor search loophole, given what the history with Black Lives Matter protesters and spying?
I don't worry about stuff.
You don't worry about stuff?
No.
Even spying on Americans?
I don't worry about it.
What do you do?
What I do, I just live through it.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Well, nice to see that Negro Jim Clyburn isn't worried about the government illegally surveilling Black activists. He wasn't bothered about Trump spying on Black activists in 2020 either. Remember, this was what Clyburn said in 2020 about those same BLM activists.
That phrase, defund the police, cost Jamie Harrison tremendously. Stop sloganeering. Sloganeering kills people. Sloganeering destroys movements. Stop sloganeering. And let's go about the business of representing people and building hopes and aspirations for people.
So this wrinkled up reprobate has no anger, no outrage for spying on Black people, but he's got plenty of anger at Black activists for, he claims, making it harder for him to get his flunkies like Jamie Harrison elected to office. That's what Jim Clyburn's angry about, whether he and his pals will continue to hold office or not. Gee, it seems like Clyburn has far more in common with Trump and his pals where controlling Black dissent is concerned. And they both want to do it for the exact same reasons, so they can hold on to political office for themselves. And there's also video of other members of the CBC being asked about this issue, and they all gave an avalanche of word salad, trying to BS their way past the question of whether or not they're going to vote to renew FISA as is. These old boomers and others, whenever they look at these young activists in the streets, the main thing that they see are people who basically are not going to vote for them without a demand. They don't want to reinforce that. As far as they're concerned, all of those young Black malcontents in the streets, they need to be bludgeoned or cajoled or forced or otherwise coerced into going back to being acquiescent and subservient again. They need to be bludgeoned into silence again. We need to make them go back to just keeping their heads down and just taking it. That's the point that the Jim Clyburns want to reach. That's what he wants to get to. That's why he can sit here and talk about America as if it's not a raging racist cesspit. Instead, he's sitting here talking like every other white Democrat you ever heard. In fact, he sounds like a white Republican, the way that he talked about we making opportunities for people. Yeah, he talks as if racism, what's that? He never heard of that. Same way that you come up to him and say, hey, how about these Black activists being spied on by the government? Oh, I ain't got a problem with that. Now, before we go any further, yes, I do notice patterns, and I become suspicious as hell whenever white people, especially those who call themselves journalists or news people, start singling out Black people to ask them about something. Because the white media never tries to get our opinions on anything unless they think it's going to promote what they already believe. Because I couldn't help but notice that these conscientious white journalists who were so concerned about Black BLM activists being spied on, they didn't feel the need to go up to any white Democrats and ask them, hey, how do you feel about FISA being renewed since it was used to spy on Black activists in 2020? Why didn't they ask white Democrats why they would support a law that's been illegally used to surveil Black activists? Why didn't they feel the need to put those white Democrats on the spot about it? Ask them, hey, why is it that you're supporting a law that was used to illegally surveil Black activists? Ask a white Democrat that question. Sure, the question may be valid to put to the CBC, but when I see these white media outlets and websites who are singling out only the Black Congress people about this question, That tells me they're not making this an issue to pressure the Democratic Party in general. So let's make sure we understand, regardless of how we may feel about the CBC, these white journalists, they're not asking this question of these black politicians to do us any favors necessarily. But the question is still a valid one regardless of their conceits. And all this hemming and hawing by the CBC speaks volumes about them. The CBC did nothing and said even less on behalf of the protesters who were political prisoners, persecuted for exercising their allegedly constitutionally guaranteed right to free speech and to protest grievances. Of course, the CBC will vote for surveillance powers to be used against black citizens. Black voters are getting on code and openly rebelling against the political fraud that the CBC has been benefiting from. We're getting back to actually threatening the system again, a system that the corrupt creeps in the CBC have been benefiting from since at least the 60s. They're every bit as invested in controlling black dissent as the white right. At this point, CBC ought to stand for COINTELPRO Bootlick Caucus.
I want everybody in my caucus to be as practical as I am.
The CBC are no pragmatists. They never have been. They only think in the moment, only for themselves. And were it not for the white donors and political support that they've been getting, they wouldn't have the offices that they hold. Ask Jasmine Crockett about that one. And as the CBC members see it, as long as they're still able to run for office, then let the Ed Blums and others carry out their lawfare campaigns. It's no skin off their noses, right? And then the Republicans begin to eliminate CBC members' districts like they did Jasmine Crockett. See, that moron wasn't able to pick up tent and run to another district like Lauren Boebert could. Republicans didn't allow Jasmine Crockett to have a plan B like that. They wanted her gone, so they redrew the maps, and now she's going to be former Congresswoman Loudmouth Crockett. And what did the CBC do to protect her? Same thing they do to protect themselves. Nothing. And what are white Democrats doing about all this? Are they using the same tactics anywhere? Well, actually, yes. In California, Gavin Newsom pushed to redraw California's own congressional maps to favor Democrats. But they made it very clear that they were doing it to create more Hispanic majority districts. So that means that Ed Blum will have some more people that he can use for his nuisance suits. They weren't doing it to favor black representation. Never mind, the Hispanics are as likely to vote Republican as they are Democrat. The Democrats are trying to rebuild their political house on quicksand, but they don't care. They see black people as being the existential crisis, not Trump. Newsom sees black voters doing what we're doing in California, and he recognizes the bootlicks in the state legislature cannot lead black Californians around by the nose anymore. So this has been the Democratic response, not just in California, but also across the country. Keep trying to cobble together a Frankenstein monster of a new constituency comprised of non-black groups. As the old saying goes, as goes California, so goes the nation. Democrats in other states like New York, Massachusetts, Michigan, and others will also look at California as a good model for how to undermine black political demands. And CBC members will predictably sit on their hands and let it happen and pathetically hope to get a consulting gig with some white corporation after they get drummed out of office. They're constantly on the lookout for how to prostitute themselves to white power somewhere, somehow. Though on a side note, the people who whine about how reparations ain't feasible, where are these clowns at to demand that Democrats finally reinforce and fight to protect laws like the Voting Rights Act? And to fight to put judges on the bench who will break the backs of the Ed Blums and to put these creeps out of business once and for all? Where are these whiners at for these issues? See, it's very easy for these defeatist dumbbells to whine about reparations, but when it comes to fighting the Ed Blums, that's something that they can't use the same talking points for. They can't claim that it would cost too much to put people on the bench, or that it's politically unfeasible to fight to prop back up laws like the Voting Rights Act. And yet not one of these defeatists says that the black vote should be directly tied to whether Democrats will break the backs of the Federalist Society and trash like Ed Blum. They don't want to attach black demands to any vote. That's how you know these morons, they just don't want black people to be demanding anything specifically for ourselves. But of course, you never see them on a crusade to stop these other groups from making demands specifically for themselves, do you? And predictably, you never see any of these defeatists calling out the Congressional Black Caucus either, do you? That's because the CBC's cowardice reflects their own. So the Congressional Black Caucus has painted themselves into a corner. After decades of sitting on their hands and doing nothing about the white right and not attaching votes to any sort of demands for themselves in Congress or for their constituents, now we see at long last the white right's coming for them, as was always going to be the case. These guys never see destruction until the enemy is at their door with a knife to their throats. And that's the reason why we do not support them, nor should we. These bootlicks are on a suicide mission. I mean, these guys are the ultimate political kamikaze pilots. Well, these clowns may be on self-destruct, but we're not. And as the Democrats are finding out, sure, they can go ahead and give rhetorical cover to the Ed Blums and the Chris Rufos to carry out their anti-Black attacks through policy. But we have the ability to do more than one thing at once. We can continue to press our demands, and we can continue to call out and fend off these angry anti-Black racists on the right, as well as their enablers on the left. We're not going to be discouraged, and we're not going to be distracted from making our demands either. We understand that nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. All of these clowns are part of an overall mosaic of anti-Black racism that's been funded by both the left and the right, and that it's been this way all along. The white left made a politically fatal miscalculation that the cowardice of the Congressional Black Caucus is also somehow shared by the Black population at large. Well, they're wrong on two counts. Not only are we not cowards like the CBC, but the Black Grassroots doesn't recognize those bootlicks as our leaders either. While the Jim Clyburns of this world don't have any problem with Black activists or Black citizens in general being attacked, we do. And that's the reason why no matter what the CBC may try to do to keep themselves afloat, ultimately they're going to be defeated right alongside the forces of white supremacy like Ed Blum that they've been playing the fool for so long. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Joe Bobo, Brian Morrison, Kimberly Braxton, Daryl, and Sir Cheney Sheffield. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, otherwise known as the Congressional Tether Caucus, targeted by Ed Blum, who is supporting FISA, or FISA, which they used to spy on Black protesters during 2020 uprisings?
I feel like they never did anything specifically for Black people, any type of Black folks, really. I feel like it could just totally be dismantled. However, the only reason I feel like it got started was because there's a cry for we need to sit at the table.
Yeah,
and that's what they came up with. I think that they haven't just like the one here. They haven't done anything specifically in the interest of Black Americans. They're not going to. In fact, they're a big reason for why nothing moves forward. And yeah, should they be dismantled? Yeah, and the industry turned out, or like they should have to they shouldn't be allowed to be reelected. See what I'm saying? Be a whole new wave of candidates. You know what I mean? To come up in there, because like I said, I watched that motherfucking debate, or forum or debate or whatever for Mitch McConnell's seat, and I wasn't motherfucking impressed with nobody. I kind of was like, I was hoping the two Black candidates show me a little something, but it was just like talking to white people. You know what I mean? I wasn't impressed by anybody trying to run for his seat, and it's Mitch McConnell's seat. Like, people want to get his ass out of office, so you would think they come harder. You think they come harder, but they didn't. So it's gonna be a real problem, a real challenge to get any of these career politicians out of office, especially the those.
Zaddy, he ain't said nothing. He stopped corresponding with them.
Okay, so thank you, Lady Che. So moving along, the last topic is going to be something. Oh yeah, yeah. Thank you, ladies. Yeah, Johnny Salami got caught up in whatever the hell is that stuff.
Really, you looking at the screen or you looking at the eyes?
Both.
Y'all know about Johnny Somali, that tether, that Somalian tether?
Oh, correct. Got him.
Who he lived.
Play it. Look her up. And you play the or what?
Yeah, I was playing.
But what happened to it?
Stop playing.
Lives over here now, but he got caught up over in Korea. All right. That Johnny Somali, he called my lives several times. Me and him was going back and forth. He's always saying little slick stuff about our lineage. He was against us getting reparations, talking real greasy. Johnny Somali is a Somalian tether who tries to cosplay as us. He's an internet troll. He does goofy, lame, extremely unfunny stunts in order to get clicks and views. He goes around people socking him up and just one of these people who does anything for a click or a view because he ain't got no talent or just an untalented tether. So he was over there in Korea trolling, doing goofy stunts to try to get clicks and views. And they hemmed that ass right on up. Oh, they hemmed him up. And he went to court and they sentenced him. He got sentenced to 6 months in jail out there of hard labor. They sentenced his ass to jail out there. Let me read the story about him. And I don't like the headlines. American YouTuber Johnny Somali sentenced to jail in South Korea. Johnny Somali, age 25, caused outrage of him kissing a statue commemorating wartime slaves over there. Johnny Somali gained notoriety several years ago for recording himself during a series of provocative stunts in Korea and Japan, streaming them on platforms such as YouTube and Twitch. South Korean authorities indicted Somali, whose real name is Ramzi Khalid Ismail, in 2024 on a public orders violation and obstruction of business and banned him from leaving the country. The court has sentenced him to 6 months in prison, a representative from Seoul West District Court told the press. Okay. So Johnny Somali went over there trolling, and he tried to get out of it by yelling about how he's a Black American and all that. And that ain't working right now. That's why delineation is a beautiful thing. He was complaining that the U.S. Embassy ain't helping. When he went to court, there was nobody there to support him. This delineation is whooping that ass. And I love it. See, for decades, these non-FBA tethers, they could just wrap themselves up in the cultural fabric of Foundation of Black Americans and adopt our slang and our aesthetics and our global cool factor in order to gain clout. This delineation movement, it shattered that whole Black monolith myth. That drew a hard line around our specific lineage. And we just revoked that cultural passport that allowed goofy ass trolls like Somali to go cosplay as us. So when he go acts a fool overseas, delineation lets the world know that this goofy lame dude is not us. All right? He is not us at all. See, they know we're cool. They try to be like Foundation of Black Americans. They have a lot of respect for our culture because they try to be like us. So when he goes over there with all that yo, word to the mother, now we're saying no. Listen, Korea, he ain't us. Do what you will. So now he has a complete loss of that FBA protective shield. So when these melanated immigrants go and get jammed up globally or domestically or whatever, see, back in the day, we would be the first ones to go cape for them. We would march, protest. We provide a protective social shield for them, regardless of the person's lineage. We just ride out for them. Right now, we ain't doing that no more. Delineation changed the rules of engagement because his ass sat up here and disrespected our lineage every chance he could get. You see? So he was strategically isolated. So when he's facing the music in Korea, there's no outrage from us, no hashtags, no community backing, nothing. The damn U.S. Embassy ain't even rocking with his ass. That shows you how powerful delineation is. Everybody got to hold their own damn nuts. You know? And our brand as Foundational Black Americans, it's built on genuine innovation. It's built on survival. It's built on authentic cultural capital. Johnny Somali, that goofy shit, that desperate, unfunny, none of his stuff is funny. It ain't even witty. That's the thing with him. His stuff ain't even funny. It's just real lame and corny and it's just dumb. So yeah, we're letting folks know all of that buffoonery, we ain't got nothing to do with that. Some of that stuff, that buffoonery nonsense, that is not foundational Black American culture. Don't put us in it. Him and that other dude, the grooving, Big Groove, the big Nigerian dude always bussy popping, that big buff dude, we let folks know that ain't us either. All right? Biting into hamburgers and bussy popping, that ain't us. Yeah, we got talent. We actually have talent. We ain't got to resort to buffoonery. You see? So there's a lot of accountability through social isolation, see? The reason that dude had 0 supporters in that Korean courtroom, that's a result of him being socially marooned by delineation. See, when you get exposed as a non-FBA who just always denigrate and disrespect foundational Black American culture in the country you reside in, you're going to find yourself on an island. And the Korean authorities, they recognize what we already knew. This man ain't nobody backing him. He ain't got no institutional backing, no community that's going to go to bat for him. So delineation, that don't just change opinions, that creates real world legal and social vulnerabilities for these damn Tether trolls out here who thought they were untouchable and they can just hide behind us. They go do something goofy and then go yell they're Black American, and that kind of puts fear in people because they don't want us using our media access to protest against them. When they see that's not going to happen, they're like, oh, cool. We're going to jam him all the way up. And that also brings us to what happened with Sneeko. Sneeko is another Tether troll. Sneeko, what is Sneeko? He's Filipino and Haitian, and I've debated them. I had an infamous debate where I cooked him. It was me by myself, and I was on the phone cooking about 10 of them. It was Sneeko, Musty Myron Gaines. It was a bunch of them, and I was in there lighting them up. They got so embarrassed. So Sneeko is another one who's always trying to denigrate foundational Black Americans. So Sneeko was in New York streaming today. I think it was today. Somebody ran up on him and snuffed him right in the face. They snuffed him and hemmed him up. Like, damn. So yeah, it's a bad week for the Tethers. Family, we keep saying all the people who denigrate foundational Black Americans, notice all types of weird shit end up happening to them. I keep telling people it's a different energy out here, family. The ancestors are not playing. I'm going to keep pointing it out. Yeah, he got pressed in New York. All the people who are denigrating our lineage, they're getting hemmed up. People think this is a game out here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let's just look at all the people since we've been delineating, because we've activated a spiritual energy, ladies and gentlemen. We've activated a spiritual energy. Everybody who goes against us and our lineage are getting hemmed up. Family, there is a power of naming and activating your ancestral battery. See, for a long time, we allowed our specific history to be diluted under that generic ass people of color, minority, African-American nonsense. We delineated, properly named ourselves and our ancestors, foundational Black Americans. That was a massive spiritual frequency shift. You understand? In all spiritual traditions, knowing and speaking the exact name of your predecessors, it gives you access to their power. This is why it's such a spiritual movement that's happening. So when we claim our specific lineage, we sent a direct, unclouded signal down the bloodline. We called on our specific people. That delineation activated a dormant spiritual battery. The ancestors are fully awake right now, ladies and gentlemen, because we, their descendants, we're honoring their specific, unique sacrifices on the soil and giving them a rightful, honorable title. And they are answering the call. The ancestors are showing the fuck up and showing out. Let me watch my language, because I don't want to use bad language when I speak on the ancestors, but the ancestors are coming through. See, delineation, that reestablished a broken covenant between the living foundational Black Americans and the ones who built the infrastructure of this country and this continent. See, for a long time, we were letting anybody come on and disrespect the foundation that our ancestors were unallowed to lay down. But when the delineation movement started aggressively protecting our history, shutting down all the culture vultures and demanding tangibles in the name of our ancestors, we signal to the ancestors, we're ready to guard what you died and built. You understand? And we are stepping up to protect their legacy in the physical realm. You see? And they're going to protect us in the spiritual realm. So that covenant is real active again. And we've severed the cord on spiritual leeches. See, before we drew the line, a lot of these Tether trolls and clout chasers and scammers, they would hide within the collective. They were spiritually leeching off of the survivalist energy of our foundational Black American ancestors. And they're using our swag, our slang, our cool factor to try to build their platforms while they were simultaneously denigrating us, just like Johnny Somali. Johnny Somali is always yo, trying to talk in our slang, but then turn around and denigrate us. That's what these tethers do. That's so disrespectful to our lineage. There was a space early, I was listening to some tethers. Some of them were Caribbean and African. Boy, they were so disrespectful to our lineage. They were in there like, yeah, us immigrants, we don't know Black American shit. We don't know. They want us to bow down to them. The white tea people give us more stuff than them. Man, this is why I go hard on these tethers. They'll sit up here and try to give props to the white tea people for them coming over here. Man, and do you know our ancestors, all the work they put in to get these ungrateful tethers safe over here? And this is what we get? That's why I go hard in the paint unapologetically. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn who's offended. No tether is going to disrespect our lineage, all the shit we've done. I know our history too well. Man, we were stomping for these people. Man, these people would not have been over here. They couldn't have got over here if it weren't for foundational Black Americans. I'm talking about all throughout history with Tuskegee. Man, 1915 and all that, they had laws where they didn't want no Africans and Caribbeans over here, which is real funny. They like to thank the white people for helping them. The white people were the ones putting the laws together to stop them from coming here. Like Musty Marcus Garvey. Yeah, they didn't want him over here. The white people had laws against that. It was the black folks in Tuskegee fighting against that to help get those Caribbeans over here. And then in the 60s, it was us stomping down to help get them here. When they were going through wars in their homeland, we were going over there sending medical supplies to Ethiopia and other places. When they were getting their independence in some of these African nations, we were working with the UN to write the charters for their constitutions. Ralph Bunche out of Detroit, some of our foundational Black American ancestors, even going into South Africa when we were helping to fight the apartheid regime. Randall Robinson and Charles Ogletree, they were helping to write the Constitution to get the colonizers off their back. Man, that's why I go hard in the paint. I know all the stuff FBAs have done to help these ungrateful ass people. And then y'all send over the Myron Gaines and these musty tethers talking about what we ain't done for them and thank God for the white T man. It's all the way up. Yeah, it's a whole different vibe now. I'm not letting them denigrate our ancestors at all. At all. It's up and it's stuck. I am not letting them denigrate our people. At all. Yeah, they think that that's a fantasy that the white people like them more and invited them over. It's a weird fantasy that they have. It's a real weird fantasy that they have. But yeah, the delineation could not have come sooner. Our great brother Claude Anderson had been trying to tell us for the longest. You see? And then what do we get? We get these people over here and what they do? Lie, scam. Coming over here with that lying, scamming mindset. Yeah, I want to delineate from that. But like I said, man, it's a new ancestral energy right now. Right now, man, we've activated a spiritual system in our ancestry, and it's all the way up. See, we used to operate as an open spiritual system. We just let anybody come in, consume our culture, mock our trauma, and then walk away consequence-free. Delineation, it closed that circuit. We fenced in our cultural capital, and we locked the gates to our spiritual power. Now, when somebody tries to target foundational Black American lineage with malicious intent, no, you ain't just dealing with us online. All right? You're grabbing onto a high voltage wire connected to our concentrated ancestral energy at this point. Because we've activated that damn wire. We've activated the energy. Notice all of the people talking crazy about us, it goes left. All them Somalians in Minnesota and all that was talking crazy about us on Clubhouse and all that. Bam. They start getting hemmed up. The Nigerians who were talking greasy, they start getting hemmed up. The Haitians who really should have known better, the Haitians who were talking greasy, they're getting hemmed up. Somebody went and took an Uber to unalive their president, getting hemmed up. The Hispanics who was doing all that talking crazy, letting Zimmerman get away with harming our people and others, getting hemmed up. Charlie Kirk, he was right in the middle of a speech about to denigrate our lineage, right in the middle of the speech. We saw what happened. That man was right in the middle of denigrating us, right when he was about to verbally denigrate us in our lineage. We saw what happened. The words were taken right out of his mouth. Now look at Johnny Somali getting hemmed up over there. Look at Sneeko getting snuffed in the streets. Yeah, it's a whole different vibe. It's a whole different vibe right now. Yeah, when the president of Ghana came over here and tried to run that finesse, trying to run a con game by denigrating our lineage, because that's a con game they tried to run. He went back home to Ghana and the country got flooded over there. You see? It's a whole different vibe. It's a whole different day, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Yeah, Lake Lanier just caught another body a couple of days ago. Come on now, this is real out here. This is real. That Majora spirit, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, y'all didn't know that Ghana got flooded. Right when they tried that reparations finesse, that president went back over there to Ghana and they had severe flooding over there. All right, who said well, hip-hop was revolutionary when Jamaicans started it? Oh, yeah, it's a troll account. Okay. Yeah, you just saying stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you just saying stuff. Yeah, you got a troll account. Man. Yes, it's a real vibe out here. It's real. It is real, ladies and gentlemen. He's been trolling all day? Okay. All right. Let me get a couple of more folks in here. Shout out to the family. We got a lot of people in here. We got a lot of people in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yeah, let me block him. I don't want him in here. Carlo, yeah, you just in here trolling. Let me get you out of here. I don't want you just in here trolling. You out of here, Carlo.
Tonight, root work tonight, root work tonight, root work tonight. I'll be feeling so right. I got that root work tonight. Feeling fresh from the morning light. Root work hit me, I'm set for the night. Look good, smell right. Yeah, I'm that type. I gotta let the world know I got that root work tonight. Root work tonight. Yeah, root work tonight. I'll be feeling so right. I got that root work tonight.
All right, y'all. So appreciate y'all staying up super late with us. We're at 7 hours. Jesus. I'm going to end the show now. Let's conclude season 6, episode 22, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later for part 2. Appreciate everybody that came through. Shout out to Black Joe. Cuzzo for coming through. Shout out to Michael for coming through. Shout out to Breeze for coming through. Shout out to Caldall for coming through. Shout out to Crew Reality for coming through. Shout out to DSB for coming through. Shout out to Rap Kahari for coming through. And shout out to Kukizi for joining us. And Shibaki. Right. So we'll see y'all later for part 2. Peace. And make sure I hit that like and subscribe button on your way out.